Summary.
21-year-old Romero D'Angelo is the only son of Xiomara D'Angelo, Chicago's most feared Italian mafia boss. He would someday take over for his father. Romero was tall, had dark hair, and because of his good looks had the ladies swooning. One night he and his father went to a party at Leonardo Conte, another mafia boss from New York. Leonardo was wanting to merge their family together. It was at that party that Romero wandered off, ending up in the kitchen where he came across a young girl. She was wearing jeans and a short top, which was revealing her flat stomach. She was drinking a beer right out of the bottle, knowing she was underage. One look at her, and he knew that he wanted her as his wife. But there was one problem. She was only 16, so he would have to wait until she turned 20. He walked over to her and took the bottle from her hand. He tipped the bottle up to his mouth and finished it in one gulp. Placing the empty bottle down, he stared into her big brown eyes. Using his thumb, he ran it over her bottom lip. He turned to walk away, but not before he said something that shocked her to the very core. "Save your virginity for me on our wedding night." Serena Conte was in the kitchen, sneaking a drink of beer, when a tall, dark, and handsome stranger walked in, taking the bottle and finishing it off.
Chapter 1. Romero stood in front of his floor-length mirror in his hotel suite, checking out his appearance before meeting his father. They were in New York to attend a party at Leonardo Conte's home, a small-time mafia boss. It was common knowledge that he wanted the two families to merge together, becoming one instead of being rivals. There was a knock at the door, and he heard someone enter. Knowing it was his father, he picked up his gun, and putting it in his holster went to greet him. "Pour us a shot, son," his father said. Sitting down, he looked around the room. "This is a very classy hotel. I might even consider buying it." Romero looked over at his father and walked over to the bar that was by the window. He had always looked up to him. Xiomara, at his age, 52, was still in great shape, tall, fit, and was still able to get any woman he fancied. He was also one tough bastard, and no one dared to cross him. His father had been grooming him since birth to one day take over as head of the family. He was only allowed to call him Xiomara. Pouring them both a glass of bourbon, he hands one to him. "Thanks, son." "Must we really go to Conte's party? He is such a small-time criminal who wants to become a big shot, and by getting you to join him in partnership, he thinks people will fear and respect him." Xiomara crossed his right knee over his left. Holding the glass up, he admired the bourbon that Leonardo had sent to him and Romero. "You have to admit the man is being quite generous, sending us both a bottle of the finest bourbon around. Michter's, a 20-year-old bottle. It has a nice dark amber color mixed with red tones, and the taste is delightful. The old fool probably paid over $1,000 per bottle." Romero ran his hand over the back of his neck in frustration. Unlike his father, he didn't have the patience waiting for an answer. "I hope you aren't considering joining our families. He is small-time and can't possibly contribute to our organization." "That's where you are wrong. Even the small can be beneficial in one way or another. I could possibly use him. He is not a man without some influence. I will listen to what he has to say. We'll see if he has something worthwhile to offer us." Romero finished his drink and got to his feet. "I doubt he has anything worthwhile to offer us in exchange for becoming partners." He checked the time on his Rolex. "We should go now and get this over with." They sat in the back seat. Two of Xiomara's men were in the front seat. "Nice place Conte has, much smaller than mine, but still nice," he said, getting out when his driver opened the door for him and Romero. "Son, try and keep it in your pants tonight. We don't need to cause trouble." "I'll try but can't promise," Romero said as they walked up to the mansion. They were shown into the main room where others were gathered. Between 20 and 30 people were standing around, talking with drinks in their hands. Leonardo saw them when they walked in and went over to them, shaking their hands. "Mr. D'Angelo, I am greatly honored that you and your son could make it tonight. I hope your rooms at the plaza are satisfactory." Xiomara shook his hand. "Yes, very nice, and thank you for the lovely bottle of bourbon." "Come, Let me introduce you to everyone and get you a drink." He snapped his fingers, and a waiter came over and was told what to get the visitors to drink. Romero followed them. His eyes kept wandering around the room, checking out all the women who were also checking him out. As he shook hands with the men, he would occasionally flash a smile at the women who were eyeing him up and down. He knew he could have any one of them if he wanted, but he wasn't about to embarrass his father by getting caught doing the nasty in their host's home. He was starting to get bored, so he decided to go exploring. He excused himself from Leonardo's wife and headed towards the front entrance. Instead of going out the door, he made a right turn and found himself outside the kitchen. He peeked his head inside. No staff were around, but there was a young girl standing by the counter. He quietly slipped inside and, leaning his back against the wall, he watched her. He could tell she was very young, maybe 16. She opened a bottle of beer, and he watched as she took a drink. She was slender, had beautiful long brown hair. It was then that he knew she would be his wife, but he also realized he would have to wait until she was at least 20. When she turned her head and saw him, he gave her a smile and walked towards her. Getting up close, he took the bottle from her hand. Lifting the bottle to his lips, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Placing the empty bottle on the counter, he ran his thumb over her bottom lip. He heard a faint gasp escape her mouth and felt her body trembling. "What is your name?" he asked, staring into her big blue eyes. "Serena Kant," she answered shyly. "When you turn 20, I will make you my wife," he said, and started walking out. "Save your virginity for me to take on our wedding night," he said before he disappeared from sight. She was a beauty, and he knew that she would be even more beautiful in a few years. When Xiomara saw Romero, he went over to him. "Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I hope you weren't banging one of these women." "No, I wasn't, but I have just found the one I plan on marrying." "You what?" "You've been telling me. It's time I married and settled down." "Who is this woman you want to marry? Do I know her?" "No, I just met her. She is Serena Kant." "Leonardo's daughter, but I hear she is only 16. Do you not think she is a little young? I think you better find someone closer to your own age." "She's the one I want, and I plan on waiting until she is older. So if you want to merge with the old man, make her part of the deal." He stared his father down, knowing he would give in, as he has never denied him anything before. "Are you sure about this and won't change your mind later on? Once we arrange the marriage, there will be no backing out." "Trust me, I won't back out." "All right, let's go have a private meeting with Leonardo."
They were all seated in his office, along with Xiomara's 2 men, who stood behind Romero and his father. Leonardo sat across from them behind his desk. His own 2 men stood behind them, keeping watch.
"Have you come to a decision on us joining forces? I really think that together we can accomplish so much more than we already have," Leonardo added, looking from father to son. "My son and I have discussed it, and we might be willing, but there are a couple of conditions before we agree." Leonardo started to smile. He couldn't believe his luck. To join them would give him more power and respect than ever before, and he would do anything to get what he wanted. "Whatever you wish, but please tell me the conditions." "First, we will both keep what we have now without stepping into each other's territory. Any new ventures we do together, I get the final say, and under no condition do you make a decision without talking to me first, and I'll do the same for you." "I can live with those terms, but what is the other condition?" Xiomara looked over at Romero, then back to Leonardo. "An arranged marriage between my son and your daughter." Slamming his fists on his desk, which caused Xiomara's men to reach for their guns, as did Leonardo's men, until both men raised their hands, motioning for them to put their guns away. "My daughter is only 16. Calm down, my friend. We're not talking about right away. I am sending my son to Italy for a few years to set up a project, which is not going to be part of our deal. When he comes back, then the marriage will take place. This is the deal, take it or leave it." Leonardo sat back, rubbing his chin and thinking over what was being said. His daughter would be 20 by then, so he nodded, agreeing to the terms. "All right, we have a deal," he said. Getting up, he shook both of their hands. Xiomara smiled as they shook hands. "I will have all the necessary papers drawn up and sent to you. I trust you will make sure your daughter goes along with the marriage and won't try to get out of it." "Don't worry, she will do as she is told." An hour later, they left the mansion and went back to their hotel. They would be heading back to Chicago first thing in the morning. Earlier, Serena was bored sitting in her room. Whenever her father had people over, she was made to stay hidden in her room. She was well aware of who and what her father was, but having grown up in that life, she thought nothing strange about it. In her world, the men were boss and the women had to obey them. That's just the way it was. Her mother had passed away from cancer when she was only 6, and her father remarried 2 years later to a woman she despised, and vice versa. Knowing that no one would be in the kitchen, she snuck downstairs through the back way and took out a bottle of beer from the fridge. She had taken a sip when she saw him. He was the most gorgeous man she had ever laid eyes on. He had to be in his early 20s, she guessed. She backed up, her back hitting the edge of the counter when he got close, taking the bottle from her. She watched as he tilted his head back and emptied the beer down his throat, her eyes glued to his face. Her breath hitched in her throat when he placed his thumb over her bottom lip, and she could barely answer when he asked her what her name was. Her knees felt like they were about to buckle. His scent was pleasant, and she was mesmerized by his blue eyes that sparkled as he stared into her own eyes. The light touch of his skin on her lips sent a weird sensation coursing through her body, one she was unfamiliar with. His words to her when he walked away sent a cold chill down her spine. The words he spoke to her would haunt her for the next few years. "Save your virginity for me to take on our wedding night." Grabbing another bottle of beer, she took it with her as she went back to her room. The stranger's face was imprinted on her brain. Crawling into bed, she laughed to herself, thinking about what he had said. She was only 16, so she wouldn't be getting married to him or anyone. When she did marry, she was determined it wouldn't be to some mobster. Nope. She wanted to marry someone normal and live a quiet and safe life, away from crime and danger. Little did she know that at that very moment her father was arranging a marriage between her and Chicago's mob boss, Xiomara D'Angelo's son. Chapter 2. Almost 4 years later, Serena was getting ready for dinner. Her relationship with her father had become strained when he informed her years ago that a marriage between her and Romero D'Angelo had been arranged. They had fought, and she became very rebellious and ran away on a couple of occasions, only to be brought back home and kept under surveillance. She had become her father's prisoner and would soon be another man's prisoner. Tonight was the night she was to meet the man she was being forced to marry. When she entered the living room, she saw the stranger from years ago, the one who said she would someday be his wife. She had no idea at the time who he was and was shocked to see him here. "Serena, come and meet Mr. D'Angelo and his son, Romero." Walking towards them slowly, she could feel their eyes on her. She glanced at Romero and quickly looked away. First, she was introduced to Xiomara, then to the man who would soon be her husband. When he took her hand and kissed it, she felt that stirring coursing through her, the same one she felt years ago. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I knew that the first time I saw you that you were going to become a very beautiful woman," he said, looking into her eyes. "You've met before?" Leonardo asked, looking confused. Romero let go of her hand, turning to her father. "Yes, years ago when we were here, I bumped into her in the kitchen when she was having a snack. He didn't want to get her into trouble, so he left out the part where she was drinking alcohol." She sat quietly while the others talked. She could feel Romero's eyes on her, but she refused to look at him. Her parents and his father started discussing the plans for the wedding. Neither she nor Romero joined in. Sipping on her wine, she looked over at him. He was looking back, which made her nervous, making her blush. It was a habit of hers. Whenever she got nervous, her face would take on a reddish tone. When the maid came in to say dinner was ready, she felt some relief, hoping that now he would stop staring at her. Her stepmother, Irene, played the perfect little host, getting an approving smile from her father. "We heard that lamb is your favorite meal, so I had our chef make it, and for dessert, he has made Boston cream pie, which I believe is also your favorite," Irene said, beaming from ear to ear. "Yes, it is, and I thank you. But there was no need to go to so much trouble for us," Xiomara said, lifting her hand kissed the back of it. Romero was sitting next to her, and she could feel his leg brushing up against hers. She felt the heat between them, but had made up her mind she wouldn't give in to those feelings. Whenever he asked her a question, she would give a straight answer without making eye contact. After dinner was eaten, Romero suggested the two of them go for a walk outside. She was about to say no when her father spoke up before she could. "That's a good idea. You two ought to get to know each other since you will soon become man and wife." He looked over at Serena. "Show Romero around the grounds. He might enjoy seeing the garden." Once they got outside, he broke the silence between them. "I don't know if you remember me from that night." She turned her head to look at him while they walked. There was anger in her eyes, and she spoke with an icy tone. "Oh, I remember you and what you said to me. I don't want to marry you, so call it off. Tell them you've changed your mind." He stopped, taking a hold of her hand. "I can't do that. It's too late. Even if I could, I wouldn't. I wanted you the first time I laid eyes on you, and if you weren't so young back, then we would already be married." She pulled her hand away. "I don't love you. Not now, but one day you will fall in love with me and give me your heart. You'll never have my heart." Putting his hands on her shoulders, he put her up against the tree. "I will make you fall in love with me." He lowered his head, his lips brushing lightly against hers. "You're so beautiful, and you smell amazing." His heart was racing, his member growing hard. He looked up to find she had her eyes closed. He could have kissed her right then, but he decided not to. "Tell me, have you stayed pure for me?" Her eyes fluttered open. She wasn't sure what had gotten into her. As much as she hated the thought of marriage and him for forcing her into it, she couldn't help the feeling she got when she was near him. A part of her wanted to know what it would be like to be kissed by him. Another part of her wanted to run away. "I asked you a question. Answer me, and don't even think about lying to me," he said, putting his hands behind her neck as he stared deep into her eyes. There was something in the way he looked at her that both scared and excited her at the same time. "Yes," she answered, her breathing becoming erratic when he lowered his mouth onto hers. His kiss was rough, demanding as he forced his tongue inside her mouth. His hands pulled her close, crushing her against his hard body, and she felt the hard bulge inside his pants pressing into her. "God, I've been waiting a long time to kiss you," he said, letting her go. "Come, let's go sit down on the bench." Taking her hand, he led her over, and they sat down. He knew kissing her would be sweet, and he was right. She tasted so good, and he didn't want to stop. But they were outside her parents' home, and he also wanted to wait until their wedding night. He reached into his pocket and took out a small box that held a diamond ring. Taking it from the tiny box, he placed the ring over her finger. "I hope you like it." Her right hand reached up, letting her fingers touch where he had kissed her. She was still trembling as she looked at the ring. "It's really beautiful, the diamonds sparkle," she said as she admired the ring. She did appreciate expensive jewelry, and this had to have cost him a fortune.
"I'm glad you like it, and I will spoil you with more diamonds and whatever you want," he said, moving a strand of hair that had fallen over her face.
"You can't buy my love with expensive things," she said in a snarky tone, giving him a dirty look before looking the other way. He reached over, taking her chin in his hand, and turned her head to face him. "You have fire in you, which I find sexy as hell. But I will not allow you to disrespect me. Be careful, my love, for I will only put up with so much from you." She gasped. Feeling afraid of him, she pulled away and stood up. "We should go back inside," They'll be wondering where we got to." As they walked back to the house, she wondered what he meant by what he had said. Would he hurt her if she talked back to him? She knew her father had a heavy hand with Irene when they fought. She had also seen the bruises on her from time to time over the years. Well, she was determined not to be a doormat. She would stick up for herself when the time came, and if he hit her, she would fight back. "Show your parents the ring I gave you," Romero said, smiling at her. She held up her hand and Irene went over, lifting her hand up higher to get a good look. "Oh my, this is gorgeous. You have exquisite taste, Mr. D'Angelo," she said, looking at him and smiling. "Please, we will soon be family, so we should go by first names." Serena was starting to feel uncomfortable with the way Xiomara kept smiling at her. She wanted this evening to end, so she let out a yawn. "It's getting terribly late. I'm sure the D'Angelos would like to go back to their hotel." "Oh, didn't we tell you, dear? We invited them to stay here while they're in New York. This way you will have a few days with Romero to show him around," Irene said. Seeing the look of shock on her face, she smirked. She looked around at everyone who was watching her, waiting for her to speak. "That's nice, but if you will excuse me, I think I will retire for the night." "Wait, let me walk you to your door," Romero said, getting to his feet. The last thing she wanted was for him to know where her room was, but there was nothing she could do, so she left the room. He followed, walking beside her. "There's no need for you to show me to my room," she said when they were out of earshot. "I want to. I would like to see your room. It will give me an idea of your taste." When they got to her bedroom, she stopped outside the door. "Thank you, but you can't come in. It wouldn't be proper." Her words went in his one ear and out the other as he pushed open the door and walked in. "Nice room," he said as he looked around. Going over to the bed, he picks up her pink nightgown, feeling the satin material. "This is nice. I'd love to see you in it. I'll wait here while you change," he said, going over and hands it to her. Her heart started beating fast, her breasts moving up and down rapidly. The way he was looking at her with lust in his eyes had her wet. Her face turned red, and she shook her head, avoiding his eyes. "No, get out now before I scream." "You're aroused," he said, a grin appearing on his face. "I am not." "Yes, you are. I can tell by the way your breasts are heaving and the way you are clenching your thighs together." He moved closer, touching her cheek with the back of his hand. "Your pupils are dilated and your lips are plumped up, a sure sign of sexual arousal. I know you want me to bed you now, but I promised you that it would happen on our wedding night." Feeling the anger rising, she slapped his hand away. "You are so arrogant and full of yourself. I do not want to sleep with you now or ever. I promise you this. Once we are married, I will not be sharing your bed or anything else."
"Is that right?"
he asked. Moving quickly, he pushed her down on the bed, getting on top of her. Pinning her hands above her head, he stares into her eyes, their faces almost touching. "You will be my wife in every sense of the word. I will give you so much pleasure you will be begging me for more." She struggled beneath him, feeling his hardness rubbing against her. Being inexperienced, she didn't realize her struggling was turning him on, making his manhood hard. "Get off me, you beast," she snapped, fire in her eyes as she bared her teeth. "God, you are so hot when you're angry. We are going to have a wild sex life," he said, his lips coming down hard on hers, his kiss deep, demanding. He moaned when he felt the softness of her body under his. He wanted so bad to rip off her clothes to feel her nakedness. She stopped struggling, returning his kiss, which pleased him. Gripping both of her wrists in one hand, he moved the other one to her breast, caressing it as his lips went to her neck, and he started kissing her skin. He could feel the pulse in her neck throbbing as he continued his attack on her neck. Going back up to her mouth, he attacked it, ravishing her as he moved his free hand down the side of her body and went under her dress. He began rubbing her pussy when he put his hand inside her panties. He felt her squirming, heard her moaning into his mouth, and she was so wet, making him grunt and his cock get harder. He knew he had to stop now before he got too carried away. So getting off her, he stood and smiled down at her. Your words say you won't sleep with me, but your body tells me otherwise. I should go back to the others before they start to wonder what we're doing. I'll see you in the morning, sweetheart. She sat up when he walked out. Her body still felt like it was on fire. She was so confused. She hated this man, and yet she couldn't understand why her body reacted the way it did to his kiss and touch. Was there something seriously wrong with her? Chapter 3. Romero made his way back downstairs and to the others who were busy making wedding plans. He was curious as to why Serena wasn't involved. Why are you not including your daughter in some of the decisions? Surely she must have ideas on what she wants. My daughter has shown no interest, so we have to do it, along with your father, of course. Is there anything you wish to have or any suggestions? Leonardo asked. All I want is for it to be perfect for her, one she will remember. I will talk to her and see if there is something she would like, and as for the honeymoon, I will make the arrangements. Romero, I was thinking Italy would be a great place to honeymoon, and while you're there you could check up on the company you started, Xiomara said, eyeing his son. I will not work while on my honeymoon, and I have another place in mind, one which I am keeping a secret. That way I know we won't be disturbed by calls or our parents interfering with our time together. Now, if you will excuse me, I will turn in. I have a big day planned for Serena tomorrow, so I trust you all will continue with the wedding plans. Giving Irene a kiss on the cheek, he bid them all good night. Morning. Serena stepped out of the shower, dried off, and wrapped a fresh towel around her. Giving her hair a quick brush, walked into her bedroom and stopped, staring at Romero, who was laying on his back with his hands behind his head on her bed, fully dressed. His eyes wandered down her body and back up to her face. Drop the towel for me, baby, and let me see what belongs to me, he said, smirking. I don't belong to you, now get out, she snapped. Getting off the bed, walked over to her. Taking her chin in his hand, he looks down at her breasts. I thought we could walk downstairs together and join the others for breakfast. I can wait while you put some clothes on. Jerking her chin away from his hand, she stepped back. Please, leave me to get dressed by myself. The memory of what almost happened last night got her core tingling, and she didn't want him touching her like that again. All right, I will leave you. After we eat, I am taking you out. You can show me some of the sights, and later, I'll take you to dinner to somewhere nice, he said as he walked out. When she came down to breakfast, they were all sitting around the table eating, looking over wedding dresses from a book. I think this dress would be perfect, Irene said, showing the others. Romero saw the expression on Serena's face. He knew it had to be bothering her, how all decisions were being made for her. He figured she had a right to pick her own dress, so he interrupted them. I think we should let the bride pick out her own dress. All due respect, Romero, but she has terrible taste, and I just want her to look her best, Irene said solemnly. Romero looked at Serena. Do you wish to pick out your own dress? Yes, I do, she answered, smirking. Then it's settled. I will take you shopping, and you may choose the one you want. He stared over at Irene, daring her to disagree. Later, when they left to go sightseeing and shopping, she smiled. It was the first time he had seen her smile. You should smile more often. It lights up your face. But may I ask why you are smiling? At the look on her face when you shot her down about the dress. My stepmother doesn't like it when she doesn't get her own way. I'm so glad that someone finally put that old bat in her place. Tomorrow we will go find you a dress, but today you can show me around. I've never been to New York, and I'm looking forward to seeing the things that interest you. Where do we go first? He asked, glancing over at her. Well, I love the museum. Let's start there. They went to the Museum of Art and walked around and checked out the masterpieces by Vermeer, Picasso, Van Gogh, plus the sculptures. Her favorites were the medieval artifacts and pop cultures. She then took him to see the Statue of Liberty, and they took the elevator to the top. He stood watching her as she looked out over the city. The wind was blowing her hair around, and his heart melted at how beautiful she was, and innocent. You must be getting hungry. Are you ready for dinner? She didn't say anything, just nodded. If you've never been here before, how did you find this restaurant? She asked once they were seated by the window.
I have my ways, and I requested a table by the window so that we could look out at this lovely view. Would you like something to drink? I suggest champagne.
I would love some, she answered. He ordered their best bottle and looked over the menu, deciding on the house special. After the waiter poured them each a glass, he took their order and walked away. She took a sip, looking over at Romero. This is really good, the best I've ever tasted.
I promise that you will have nothing but the best. I will make sure of that. Tell me something. Would you not like one of your girlfriends to go dress shopping with you?
I don't have any friends. I find that hard to believe. Surely you have made friends at school. She scoffed. Because of who my father is, no one wanted to be my friend. The only ones who talked to me were the children of my father's business associates. They were all nasty, cruel girls who only liked getting laid and high. I wouldn't do drugs, and as far as boys, well, I was watched all the time and was never allowed to be alone with a boy. I wasn't even allowed to have a cell phone. I still don't have one. I'll buy you one when we go shopping tomorrow. Why bother? I have no one to call. You'll have me, you can call, he said, feeling bad for the life she was forced to live. Everyone should have a phone for emergencies, if not for any other reason. Let's finish our meal and go back to your place. When they got back, their parents were sitting up waiting for them. They had all the details worked out. The wedding would take place back in Chicago. The reception would be held at the D'Angelo's mansion in 3 months.
Isn't it exciting, Serena? Irene asked.
Just think how wonderful it will be living in such a grand mansion. Mansion? What mansion? She asked, looking at Irene. The D'Angelo's mansion, of course. She turned to Romero. Are we to live with your father? It's a very large home, and we'll have the right wing all to ourselves. It makes sense seeing I work for my father. Wasn't it bad enough that she was forced to marry a man she hated? Now she would have to live with the father as well. Xiomara gave her the creeps the way he was always looking at her. She had expected they would have their own place. Even an apartment would have suited her much better. I'm going to bed, she said. Turning, she walked out without saying good night. Serena appears upset. I'll go talk to her, Romero said to the others. Don't mind her. She has always been a little rebellious. She'll come around. Just be firm with her. Let her know you are in charge, Leonardo said as Romero went to follow her. Serena, wait up, he said. Catching up, grabs her arm. What has you so upset? She wasn't going to say anything but decided to voice her opinion. It's living with your father that's bothering me. Why must we live with him? I thought we would have our own place. I explained why. It's more convenient, and there you will have people waiting on you hand and foot. You'll never have to lift a finger. He touched her cheek. It will be great. You'll love it there. Now get some rest. We have some shopping to do tomorrow. He pulled her into his arms, and his mouth came down hard on hers in a long, demanding kiss before letting her go. She went to bed that night, wishing she could run away. Even the man she was to marry didn't give a damn about her feelings. She knew she was doomed to a life surrounded by violence and to a man who was very dangerous. The next day they headed to one of the best wedding shops in New York. He had her try on several, saying he wanted to see her in them. Isn't it bad luck to see the dress before the wedding? She asked, but not caring either way. I don't believe in those silly traditions. We make our own luck. After trying on several dresses, she found the one she liked. It even fit her perfectly and didn't need any alternations. She looked at herself in the mirror, and he came up behind her, putting his hands on her shoulders. I want this one, she said, looking into his eyes through the mirror. You look absolutely stunning in it. If this is the one, then you shall have it, he said. looking over at the sales lady. "We'll take this one and send it to this address," he said, handing the woman the piece of paper and his credit card. Serena looked at him, frowning. "You don't have to pay for it. My father will." "I know, but I want to. After you change into your clothes, we'll go shopping and get your cell phone. Then I want to take a helicopter ride over the city, and lastly, we'll have dinner somewhere nice." She had to admit she was super excited to have a brand new phone, even though she knew he was doing it to keep tabs on her. She played around on the phone while he drove to where he had hired someone to fly them around the city. He looked over and saw her smiling as she played around on her phone. He placed his hand on her leg. "You really are enjoying that, aren't you?" "Oh yes, this is so cool. All these apps I can download are just so amazing. Thank you so much for buying it for me," she said, looking at him and ignoring the fact that he had his hand on her leg.
"I will give you whatever you want.
All you have to do is ask." After a couple of hours in the helicopter, they went to a small French restaurant. "Romero, the first time we met you said you were going to make me your wife. If you were so sure back, then why haven't I seen or heard from you in all this time?" "I was living in Italy for the last 3 years, setting up a new company for my father. I just recently got back to America, but I had never forgotten you. How sweet you looked stealing a drink." "So what?" she asked, shrugging her shoulders. "It wasn't the first time I drank, and my father never caught me. So this business, I suppose it's something illegal like all of your father's other businesses." He stared at her, his eyes piercing into hers. "What would you know about his businesses?" "I'm not a fool. I know what kind of men our fathers are. So you like this dangerous life and having people fear you. How many people have you killed or hurt? I detest what you all stand for and hate that I have to be part of that life." He felt his anger rising. No one had ever dared talk to him like this before, especially a woman. "I think you watch too many movies. It's not like in the Godfather movies. We don't go around shooting people in broad daylight, nor do we cut off a horse's head and put it in someone's bed. We defend ourselves if needed, and you do not have to know about any of it. To answer your one question, it was a legal business I was setting up, as is most of our businesses." He was angry with her, so tossing his napkin down, stood up. "Let's go, we're leaving." A cold chill ran down her spine when she saw how angry he was. They hadn't even finished eating their meal when he got up and threw money on the table. She was a little afraid when he drove home, not looking or talking to her. It had her wondering if they were married already. Would he punish her for mouthing back? She knew that whenever Irene said something her father didn't like or talked back to him, he would hit her. She had seen the bruises on her on several occasions. Crossing her arms, she vowed to herself that if Romero ever laid a hand on her, she would fight back. Damn the consequences. Chapter 4. There was an awkward silence between them during the drive back to her place. Even when they went inside, he didn't speak, and when he walked away, she started walking up the stairs to her room, but stopped, calling out his name. "Romero." He stopped, turning to look at her. "I just want to thank you for today, for the dress and the phone. I really do appreciate everything, thank you." He went and walked the 3 steps to where she was. He placed his hands on her face, pulling her close so that their faces were almost touching. "You're welcome," he said as he kissed her tenderly, and then pulled away. "My father and I are leaving first thing in the morning before you are awake. I will miss you, and will be counting the days until you are with me in Chicago." "You're leaving so soon?" A smile crept up on his face. "Are you going to miss me?" When she avoided his eyes and shrugged her shoulders, he felt a little disappointed. Was she ever going to develop feelings for him? He asked himself. "All right then, I'll see you in a few weeks." She went upstairs when he walked away. She saw the hurt look on his face and felt bad, but she couldn't lie to him, could she? The truth was, she wasn't sure how she felt about him. He was gorgeous, and one of those bad boys that women were attracted to, and yet there was a soft side to him. She was one of those people who could fall asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, and was a deep sleeper. But early the next morning she was awakened when she felt the bed moving as if someone had just sat down. Opening her eyes, she sat up and let out a scream when she saw a figure sitting on the bed. It was still a bit dark, and couldn't make out who it was until he spoke.
"It's just me,"
he said, touching her arm. "Romero, what are you doing in my room?" she asked, sitting up and pulling the covers up to her chin. He turned on the bedside lamp. "I'm leaving now, but I couldn't go without seeing you. I didn't mean to scare you. When you come to stay with me in Chicago, I will have a surprise for you." "What surprise?" "Now it wouldn't be a surprise if I told you. You'll just have to wait to find out. I would very much like to kiss you goodbye." Cupping the back of her head and one arm around her back pulled her in for a kiss, one that turned passionate. She didn't want to kiss him back, but her body had a mind of its own as her hands slid around his neck. Her eyes closed as his kiss deepened, sending a warm sensation coursing through her body, right down to the very depth of her core. She didn't try to stop him as he lowered her down onto her back, feeling his hand moving down and between her legs. She opened them wider when he went inside her panties and began stroking her wet pussy. Letting out a moan into his mouth, she felt something she never felt before as he slipped in a couple of fingers, thrusting them inside her. Pulling away from her mouth, he watched as she enjoyed what he was doing, and when her body spasmed, shaking, he felt her coming, her juices spilling out onto his hand. Grabbing a tissue, he smiled down at her when her eyes opened, her breasts heaving, and she was breathing hard. "What just happened?" she asked, her core throbbing, face red, and was out of breath. "What you just experienced, my love, was your first orgasm, one of many I will give you. I can't wait until you are my wife, and I make you mine in every way possible." It was so hard for him to stop. He wanted to know what it would be like to be inside her. "You once said you would never let me touch you, but I now know you will." After going into the bathroom to wash his hands, he came back out and sat on the bed. Reaching for her phone that was sitting on the nightstand, he punched in some numbers. "This is my private number. You can call me anytime. I really have to go. My father's pilot is waiting for us." He gave her another kiss and then stood up. "I'll see you soon." When he left, she got out of bed, finding her panties on the floor. She was still wet down below and felt sticky, so she went and took a shower, thinking about what he had done to her. It really did feel amazing, and she started to wonder what it would be like to have him make love to her, to feel him inside her. If she had to be married to him, then maybe she should enjoy the sex. If he could make her feel this way with just his fingers, she could only imagine what his manhood inside her could do to her. A week later, she was taking a swim when her phone started to ring. Getting out of the pool, she looked to see who the caller was. Seeing it was Romero, her heart started racing. She couldn't figure out why as she clicked on talk. "Hi, baby, I've missed you," he said, waiting for her to answer back. "Romero," she answered quietly. They talked for a while. Well, he did most of the talking. He told her he was having her room prepared for her, as well as her parents' room. He said he was missing her so much that he had arranged for her to be flown in earlier, a couple of weeks before Leonardo and Irene. She tried protesting, but couldn't get him to change his mind. Again, she had no say. 2 weeks later, she was sitting in the D'Angelo's private jet, alone. She had never flown in a private jet before, and was curious, so when they took off, she went and explored. There was a bar, a cozy room with a couple of sofas and a bathroom that one would see in a home. She opened one door and found a bedroom. She went and sat down. She began to wonder how many women had been in here with Romero. Shaking off the jealousy, she goes back to the other room and laid down on one of the sofas. She couldn't understand why he was having her flown in since Chicago wasn't that far from New York. But here she was, and was feeling anxious about seeing him and wondering what the surprise was. When they landed, there was a car waiting to drive her to the mansion, but no Romero. She was told he was busy and would see her at dinner. Once there, she was in awe at the size of the place and somewhat overwhelmed. She was afraid she would get lost if she wandered around on her own. Then she was shown to her room. After saying she didn't need anything, the butler left her alone. She looked around the room before unpacking and putting her clothes away. The bedroom was huge and had everything you could want, right down to a small sitting area with a big screen TV. After she had everything put away and washed up, she decided to go downstairs and look around. Every room was enormous. The main family room had a bar and a fireplace. The furniture was made of leather, and there were several paintings hanging on the wall from some very famous artists. Going out onto the patio, she noticed a building. She figured it had to be the stable from the looks of it. Heading that way, found it was further than she thought. Finally reaching it, she goes inside. She saw 4 horses, beautiful ones. Going over, she pets the black one. "Hi there, what's your name?" she asked, knowing, of course, it couldn't answer back. "His name is Nemo." She spun around, seeing Romero walking towards her. "I was told by one of the maids that she saw you heading this way. Nemo is one of my favorites." "Do they all belong to you?" she asked, watching Romero as he stroked the horse's mane. "Just 2. The others belong to my father." "They're beautiful," she said, stroking Nemo. "Do you ride?" "Yes, but it's been a while." "Then we will have to go riding soon. You like this one, don't you?" he asked, watching her as she stroked the horse with gentleness.
Yes, he's gorgeous.
"Then he is yours." She stared at him with wide eyes. "Are you serious?" "Yes, now let's go inside so that I can show you the surprise I have for you." She followed him inside and up the stairs. "I hope you find your room satisfactory." "Yes, thank you." She wasn't sure where they were going when they walked past her bedroom and to the next door not far from her room. He stopped, opened the door, and motioned for her to enter. "This is my room, soon to be ours." She was starting to get nervous. Was he planning on taking her to bed now? He saw the look on her face and knew what she was thinking. "I didn't bring you in here for the reason you're thinking. I want to show you what I had made special for you." She followed him over to a door and opened it. It revealed a huge walk-in closet. "Go inside and check it out. I had some special features added." She couldn't believe what she was looking at. It was huge. There was a wall for shoes, boots, and a rotating carousel, one where you would hang your dresses. With a push of a button, it went around, stopping at the piece of clothing you touched. To open the drawers, you just touched a button. A full-length mirror with lights was also inside the closet. "Do you like it?" "Yes, I've never seen anything like this before. You went to a lot of trouble, but I don't have near enough clothes to fill this closet." He went over, putting his arms around her waist from behind, his lips close to her neck. "Nothing but the best for my future bride, and it was no trouble. You will go shopping and in time have it full of beautiful things." His hands traveled up and down her arms, his lips caressing her neck, and he felt her body trembling. "God, you smell amazing," he said, taking in her scent. His touch made her tremble. His breath felt so warm on her neck. She was a little scared, knowing what was about to come when she felt the bulge inside his pants pressing against her backside. She did want him, but was frightened. It was at times like this she wished she wasn't a virgin. "Romero, no," she whimpered softly. Even though her body was craving his touch, she was thankful that he stopped and moved away. "We should go down and have a drink with Father before we sit down to dinner." He takes her hand in his, and they start walking. "I have asked your parents what foods you like and don't like and have informed the kitchen staff. I want you to know you are free to go anywhere in the house and outside, but there is one room you must not enter." When they got downstairs, he took her to where there was a lock on one of the doors. "This is my father's office. You have to promise me you'll never go in there." "There is a lock on it, so how could I?" "It's not always locked, only if he is going to be gone for more than a few hours. He has been away and will just be getting back soon. He wanted to be here to welcome you to your new home." "So what would happen if I were to go in there?" He stopped, turned, and placed his hands on her shoulders, squeezing, making her wince from the pain. Seeing her in pain loosened his grip, staring into her eyes. Serena, I'm serious. My father would be very angry, and when he's angry he hurts people. Being my wife will not stop him from hurting you if you disobey this one rule. Promise me now that you will never go in there unless he himself invites you. His eyes turned dark and serious. Why, what's in there? She asked, her eyes glazing over with tears. Just promise me. All right, I won't go in there. Seeing the marks left on her shoulders, he rubbed them gently. Thank you. Now let's go have a drink with Xiomara.
Why do you address him by his name and not dad or father?
She was curious. It just didn't seem right. It's just the way it is. Even as a child, I was never allowed to call him dad. I was once told it was more respectful to address him by name. He chuckled. At least he doesn't make me call him Mr. D'Angelo. She walked beside him as they entered the living room where his father was waiting, but stood when he saw them. There was something about him that she didn't like. She sensed he was pure evil. Chapter 5. Serena, my dear, so nice to see you again and welcome home. I hope you will be comfortable here, and if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask, he said, shaking her hand. Can I get you something to drink?
A glass of wine would be nice, sir. No, call me Xiomara. After all, we are going to be family.
Thank you, she said when he handed her the glass of white wine. You have a lovely home here. Thank you, but it is now your home too, so make yourself at home. I have given Romero a few days off so that he could show you around. She sat back, letting the two men talk. She really didn't have anything to say to Xiomara and still felt uncomfortable around him. He sat across from her, and she noticed how his eyes kept going down, so she closed her legs tightly together, wishing she had worn jeans instead of a dress. After dinner was over with, Xiomara excused himself, saying he had work to do in his office. Romero suggested they go for a walk. Pulling out her chair, they went through the patio door and headed towards the pool. I hope you brought a bathing suit. I did, she answered. Good. If it's nice tomorrow, we'll go for a swim after we come back from riding. What would you like to do now? We could go for a drive if you'd like. Actually, I'm really tired and would like to go to bed. He pulled her close, putting his arms around her waist. Forgive me, I should have known you'd be tired after the long day you've had. Let me walk you to your room. When they got to her door, she stopped, hoping to convince him that living here wasn't a good idea. Romero, can we find our own place to live? I would even be happy in an apartment, anywhere but here. He placed his hands on both sides of her and got close. I told you it's better here, and I had that closet made for you. I think you are just a little nervous about being in a new place. Just give it some time to get used to it. You'll love it here. I do appreciate what you did, and it is amazing here, but it's not being in a new place that bothers me. Then what is it?
It's your father. He scares me.
He chuckled. My father? I know he can be a little intimidating, but I assure you once you get to know him better, you'll feel more comfortable. Besides, he's hardly ever home, and we do have this wing all to ourselves. Now get some sleep, we have a busy day tomorrow. He leaned over, giving her a kiss on the cheek. The next day she was relieved to hear that Xiomara was gone for the day, and it would just be her and Romero. After they ate, he took her riding, showing her the land that his father owned, taking her down to the river. When I was younger, I would come here and fish. I never caught anything though, he said, looking fondly over the river. Do you not fish anymore? No, never have the time anymore. Well, you have a few days off now, so if you like we could both go fishing, she said, smiling at him. He grinned when he looked at her. You would go fishing with me? Sure, why not me? You don't strike me as the type to go fishing or get your hands dirty. Are you afraid I will catch more fish than you? She asked, smirking. Okay, you're on. We'll go first thing tomorrow morning, and then we'll see who can catch more fish. Let's make it interesting, she said, smiling. He raised an eyebrow. What do you have in mind? A bet. Whoever catches the most fish, the other one has to give the other what they want. Are you willing? All right, so tell me, if by some chance you win, what do you want? When I win, and I will, you have to tell me where you are taking me on our honeymoon. I told you that was a secret. Okay, so you realize you'll lose, she said, smirking. He liked this playful side of her, and that she was becoming more relaxed around him. You're on. Now it's my turn. When I win, and I will, you have to let me see you naked. Her eyes almost bugged out, and she started coughing. What? She asked, shocked. Oh, why did she have to suggest a bet? It had come back to bite her in the ass. You heard me. I want to see what you look like naked just once before we get married. Don't look so shocked. You suggested this, or are you chicken? He liked how her face turned red, and he had been dying to see what she looked like under her clothes. If it was anywhere near as great as the way she felt, he knew he was going to be one very happy man.
I'm not a chicken, it's a bet.
Good. Now shall we head home and go swimming? I'm suddenly feeling very hot. He turned his horse around knowing she was following him. When they got back to the mansion, they went to their rooms and changed into bathing suits. She wasn't about to wear a bikini around him, so she opted for a one-piece. He was already in the pool when she got there.
Come on in, he said, leaning his elbows on the edge of the pool. When she dropped her robe, he was disappointed. He was expecting to see her wearing a bikini. He swam over to her when she got in. Do you know how to play poker? Yeah, why?
I thought after dinner we could play a game of strip poker in my room. For crying out loud, is that all you think about, seeing me naked? She asked and swam away from him. He caught up to her and pinned her up against the wall of the pool. I'm finding it hard keeping my hands off you, and I'd like to see what will soon be mine. I'm hoping it will satisfy me until our wedding night. You will just have to wait, she said angrily. Ah, so you will sleep with me then, and here you keep saying you won't. What choice do I have? She said, shoving him out of the way, and swam to the other end of the pool. He was seriously getting on her nerves, and being that close to him was dangerous. Being near him made her wet below, and it wasn't from the water. I'm getting hungry, he said after a couple of hours. Getting out of the pool, grabbed a towel and one for her. Come, let's go get ready to eat. He wrapped the towel around her and then pulled her into his arms. I'd like to lick all this water off every inch of your body. Stop, she snapped, pushing him away. Geez, even the way he was talking to her was making her horny, she thought as she walked away and hurried to her room to change. She quickly showered and put on jeans and a top, thinking Xiomara would be home for dinner. To her utter delight, Xiomara was still away, and she was able to enjoy her meal without his eyes roaming over her. The next day, she was awakened by Romero lightly shaking her. Slowly opening her eyes and seeing him, she rolled over onto her side, groaning. Go away, it's too early. He rolled her back over, his fingers lifting her chin up. Time to go fishing.
It's too early, she whines.
This is the best time to catch fish, and I'm anxious to win the bet. Now are you going to get up, or do I have to drag you out of bed and dress you myself?
I'll get up. Now leave so I can get ready, she snapped.
Don't take too long, my love. I am not a patient man. She watched as he left her room. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, a look different from his usual one. After a quick breakfast, they headed out. She noticed all the fishing equipment in the trunk of his car. You really are prepared, aren't you? I've had these in the shed. It's been a long time since I went fishing, and I'm looking forward to it, especially when I get my reward, he said, winking at her as he drove off. Finding the perfect spot, he started taking all the fishing gear out, placing them on the ground, and giving her the pick of which rod she wanted. He watched as she picked up a worm and placed it on the hook. You sure you don't want me to do that for you? Why would I want you to? She asked, looking at him. I've never known a female to touch worms, much less put it on the hook. He chuckled as he put his own worm on his hook. The more time I spend with you, the more I am impressed with you. You're unlike any other woman I know. Try and keep it down, will you? You'll scare away the fish, she said as she cast her line into the water. An hour later he turned and looked at her from where he was when she squealed in delight. She held up the fish for him to see after taking the hook from its mouth and dropping it into the bucket of water. They intended on putting whatever they caught back into the river. He shook his head. She was up 1-0, and he didn't like losing. 2 hours later he had a total of 4 fish. He wasn't sure what she had, as he was busy trying to catch as many as he could. They both decided to take a break. Setting their rods down, they grabbed a bottle of water and sat down on the grass.
So how many have you got? She asked, praying he had less than her.
4, and you? 3, she answered.
I guess that means I win, he said, smirking.
Not yet. I could still catch more, she said. Thinking about something, she looked at him. What if it's a tie? I guess in that case we either drop the bet or say we both win and have to give the other what was asked for. I think we've been doing this long enough. Let's say we call it a day. And let you win? No way. All right, we'll give it another hour, then we'll call it quits, he said. Getting up, he went over to his spot and started fishing. When the time was up, he carried his bucket over to where she was. Time's up. Let's see what we got. She had 4, he had 6.
I win,
he said, grinning as he dumped the fish back into the river and did the same with hers. So I will wait until tonight. Before bed, you will come to my room and give me my reward. You're not really going to make me go through with it, are you? She asked, looking worried. A bet's a bet. You ready to go back now? Back at the mansion, she took a shower and changed her clothes. She avoided him until they had to sit down to dinner together. Xiomara was there, much to her dismay, but he was in a foul mood and didn't say much, not even looking at her. All he said was he wanted to see Romero in his office after they were done eating. When the meal was over, Xiomara left the room, leaving them alone. Wiping his mouth, laid the napkin down and went over to her. My father expects me to follow him, so I must go, but I'll see you later. He ran his thumb over her bottom lip. I will collect on the bet later, he said before leaving her. She didn't see Romero after that, so she went up to her room. It was late, so she figured he was busy, so she got ready for bed. Coming from the bathroom wearing just a nightgown, she jumped when she saw him sitting on one of the chairs. You scared me. What are you doing here so late? He sat there, crossing one leg over the other. I'm sorry I am so late. Father had matters he wanted me to attend to. When I returned, I expected to see you in my room, and when you weren't, I came to you. Now's the time to pay your debt. It's late. Can't this wait for another time? She asked, her hands shaking as she clutched the top of her gown in one hand. Nope, now take off the gown, he ordered, looking deadly serious. Feeling a little frightened, she swallowed the lump in her throat. Something told her he wouldn't leave until she did what he told her to do. She slid the straps of her gown slowly past her shoulders, letting the gown fall to the floor. There she stood before him, totally naked and vulnerable. She could see the lust in his eyes as they moved ever so slowly down her frame and back up again.
Come here,
he said, getting to his feet. Chapter 6. When her gown fell to the floor, and he saw her body, he became very aroused. She was perfect, just like he thought she would be, and he got to his feet. Come here, he ordered, wanting to hold her in his arms. No, she said. Reaching down, picked up her nightgown and held it in front of her, trying to cover up as much as she could. You got what you wanted. You got a good look at me, so now you can go. You really do have an amazing body, and I don't know if I can wait until we're married, but I will try. I'll leave you now. Good night, my love. She couldn't believe that she actually had the nerve to stand naked in front of Romero. Her nipples got hard when she saw the lust in his eyes as he seductively ran the tip of his tongue over his lips, while his eyes roamed down her body and back up to her face. His voice sounded raspy when he ordered her to come to him. She wanted to do as he said, to feel his hands on her, but instead she bent down and picked up her nightgown. She covered herself. Romero was busy with his father over the next couple of weeks, so she didn't see much of him. To keep busy, she went riding, swam, and did a lot of reading. Her parents were due to arrive in a couple of days. She wasn't looking forward to seeing them. Her stepmother would put on a fake smile, pretending to care about her in front of the Dangilos. Her father, on the other hand, would ignore her like he had done all of her life. The night before their arrival, Romero came to her room as she was getting ready for bed. "Serena, I'm glad you're still awake." She closed her robe, annoyed that he walked in without knocking. "I was just going to bed, and from the looks of you, I think you need some sleep," she said, seeing how tired he looked with dark stubble on his face. "I am beat, but I wanted to see you, to tell you how sorry I am for neglecting you these past few days. So I got you a little something to show you how sorry I am." He walked over and handed her a box that had a red ribbon around it.
"You didn't have to buy me anything. I know I wanted to."
Undoing the ribbon, she opened it and gasped. It was a diamond necklace. She knew it had to have cost him a small fortune. A small smile crept up onto her face. She loved how the diamond sparkled. "It's so beautiful." Taking it from her hand, he turned her around. "Let me put it on you. I want to see how it looks against your skin," he said as he did up the clasp. Turning her towards the mirror, he slid the robe off her, letting it fall to the floor. They both looked in the mirror. She ran her fingers over the diamonds. "I never thought I would have something this magnificent." He rubbed her shoulders as he stood behind her, looking at her through the mirror. "I'm glad you like it. There will be more gifts like this coming. I will spoil you rotten. You look good in diamonds, so hot, so SXY, he said, placing his lips on her neck, leaving feathery kisses along the way as he moved up and down to her shoulders. His shaft hard pressed against her, and his hands moved around to cup her breasts. Her urges overtook her. Closing her eyes, she tilted her head back as his mouth sucked lightly on her neck. His hands felt warm when she felt him sliding her gown down, past her breasts and cupping them, running his thumbs over the nipples. She opened her mouth to tell him to stop, but a moan came out instead. Her core was throbbing, aching, and she felt wetness below when she felt his hardness pressing into her. He smelled so good, his body hard. She knew then that she wanted him to take her virginity now. He turned her around, lifting her up onto the table, her gown still down around her waist. He looked at her breasts before wrapping his mouth around the one nipple, his hand moving to between her legs. He moaned when he felt how wet she was and felt her fingers running through his hair. "Romero, oh yes," she said as his finger played inside her. He stopped, pulled out, and looked at her. "Do you want me to stop?" Her eyes fluttered open. She looked back at him. Yes. As much as she wanted him, she was still afraid. She sat there quietly as he pulled her gown back up. It surprised her that he was being so good about it, since it was obvious that he was aroused and wanted her too. "I'm sorry, I do want it, but I'm scared and don't think I'm ready." He kissed her lips lightly as his finger moved over her cheek. "You're a virgin, so it's understandable that you're scared. I will respect that, but on our wedding night, I will make love to you. I just want you to know that when that time comes, there will be no putting it off. I will make you my wife in every sense of the word. Good night, my love."
Leaving her room, he had such a hard-on. He cursed himself for stopping and asking her if she wanted him to stop. He knew without a doubt that if he kept going, she wouldn't have stopped him. He needed a cold shower and a couple of shots of whiskey. As the water flowed down his body, he thought of going somewhere else to get the relief he so badly needed. But for whatever reason, he felt as though that would be cheating on Serena, and he didn't want to be like the other men he knew, the ones who cheated on their wives and girlfriends.
He would remain faithful to her. If he wasn't, he knew it would hurt her, even though she wasn't in love with him yet. The day finally came when her parents arrived. Irene made a show by hugging her and saying how much she had missed her. Her father gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before turning to talk with Xiomara. She sat next to Romero and listened as they discussed what all had been arranged for the wedding. It was all set except for some minor things. She was shocked to hear that there were going to be over 500 people attending the wedding. 500, she said, feeling ill. They all turned to look at her, and Xiomara was the one to speak. Yes, my dear, all of your father's associates and mine will be attending, as well as some family members. Is there a problem? He asked, staring at her. Her face turned red, and she lowered her eyes, not wanting to look at him. No, I just didn't think there would be so many. Irene cleared her throat. She was disgusted with Serena's outburst. It's going to be a lovely wedding, dear. You ought to be grateful. I've ordered the roses for the church and for here, your favorite. She glared at Irene. Roses aren't my favorite. White carnations are. Don't sass your mother, Leonardo snapped. She's not my mother, she said. Getting up, she stormed out. Romero stood, looking at the others. I will go talk to her, he said, and followed her out. He found her outside, sitting under a tree in the backyard. She looked up when she saw a shadow. Seeing it was Romero, she looked away. If you're here to give me a lecture, forget it. I'm not listening. He got down and sat next to her. No lecture. I hate seeing how your parents treat you, and that you weren't involved in any of the wedding decisions. It's your wedding, and you should have some say, so if you would prefer white carnations, then I'll have the roses canceled. No, just leave it. I really don't care. She looked at him, her eyes tearing up. Why do we have to have so many people? Why not just get married at City Hall? Italians always have a big wedding, you know that. It's important to show everyone that our two families are joining together. Come now, it's dinner time, and we better join the others. She rubbed her forehead. Irene just got here, and already she has given me a headache. Can't I just go to my room? You go and tell them I'm tired and not feeling well. Why did they have to come so soon? Everything is ready, so they aren't needed here until the wedding. He got up. Taking her hand, he pulled her up. You have to eat, so how would you like it if I take you somewhere nice for dinner? Really, you wouldn't mind? He smiled as he wiped the back of his pants off, getting rid of any grass or dirt. I can see she is stressing you out, so no, I don't mind. Go change into something nice, and I'll go let them know we're going out. Thank you, she said, throwing her arms around his neck and giving him a hug before running off to change. What do you mean you're going out? Xiomara growled. This is very rude of the two of you. The Counts have just arrived. Romero straightened his tie. They will be here for a while. There will be plenty of time to visit with them. He turned to the couple. You won't mind if I take my bride to be out, will you? Not at all. We have plenty of time together before the wedding. Go have fun, Leonardo said, giving him a fake smile. Xiomara walked Romero out and stopped him from heading upstairs. Turning him around to face him, he put his hands on his shoulders. Son, I hope you are not falling for the girl. Would that be so bad?
In our line of business, yes. I see the way you look at her when you're together. It would be a big mistake to fall for her. She will then have power over you. She could try to get you to change your ways, to turn you against the family. You know I can't allow that to happen. You must keep her in line, let her know who's boss, and when she steps out of line, she will be punished. If you won't do it, then I will.
You stay away from Serena. I will deal with her. Now excuse me so that I can go get her. I've made dinner reservations and don't want to be late. All right, go. Just remember what I have said. Romero went upstairs, thinking of what his father said to him. The fact was he was falling for her, but he also knew he had to keep it from Xiomara and wouldn't let him hurt her. He knocked on her door before entering. All thoughts of his father left him when he saw her wearing a short black dress, cut low in the front. "You look amazing in that dress." "Thank you," she said, blushing when she saw the lust in his eyes. He took her to a romantic place, one lit up with candles and music playing. Once seated, he ordered a bottle of their best champagne. "They know you here," she said when she noticed how they addressed him by his last name and fussed over him. "Yes, it's my favorite place to dine. The food here is excellent. I suggest the chicken parmigiana. It's delicious. And for dessert, upside-down honey cheesecake." When their food was brought over, she took one bite and closed her eyes for a second. "You were right. This is the best I've ever tasted. Romero, you've never told me about your mother. What happened to her?" "I never knew my mother. She died when I was 2 years old." "How did she die?" "You don't want to know." "So did it have something to do with your father's business?" "If you must know, it happened one night when my parents were out at a business function. A fight broke out, and there were gunshots fired. She was caught in the crossfire and hit by one of the bullets, died instantly." "I'm so sorry," she said, placing her hand over his. "It's in the past. Ah, here comes our dessert. You are going to love it." It was clear he didn't want to discuss the matter, so she let it go. Her mouth watered when she saw the honey cheesecake that was placed in front of her. "This looks too good to eat," she said as she picked up her fork. "Try it. If you like it, I'll have it made for dessert at our wedding dinner." She took one bite, it melted in her mouth, and she let out a small moan. "Oh yes, this is amazing." The cheesecake itself was delicious, but the honey added to the flavor, and she enjoyed every last bite. Table cleared, he ordered them another drink, and they talked, getting to know each other a little better. He couldn't help noticing how much more relaxed she was when she was away from the mansion and Xiomara. Only 3 more weeks until the wedding, and he couldn't wait for her to be his wife and make love to her for the first time. Chapter 7. The next day, Romero, his father, and Leonardo went out on some sort of business deal, leaving her alone with her stepmother. Irene came to her room, wanting to see it. "I would have thought you'd be sharing Romero's room," she said as she walked around, checking everything out. "Are you not having sex with him?" She leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. "No, we're not sleeping together." "Oh, so you're waiting until you are married. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Just make sure to let him use your body whenever he wants it," she said, picking up the necklace he had given Serena. "Is this yours?" she asked, holding it up. "Yes, Romero gave it to me." She looked at her. Her eyes went wide. "He bought you this? And he's not screwing you yet? If he gives you these kinds of gifts, now imagine what he will give you once you let him have sex with you." "Are you saying the only reason to have sex with a man is to get stuff from him?" "Serena, you are so young and have so much to learn about men. If we have to give our bodies to men, we might as well get something out of it. I will give you some advice. Once you are married, lay on your back, spread your legs, and let him do what he wants. You may not enjoy it or even want it, but you must pretend that you like it. Let him believe that he's giving you great pleasure." "Irene, I'm a virgin and scared, so maybe I won't let him have sex with me." Irene turned to her. "Oh, you stupid girl, you'll have no choice. To refuse men like ours will only get you hurt. You will be beaten into submission. So do what a wife has to and give him what he wants. It will only hurt the first time. After that it won't be so bad." "Romero's not like that. He would never force me." "Maybe not now, but once you are his wife, it will change." "Do you not enjoy sex with my father?" Irene held the diamond necklace up to her neck and looked in the mirror. "Your father is a selfish lover. He takes what he wants, not caring how I feel, and when he's done, grunting as he climbs off me, he rolls over onto his side, ignoring me. He's a pig and he makes me sick, but he buys me nice things and provides a good life. I don't love Romero. How can I let him have sex with me?" You don't have to love a man to have sex with him, just let him have his way with you. If you're lucky enough to enjoy the sex, then all the more power to you. I will say he is extremely handsome, and I'll bet he's good in bed. Serena sat down, more confused than ever. Dropping the necklace, Irene smiled at her. Let's go for a swim. I'll go put on my bathing suit and I'll wait for you by the pool, she said, leaving the room. Changing into a suit, she laughed to herself. Irene never went swimming. She was always afraid of getting her hair messed up. Most likely she would lounge on the chair, ordering the staff around by asking for drinks or whatever she was in the mood for. The men were away, so she felt comfortable swimming, while her stepmother sat down drinking margaritas. When she had enough of the pool, she got out, wrapping a towel around her when she saw her father and Xiomara coming their way. Irene stood up, offering to pour them a drink, which they both declined. Xiomara had the staff bring him and Leonardo whiskey. Where's Romero? Serena asked, covering herself up better when she saw the way he was staring at her. Xiomara went over to her, touching her cheek with the back of his hand. He is taking care of some business. He'll be here later tonight. Don't worry, child. I will keep you company. She moved away from him. His touch made her cringe. I'm going to change, she said and walked away. Make sure to come back down and join us, he said behind her back. Upstairs, after showering and changing, she decided to call Romero. He did say she could call whenever she wanted to. It went to voicemail, so she just hung up, not bothering to leave a message. She was dreading spending time with Xiomara without Romero being there with her, but at least her parents would be with them. She did go back to join them, accepting the glass of wine her father handed her. Having put on pants and a top, she felt more comfortable. After a couple more drinks, they went inside, seeing that dinner was being served. Has Romero told you where he is taking you on your honeymoon? Irene asked, wiping her mouth with her napkin. She kept her eyes down, pushing her food around on her plate with her fork. No, he says he's keeping it a surprise. I bet he's taking you somewhere romantic, Irene said, giving her another one of her fake smiles. Are my ears burning? They all turned their heads when Romero walked in, going over to kiss Serena's cheek before sitting down. We were asking Serena where you were going on your honeymoon, Irene answered. No one knows, he answered, and thanked the maid when she brought him his food. Serena was glad that he had come home. Now she wouldn't have to spend the evening alone with the others. You're home early, son. Did you take care of what I asked you to do? It's done. There will be no more problems. He looked at Serena and saw her frowning. After the meal was over, he took her outside, telling the others they were going for a walk. While they were walking, she looked at his hand. The knuckles on his right hand were bruised. What did you do to your hand? He looked at it. It's nothing for you to worry about. It looks like you hurt it by beating someone up. I did what I had to, and you shouldn't ask. Did you kill him? She asked, feeling her stomach turning. He stopped, backing her up against a tree. You think I'm a killer? Isn't that what your kind does? Tell me, my love, are you going to be this brass with me after we are married? She wasn't going to be like her stepmother and ignore the violence the men in their lives inflicted on those who crossed them. This is not the life I want. I don't want to be married to a killer or be in the same bed with one. I'm not a killer, and you will marry me. We both know that you want to be in my bed, and you want me to make love to you. There's no point in denying the fact that I turn you on. Why, I bet that right now you want me to kiss you, to touch you. No, I don't, she said, her breath hitching in her throat, her heart racing as his lips lowered down onto hers, his hands pinning her against the tree. His mouth pressed hard against hers, his body pushing into her. His arousal was evident from the bulge inside his pants the more he pushed against her. He stopped, smiling down at her. Her eyes slowly opened. Yes, just as I thought, you want me. I would love to continue this, but I am expecting someone, and I want you to meet him. Feeling foolish for giving in, she gave him a shove and stormed back towards the house. She knew he was following her when she heard him chuckling. She hated him at this moment for his arrogant way and for the way he made her body react to his touch. "There's a gentleman here to see you, sir. He's waiting in the library," Richard the butler told him when they got inside. "Thanks, that will be all." She took his arm when he held it out to her. Romero smiled and shook the man's hand. "Dick, I'm so glad to have you back. I'd like you to meet Serena Kant, my fiancée." "Good gosh, Romero, I heard you were getting married, but wasn't aware she would be this beautiful." She was curious as to who this man was. He was just a few years older than Romero, tall, quite muscular, and good-looking, even with the scar that ran down the left side of his face.
"It's an honor to meet you, Miss Kant."
She shook his hand when he held it out. "Serena, this is my friend Dick Rafferty," he said, and going over to the bar poured them all a drink. "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said, giving him a friendly smile. Romero sat next to her on the sofa. "Your room is ready, and you know to make yourself at home." He looked over at her, wanting to explain why he was here. "Dick is going to be working for me and will be living here." She only nodded. "He will also be my best man at the wedding." Dick could see she was curious as to the relationship between them. "Romero and I have been friends for years. I used to work for his father, but when I got hurt, he terminated my employment. But now he works for me," Romero said, smiling. "Will Xiomara not expect you to go back working for him now that you are better?" she asked, looking at the stranger. Romero looked over at Dick and then back at her. "My father has agreed to let Dick work for me. Besides, he has enough men." She wasn't sure if she had stepped out of line by asking, but then again she didn't care. "It's getting late, and I'm tired, so I'm going to bed." Both men stood when she did. Saying good night, she left them alone to talk. When she was gone, they sat down, talking.
"She's lovely, Romero. You're a very lucky man. Years ago, when you told me you were going to marry Mr. Kant's daughter when she turned of age, I thought you would have changed your mind."
"I knew the moment I saw her that she was the one for me, so I waited until now to make her my wife." "So does this mean you will be giving up those other women?" "I already have, and I can't wait until our wedding night. I'm getting tired of taking cold showers." Dick choked on his drink. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he stared at Romero. "Are you telling me you haven't slept with her yet?" "That's right. She's still a virgin, and I promised her that I would wait until we are married. But to be honest, it's getting harder every day to keep that promise." "That is a shock. But if she loves you, I'm sure you could persuade her to do the deed." "That's just it. She doesn't love me. I think it's more like hate." "Then why is she marrying you?" "What I never told you before was that this is an arranged marriage. She has no choice." "Romero, you are my friend, so I must ask you, why would you want to marry a woman who doesn't love you?" "Because I want her, and when I want something, I get it. In time, she will learn to love me." "What if she never does?" "I don't know. Guess I'll have to live with it. She's mine now. That's all that matters to me at the moment." "Do you love her?" "Love her? I'm very fond of her. There's something special about her. I think since you have already given up being with other women that maybe you are in love." Romero stared at his drink, watching his ice cubes melt. "I don't know. Is there even such a thing as love? I mean true love." At first, he was just infatuated with her youthful beauty and only felt lust towards her. But now, after getting to know her better, his feelings were becoming deeper. "Would you like another drink before we turn in?" Romero asked, getting to his feet. "No, it was a long drive here, and I'm really beat. I could use a good night's sleep." After saying good night, they both went to their rooms, saying they would see each other at breakfast and Dick would meet the Kants. Chapter 8. The night before the wedding, Serena had just changed for bed. She was sitting in front of the makeup table brushing her hair when there was a knock at her door and Romero entered. She stood up, turning to look at him. "You shouldn't be here. It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding." He walked over and placed his hand on the side of her face. "You know I don't believe in those silly superstitions. I wanted to give you a wedding gift," he said, pulling out a small box from his pocket. "Romero, you have to stop buying me expensive gifts." "Nonsense. You will soon be my wife, and I will never stop showering you with gifts. Go on, my love, open it." He watched the expression on her face when she saw the earring and knew she loved them. "Oh my, they are gorgeous," she said, staring at them. "Thank you. I'll wear them tomorrow with the necklace. There won't be many places where I'll be able to wear them. They're too fancy to wear every day." He placed his fingers under her chin and lifted her head up. "You will have plenty of places to wear them to, like the opera and parties. But if you like, I will buy you jewelry that can be worn every day. These can be for special occasions." Lowering his mouth onto hers gave her a tender kiss. "I will leave you now, until tomorrow, my love." Wedding day. She was finished getting her hair done, and one of the maids helped her to put on her dress. Her hand shook as she put on the earrings Romero had given her and the necklace. She turned when Irene walked in wearing a long powder blue gown, her hair done up on top of her head. "You look so beautiful," Irene said. Moving close, she touched the earring that dangled from Serena's ear. "Another gift from Romero?" she asked, feeling a tinge of jealousy coursing through her veins. Leonardo gave her jewelry, but never ones as exquisite or expensive as what Serena was getting from Romero.
Yes, they're a wedding gift from him.
"Nice," she answered, scowling. "Well, the men have all left for the church, and your father is waiting for us downstairs. We should go. The driver is waiting to drive us to the church. We wouldn't want you to be late for your own wedding." "I wouldn't mind. In fact, I would prefer not to go through with it," she said, scoffing. Irene grabbed her arm and swung her around to face her. "Now you listen up. You better drop this attitude of yours before you get yourself into a lot of trouble. You may not want this, but it's going to happen, so just make the best of it." "Get your hand off me," she snapped, pulling away from Irene's grip. She rubbed her arm where her stepmother had grabbed her. "You better hope you didn't leave a mark or Romero will be very angry with you," she said through clenched teeth. Irene smiled. "Oh, look who's getting brave. I guess becoming the wife of Romero D'Angelo is already changing you. It won't be long until you are bossing people around, letting them know who you are the wife of."
"I'll never be like you," she said as she headed out of the room and down the stairs.
Stopping in front of the church, she was helped out of the car and looked at all the cars parked. She suddenly started to shake. There were so many people attending the wedding, people she didn't know. Hell, she didn't even know the bridal party. Her bridesmaids were picked by Xiomara and her stepmother. Leonardo put his hands on her shoulders. "Are you ready to become Mrs. Romero D'Angelo?" "No, father, I'm not. I beg you, don't make me go through with this. I don't love him. It's not too late to turn around and leave." "Daughter, it has been arranged. You must do this. You are doing a good thing by marrying him. You are joining our two families together, and no one will be able to touch me. Now stop frowning and put a smile on your face. Don't make the D'Angelos angry." As her father led her up the aisle, she fought to hold the tears back. The church was packed full, and some of the guests were up on the balcony. When they got closer to the altar, she looked at Romero, who was standing there with a smile on his face. He did look so handsome in his dark tux. She took his hand when they got to the front, looking into his eyes, praying that he would stop the wedding, but he didn't. "You are breathtaking," he said, taking her hands in his as the priest began. Her voice shook as did her body when she repeated the vows, her eyes lowered so as not to look into his eyes. They placed the bands on each other's fingers, and once they were pronounced husband and wife, he pulled her close, giving her a kiss that was tender yet forceful, as if he was letting her know she now belonged to him. They walked down the aisle with his arm around her waist past the guests. Outside people came to congratulate them before heading to the mansion for the reception. People started snapping pictures, some threw rice and others stood around talking. It was time to go, so Romero helped her into the back of their limousine. Getting in next to her, he put his arm over her shoulders. "You're finally mine, and I would love nothing more than to skip the dinner and reception and go straight to bed." He lifted her chin up, turning it so that she had to look at him. "Must you look so sad? Is the thought of being my wife so terrible?" She looked back at him. "You know I don't want this, yet you and my family forced me to marry you. So don't expect me to be happy. You know this isn't a marriage made of love." He clenched his hands, trying to remain calm. "Let's not start off on the wrong foot. I want you to know I will try and be a good husband to you, but do not push me too far." He pulled her close, his arms going around her. He kissed her. It was rough, his tongue forcing its way between her closed lips. When he felt the faintest hint that she was starting to respond, his kiss turned more tender. By the time they reached the mansion, everyone was out back where the dinner would take place, reception to follow. There were so many tables set up, dozens of help serving the guests drinks. It was all beautifully decorated, white carnations were everywhere. After the 7-course meal was served, it was time for the bride and groom to start off the first dance. Taking her hand, he led her onto the dance area, putting his arms around her waist and drew her in close. "You really do make a beautiful bride, and I am the envy of every man here. I know no one except for my parents, and must the men carry heat? It is a wedding, or am I to expect gunfire?" She knew her tone was snarky and wondered if he would get mad. He let out a sigh.
"I promise you there will be no trouble."
After the first dance, others joined in. Xiomara then came over and asked for a dance, telling Romero to go mingle with some of the guests. "My son is a very lucky man. You are young and beautiful, but being his wife will take a lot of understanding on your part. There will be some late nights, some overnight trips, and you shouldn't ask him about what he is doing when he's away." All she could do was nod. There was nothing she could say. When she felt his hand moving lower, she looked around for Romero, wishing he could come and take her away from Xiomara. As soon as the music stopped, she pulled away. "Excuse me, I need to use the ladies' room," she said and rushed off, heading inside. Romero walked around talking to people. He kept looking around for her, but she was nowhere in sight. "Dick, have you seen my wife?" "I saw her going inside a while ago. She looked upset, so I figured you two had an argument. You should go after her." "I plan to," he said and handed Dick his glass. He took the steps 2 at a time and found her in her bedroom, sitting on the bed. "What's wrong?" he asked, sitting down next to her. It looked like she had been crying. He sounded sincere, and she was tempted to tell him that she thought Xiomara was making a pass at her. But being that she wasn't sure, she decided not to. "I'm just tired and had too much to drink. Can we just leave now?" He touched her cheek with the back of his hand. "Is my bride anxious to get me into bed?" She jumped to her feet. "No, that's not it. I just want to get away from here and all of these people. We will leave after the cake is cut, and then we will go to the hotel I booked us into. Tomorrow we will fly to where we'll be honeymooning. I really wish you would try and enjoy yourself. It is our wedding day." He went over, putting his arms around her. He leaned down, placing his lips on hers. The kiss soon turned more passionate, and he lowered her down onto the bed. He started breathing heavily and his cock started twitching, getting hard. He knew he had to stop before he got too carried away. Regretfully, he pulled away, helping her up. "This will have to wait. I will not let your first time be a quickie." She was being swept away in a moment of passion. She was ready to lose her virginity. But she also didn't want it to happen here, and not with everyone outside knowing what they were doing. She took his hand, and they walked back outside. Since it wasn't time yet to cut the cake, she danced with some of the men who asked her. She knew that Romero was keeping an eye on her. She was wondering if he was getting jealous. Up until now, he had never appeared upset when she talked to another male. Romero watched as man after man got her up for a dance. Jealousy ran through his veins. He hated seeing her in the arms of another man, so he went and cut in. "You're angry? Why?" He looked at her. "I don't want any other man touching and holding you. It's time to cut the cake and get out of here." As they finished the dance, she glared at him. "Please tell me you aren't going to be possessive and get jealous whenever I talk to a man. You can speak to men, but if they touch you, I will kill them." She rested her head on his shoulder as they swayed to the beat of the music. The band stopped playing and Xiomara announced that the bride and groom were going to cut the cake. Taking her hand, they walked over to where the cake was. He picked up the knife and placed it in her hand and whispered in her ear. "Cut the cake and not me," he said, smiling at her. He put his hand over hers as they sliced into the cake, and everyone cheered. "Can we go now?" she asked, laying the knife down. "We have to take a bite of the cake first." Someone put a piece of it on a plate and handed it to Romero. He used the fork to break off a piece and held it up to her mouth while everyone watched on. "Open up, my love." She opened her mouth, and the burst of flavor hit her taste buds. "This is delicious," she said, savoring the flavor. "Now do me," he said, using his thumb to wipe the icing from her lip.
What?
She asked as her head shot up, taking what he said in a different context. He smiled. "Feed me a piece of cake. Come on, everyone is waiting." She lifted the fork up to his mouth. His eyes sparkled as she fed him the cake. The way he was looking at her got her feeling nervous, knowing that soon she would be in bed with him, and he was going to make love to her. She was hoping that Irene was wrong about it hurting and not liking it. She gasped when he pulled her close, his lips landing on hers, the sweet taste of cake and icing on their breath. Letting her go, he felt his heart beating fast, his manhood getting hard. "It's time to go to our hotel suite," he said, waving Dick over. They said their goodbyes and climbed into the back of the limousine. Dick was behind the driver's seat. As they drove away, Romero rolled up the window behind the front seat. It was dark and Dick couldn't see. He started kissing her, and when she kissed him back, he lowered her down onto the seat. His hands moved down her, getting under her dress, and reaching her panties started rubbing. He felt them getting wet. He couldn't wait. He had to claim her now. "Romero, he'll hear us," she cried out through breathy pants. He looked down at her. Her face was flush. "No, he won't. I have the speaker off, and he can't see or hear us." He got so hard. Just knowing that she was willing made him happy. Before he could do anything, the car stopped, and he cursed out loud and pushed the call button. "Why the fuck are you stopping?" "We're at the hotel," Dick answered, getting out to open their door. They quickly straightened up before Romero unlocked the door. Chapter 9. They walked up to the desk clerk, and he booked them in, getting the key while the bellhop loaded their luggage onto the trolley. Romero held her hand as they made their way to the honeymoon suite. Once inside the room, he ordered the young man to put their things into the bedroom. "Do you like the room?" he asked. She walked over to where a bottle of champagne was chilling in ice. "It's beautiful," she said, becoming very nervous. When the man came from the bedroom, Romero thanked him, handing him $100 bill. "Thank you, that will be all." She was standing there, staring at the bottle, trying to avoid his eyes. Going over to her, he placed his hand on the side of her face. He knew she was nervous by the way her bottom lip was quivering. "Would you like a drink before we go to bed?" he asked, hoping it would relax her. "Yes, please," she answered, her head bobbing up and down. He poured them both a glass, handing one to her. He took a sip, but he saw her downing the whole thing in one gulp. "Can I have another one?" she asked, holding out her glass.
"I think you've had enough," he said, taking the glass and sitting it down along with his. He pulled her into his arms. His lips came crashing down on hers. His kiss was hot, demanding, and his desire was building, but he was not happy when she gave him a light push away.
I want to freshen up first, she said nervously. He didn't want to scare her by rushing it, so he turned her around. He undid the back of her dress, slowly pulling the zipper down as he started kissing her neck. Go change into something more comfortable. I'll be in soon. Don't keep me waiting. She scurried off to the bathroom in their room, grabbed the one bag that held her sleepwear, went into the bathroom. She brushed her teeth, then her hair, and pulled out the nightgown Irene had bought for her to wear that night. Slipping it over her head, she looked at herself in the mirror. She briefly closed her eyes, thinking this was way too sexy. Taking a deep breath, she walked into the bedroom and stopped when she saw Romero standing by the window with his drink in his hand. His jacket was off, his tie undone and hung around his neck. She held her breath when she saw the way his eyes moved over her body. Looking over at the king-size bed, she walked slowly towards it, pulled the covers down and got in, pulling them back up to her chin. She watched as he started undressing. Her eyes went wide when she looked down at his manhood, and her face turned 2 shades of red before turning away. He was floored when he saw her. She had on a short black gown which was see-through. He kept his eyes on her as he kicked off his shoes and took off his tie. He tossed it over the chair along with his shirt. He had to smile when he saw the look on her face when he removed his pants and briefs. Going over to the bed, he ripped off the covers and got in next to her. When he went to touch her, she scurried over, trying to get away from him, but he grabbed her, pulling her close. Pushing her down onto her back, he climbed on top of her, pinning her hands above her head. I can't, she cried out. Yes, you can, he said, placing his mouth on hers. His kiss was soft, tender, moving down her neck. He wiggled his body, rubbing his manhood against her pelvic area, and soon he felt her squirming. Shifting his position, he was able to move his hand down. Getting between her legs, he went inside her panties and started rubbing. He felt her hips rising when he moved one finger inside her, then another one as he started stroking and thrusting them in deeper and faster. He sucked on her neck. She was panting and moaning, wiggling and screaming out when he brought her to an orgasm. Removing his fingers and letting go of her hands, he pulled off her panties and lifted her gown up over her head, throwing it onto the floor. Going back to her mouth, he started kissing her. This time the kiss was more demanding, their bodies pressed together. Do you want me inside you? She tilted her head back when he started kissing her neck. His cock was hard, and she felt it pulsating against her folds when she opened her legs. Goosebumps covered her body, though she felt hot. Her core was throbbing. His body felt so hard as she moved her hands over his back, pulling him closer if that was possible. He lifted his head to look at her. I asked you a question. Do you want me inside you? Yes, she said, trembling. Not yet, but soon, my love. He wrapped his lips around her nipple, licking and sucking, drawing it into his mouth. He then did the same to the other. You taste so sweet, he said, taking turns on sucking each breast. He moved down her stomach, leaving wet kisses until he got further down and placed his head between her legs. He swiped his tongue over her clit, then sucking on her pussy, he thrust his tongue deep inside her, making her scream, and she called out his name. Knowing she was close to coming, he stopped. He wanted to be inside her when they both came. She put her arms around him when he moved back up to kiss her. She knew what was coming and was a little scared and yet excited. She wanted to know what it would be like to have him inside her. If it was half as good as what he had done so far, she knew she was going to love it. It did feel good feeling how hard he was against her. She moved her hands over his chest, which was wide and smooth, the muscles defined. Take me, she said in barely a whisper when she felt the dull pulsing of her clit. Though she was afraid, she still wanted to know what it would be like, to have a man make love to her, to feel like a woman. He knew she was afraid and wanted to assure her it would be all right. I promise to take it slow and easy the first time. Don't be afraid. He kissed her hard and dominantly as he moved his hands down her soft, delicate curves and moved the pad of his thumb over her swollen nub. He felt her hands moving up and down his body, her hips rising against his hand. Removing his hand, he placed the tip of his shaft on her wet opening and slowly pushed his way inside until he was all the way in. He heard her yelp of pain when he broke through. Stroking her cheek, he looked down at her.
"It's okay. The pain won't last. Try and relax," he said as he started moving faster. His cock rock hard, he fought to slow things down, to give her time. His body was moist with sweat, his shaft hot once it was embedded inside her warmth. He'd never known it to feel this sweet before.
It felt amazing when he entered her slowly. She cried out when she felt a small, sharp pain, but it only lasted a minute and was soon replaced with the most pleasurable feeling as he started thrusting faster and harder. Clinging onto him tighter, she raised her hips, wanting more of him inside her, and she got what she wanted when he began pounding into her deeper and harder. She liked the sound and the feel of their moist bodies slapping together. She moaned loudly, not caring how loud she was being. It seemed to get him more excited when she did. Her body began to convulse, and she felt his cock throbbing and heard his grunts and moans when they both had one hell of an orgasm, his seed filling her until he slowed down, finally collapsing on top of her. When he lifted his head to kiss her, she put her hands over the back of his head, drawing him down to return his kiss. Rolling off and onto his back, he pulled her into his arms. She rested her head on his chest, her fingers stroking his chest. They lay there for several minutes until she started giggling. He looked down at her. "What's so funny?" "I was thinking about something Irene said to me." "Care to share?" he asked, curious as to what she could have said to make Serena laugh right after having sex. "She told me sex would hurt, and that I wouldn't enjoy it, but I was to pretend that I did. Man, she was so wrong. This was so amazing. It felt so good." She glanced up at him and smiled. "For the record, I wasn't pretending." He kissed her lips. "I know, I could tell. I want you to know that I am not a selfish lover. I will always make sure you are totally satisfied before I take my own. I'll call room service to come and change the sheets on the bed while we shower." "Why?" she asked, thinking it was kind of late. "You don't want to sleep in this mess, do you?" He pointed to the mess that was made when he took her virginity. He saw her face turning red when he picked up the phone and asked for a maid to come right away. "She'll be here any second," he told her. Taking her hand, he leads her to the bathroom, locking the door behind them. As the water flowed down them, he pulled her into him. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, he gently yanked her head back so that he could attack her neck. "You're all now mine in every sense of the word. Only I will ever be allowed to touch you, is that understood?" he asked, his hand going between her legs and started rubbing over her sensitive folds. She closed her eyes. Why would she want anyone else to touch her when his touch was the only one she could imagine feeling?
"Answer me," he said,
thrusting a couple of fingers inside her. "Yes," she answered through breathy pants as he continued thrusting inside her until she felt herself coming. She then felt him lifting her up and pushing her against the wall, and she automatically wrapped her legs around his waist when he entered her. He was like a crazed animal in the way he kept pounding his meat into her, making her scream out in pure ecstasy. Getting his own release, he set her down on her feet. "You are so wet and tight, my love. We are going to have a great sex life." Using his finger, lifted her chin up and gave her a passionate kiss before letting her go. "I don't know about you, but I'm starving. Would you like a bite to eat?" "I am feeling a bit hungry," she said. Her legs felt as if they would give out, so she held on to him for a few more seconds. She was glad that she waited until now to lose her virginity. It felt right for him to be her first, and most likely last. After drying off and throwing on a robe, they went into the other room and were glad to see that the maid had come and gone. He then ordered up some room service. She went and poured them both a glass of champagne, handing one to him. After they ate, he yawned. "It's late. We should get some sleep. We have a long flight ahead of us tomorrow." She sat next to him on the sofa. Where are we going? You'll see when we get there. She let out a loud groan. You are so stubborn, she snapped, then smiled. I'm not tired. There's something I'd like to do first. What? He asked. He was liking this side of her.
I want you to fuck me again.
Was 3 times not enough for you? You once told me you'd give me whatever I wanted, and I want this, she said, reaching under his robe and bodily grabbed a hold of his manhood, loving how it grew in her hands. It was then she realized the power she had over him. It may serve her well in the future. He pulled her onto his lap, pulling her robe down past her shoulders. He cupped her breasts in his hands, leaning his head over to kiss them. It seems like I have unleashed the nymph in you, he said. Laying her down on the sofa, he stripped off his robe and got on top of her. I will give you what you want since it is also what I want. They ended up falling asleep on the sofa, her on top of him. Chapter 10. The Honeymoon, Part 1. After having a relaxing breakfast, they got dressed and headed to the airport, where Dangilo's private jet was ready for takeoff. He still wouldn't tell her where they were going, wanting her to be surprised. After asking for the 10th time once they got settled on the plane and not getting an answer, she moved away from him, sitting further away. Crossing her arms over her chest, she glared at him. You are being so stubborn. It's not nice keeping it from me. He tilted his head to the side, smiling when he looked at her. Come here and sit on my lap. No, she answered, rolling her eyes at him. If you think you're getting sex now, you can forget about it. She turned her head and looked out the window. I always get what I want. You should know that by now, he said. Getting up, he went over to her and sat down. He brushed her hair from the side of her face, and he began nibbling on her ear. He then placed his hand on her knee and moved up, pushing her legs apart, and started rubbing over the crotch of her panties. Knowing she was about to melt, she thought she would teach him a lesson. Oh, Romero, I can't say no to you. Let's take this into the bedroom. I knew you would give in, he said. Taking her hand, they went into the tiny bedroom. It stroked his ego when she gave in to his demands. Take off your clothes and lay down on the bed, she said, pulling her dress over her head and dropping it. She did her best to hide the wicked smile that crept up onto her face. He grinned as he removed all of his clothes and laid down on his back. Your turn. Now take off that damn bra and panties. She picked up his tie and going over to the bed, pushed him down onto his back and straddled him. She then went to tie his hands to the bed. You like this, baby? She asked when she felt his shaft poking her. I wished I had known you were into the kinky stuff, he said, letting her tie him up. I'm all yours to do what you want. Damn, his cock was hard, and he couldn't wait to see what all she was going to do to him. Maybe he would get a BJ first, though with her having been a virgin, he didn't expect her to do it. After tying him up, she leaned over him, kissing him on the lips before getting up and putting her dress back on. His smile turned into a frown. He laid there butt naked, his manhood standing at attention. What the hell are you doing? He asked, yanking at the tie, trying to get loose. Teaching you a lesson. I'm not some SX toy you can order to drop my pants. I think it will do you some good to lay here for a few hours and give it some thought. She went to walk out but stopped and turned to look at him. But if you tell me where we're going, I might take pity on you and release you. I never give in to blackmail, my love, and when I get loose, I shall be the one to teach you a lesson. So I suggest you untie me now. Don't make it worse for yourself. He couldn't believe she had the nerve to laugh at him and walk out, closing the door behind her. Serena, untie me now, damn it, he shouted. Feeling quite proud of herself, she poured a glass of wine and sat down, flipping through a magazine. Half an hour later, she decided to taunt him a little. How you doing in there, baby? Are you getting chilly? She asked, giggling as she remembered what he looked like naked and tied up. Getting no answer, she was wondering if he had fallen asleep, so she gets up to go check on him. She froze when she opened the door and Romero was not on the bed. She let out a scream when she felt his arms going around her waist from behind. She turned to look over her shoulder at him. "How did you get loose?" He chuckled against her ear. "It was easy. Now it's my turn to tie you up," he said, holding up the tie. When he let go of her, she turned to face him. "There's no need for that. I give myself freely to you," she said as she pulled her dress over her head, dropping it and unhooking her bra. Walking over, she put her arms around his neck, her body pressed into his. "You little vixen, you're trying to wrap me around your little finger," he said, picking her up and carried her to the bed where he laid her down. This time he straddled her, and his mouth came down hard on hers, kissing her with savage passion. She was lost in the passion of his kiss and didn't realize that he was tying her hands to the bed until it was too late. "Romero, you don't have to do this." "Oh, but I do, my love. I must punish you now for leaving me tied naked to the bed." "What are you going to do to me?" He saw fear in her eyes and felt bad for scaring her. "Don't worry, all I'm going to do is give you great pleasure." He would first tease her, bring her to the brink of ecstasy only to stop, and once he knew she couldn't take any more, he would then give her what she will be begging for. A wave of excitement filled her when he started kissing her neck, moving down to take her one breast in his mouth. His hand going down, he started stroking between her feminine folds, making her scream out his name. He kept his mouth and lips busy savoring every inch of her body until she begged him to get inside her. But every time she came close to reaching a climax, he stopped, teasing her further. "Romero, you win. I'm begging you to let me come." He hovered over top of her, his manhood rubbing against her clit. "Do you promise never to trick me again?" He knew he couldn't hold out much longer. His cock was hard and aching for release. "Yes," she moaned. "I promise now, please get in me." Not giving her a chance to say another word, he surged right in after removing his tie from her wrists, making her gasp as he started thrusting hard and deep inside her. When he was finished with her after 3 hours of making her endure his punishment, he collapsed on top of her. Rolling on his side, he pulled her into his arms, and they both drifted off to sleep. He was the first one to wake up. Seeing she was still fast asleep, he pulled the covers over her and got out of bed. He threw on his pants and went into the other room and made some coffee. A little later, as he was sitting and looking out the window, she came from the bedroom wearing nothing but his shirt. She sat on his lap. Taking the cup from him, she started drinking it. He ran his hand up her leg as he watched her drinking. She looked over the rim at him. "I think you wore out my vagina. It's sore." He rubbed between her legs, pushing a finger inside her. "It feels all right to me. We'll be landing soon, so let's take a shower and get dressed," he said. Taking the cup from her, he picked her up and carried her into the bathroom. Later, they were in their seats, and she was looking out the window as the plane reached their destination. She turned to him. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled. "We're honeymooning in Egypt." "Yes. I remembered when we went sightseeing, and we were at the museum, how much you liked the artifacts from Egypt, and you said how you would love to visit there. So I thought you might like to come here for our honeymoon." She was so excited, she threw her arms around his neck. "I love it. Thank you so much. This is going to be so awesome. I want to see everything, the pyramids, the museums. We'll see it all, but first let's get settled into our hotel suite when we land." He had a car that he rented waiting for them when they landed. Luggage in the trunk, they headed to the hotel. He found the best one in Egypt and arranged ahead of time to have champagne, flowers, and chocolate-covered strawberries in their room by the time they arrived. She walked in and looked around, going from room to room. "This suite is amazing. It has everything," she said, pointing to the hot tub that was out on the balcony. "Yes, it's all lovely, but I like the bedroom best. I think we should try out the bed first," he said, standing behind her with his arms around her waist, nibbling on her ear. "Can't we wait until later? My vagina is still sore." "I want you now," he said, scooping her up in his arms. I need to put my banana in its basket, he said. Laying her down, he started taking off his clothes. Giggling, she hurried to remove her clothes, and laying down opened her legs. The tunnel of love is waiting for you. I can't believe how naughty you have become since I first made love to you. I like it, he said, thrusting his cock inside her. For a woman who just told me she's sore down there, you sure are wet. Do I turn you on that much? Yes, I can't get enough of you. Your sausage feels so good inside me, she said, moaning and arching her back when he started pounding hard into her. She kissed along his neck when he finished, bringing them both to a new height of ecstasy. He growled when she bit into his shoulder. Damn woman, are you turning into a vampire? He looked at the bite mark and laughed. This is going to show when we go swimming. She just shrugged her shoulders. Oh well, this way the ladies will know you belong to me and might stop flirting with you. She let out a squeal when he returned the favor and sucked hard on her neck, breaking the skin and leaving a mark. Ditto, he replied with a grin on his face. Both were starving, so he ordered room service, and while they waited he poured them both a drink, and they nibbled on the strawberries. Seeing a spot of chocolate on her lip, he went and sucked it off. He found himself getting turned on again, and if it wasn't for the waiter knocking on the door with their food, he would have bent her over the sofa and had his way with her. His sex drive was out of control when it came to her. Though she was proving to be a perfect match, maybe she would end up wearing him out. After they ate, she talked him into going for a walk. So they went to a market that wasn't too far away from their hotel. He held her hand as they walked through the busy market. She picked out some fruit to take back with them, and some specialty chocolates. They later went to a show where there were some belly dancers dancing. She nudged him in the ribs when she saw the way his eyes were glued on the one's stomach as she moved her hips to the music. What? He asked innocently. I find it fascinating the way they can move like that. He put his arm around her waist. Maybe we should buy you one of those outfits and you can dance for me. Maybe, she answered, smiling up at him. After the show, they walked back through the market and reached a booth that was selling some jewelry. She watched him as he looked at them. He was like a different man here, away from his father and that dreadful life. He told her he wanted to buy her a few pieces, and it made her happy that it wasn't expensive. They were lovely costume pieces that she could wear every day. He ended up buying her some earrings, bracelets, and a couple of necklaces. The seller was thrilled with the number of items Romero bought.
It was starting to get late and a little chilly, so he took off his jacket, placing it over her shoulders as they walked back to the hotel.
They took a long shower together, making love before going to bed. He had a lot of things planned for them for the 3 weeks they would be here. Chapter 11. The next morning he had a surprise waiting for her. He was taking her on a camel ride through the desert. There were other couples in the group when they got there. The guide was a man in his late 20s who had an eye for young, beautiful women and bodily flirted with them all. The other men in the group didn't seem to care, but Romero did. When the man put his hands on Serena and helped her up onto the camel, he felt the blood in his veins boiling. Getting on his camel, he rode up beside him. Put your hands on my wife again, and it'll be the last thing you do, he said, and went over to her and rode beside her. What did you say to him? She asked, noticing the look of fright on the man's face. I told him to keep his hands off you or else. Romero, why threaten him? He was only helping me up. I told you before that no man is allowed to touch you. You belong to me. You're such an ass, she said angrily and moved away. She went to ride alongside some of the others. Looking back at him, she gave him a dirty look. There was no way she was going to let Romero spoil this for her, so ignoring him, she focused on what the guide was saying as he pointed out certain things on the way. She was thrilled when they reached a temple and was told they were going inside. It was a dream of hers to be inside one and to look around. Getting down from the camel, Romero hurried over to help her down. Please don't be mad at me. I can't help getting jealous when another man flirts with you, but more so when he touches you. He lifted her chin up so that he could look into her eyes. Will you forgive me? I will, but only if you stop being so possessive and give me some breathing space. Lowering his head, he kissed her. Shall we go inside and explore? Taking her hand, they followed the others inside. After the tour, they stopped at the nearest town to have lunch. Then it was back to where their cars were parked, and he had plans to take her out to a late dinner and dancing. Having been in the desert all day, they needed a shower before getting ready. Grabbing her, he puts her up against the wall, devouring her lips and body with his mouth. He loved hearing her moans and the way her body responded to him. I've been wanting to fuck you all day, he said, thrusting hard inside her. Me too, she answered through breathy pants. They went to an elegant restaurant and had the special. He then got her up to dance. You look incredible in this dress, he said, resting his cheek against the side of her head. She had on a blue strapless satin dress, wearing the necklace and earrings he had given her before they got married. Thank you, and you look very handsome, but then you always do. She may not have gotten married for love, but so far he treated her like a princess, and he was an amazing lover, she thought to herself. Over the course of their honeymoon, he took her to some of the museums, and they took a midnight cruise on the Nile. He took her shopping where he bought her tons of clothes, saying she had to fill up that huge closet he had made for her. At night he made passionate love to her, but neither one said the L word. One night she surprised him by wearing a costume that the belly dancers wore. He sat back in his chair when she came from the bedroom wearing the skimpiest outfit which had his cock hard, pressing against his pants. Wow, you look smoking hot. Are you going to give me a private dance? He asked, not being able to keep his eyes off her body as he looked at her breasts and moved down to her hips. I'm going to try, but not sure if I can do what those dancers did, she said shyly. Putting her hands above her head, she started moving her hips.
Damn,
He said as her hips moved provocatively, sending the blood rushing through his veins. With the music playing and watching her, the way she was moving got him hot. When she stopped, he motioned for her to come close. Come here. Why? I said come here now. Her heart was racing from having danced so hard and so fast. She knew he was enjoying it by the way he was staring and the way he swiped the tip of his tongue over his bottom lip. She moved slowly towards him. She had a pretty good idea of what he wanted. When she got to him, he pulled her in and between his legs. Her eyes closed when he placed his mouth on her stomach. His lips trailed downwards.
you are one very SXY woman,
He said as he pulled the bottom part of the outfit down, letting it fall to the floor. He then pulled her down onto the floor and managed to undo his pants and take them off. He didn't stop to remove their tops. He was so horny as he entered her that his mouth came down hard on hers, making her moan as he began thrusting into her. She was wet, her muscles clamped around his cock. The feeling was out of this world. She was taken by surprise by his roughness, the way he flung her down and entered her, and how he kissed her so hard it made her gasp. She actually liked how he took control, dominating her body. She wrapped her legs around his waist, her fingers intertwining through his hair. She called out his name when she felt her orgasm. Her body jerked, and she felt him coming inside her. He placed his hands on the floor and lifted his body up to look down at her. That was hot. You have to keep this outfit so that you can dance for me again. If this is the result every time, then I will, she said, licking her lips. He helped her up and taking her hand lead her into the bedroom. Now I will make love to you nice and slow. You're still horny, she asked, giggling. Hey, I'm Italian. We're all hot-blooded males. We can never get enough. The 3 weeks flew by way too quickly. As she was packing, he could tell she was upset. Taking her hand, he pulled her down onto his lap. What's wrong, my love? I wish we didn't have to go back to that lifestyle and your father's home. I have no choice. There's only one way out of the family, and that's in a body bag. As for my father, he's hardly ever home, and we have our own part of the mansion that he never goes to. She put her arm around his neck. Her other hand moved over his chest. Why do we have to leave tonight? I thought we weren't going until tomorrow morning. That was the plan, but my father called and said he needed the jet tomorrow morning. He looked down at her hand, which was inside his shirt, stroking his chest. I suggest you stop what you're doing before the bellhop shows up to get our luggage. God, she could turn him on so easily. Once they were settled on the plane, and it took off, she said she was tired and going to lay down. He thought she did look tired, so getting into bed with her. He didn't make a move on her. He let her sleep. He was awakened by the sound of her throwing up in the bathroom. Getting up, he puts on his pants and goes to check on her. She was on the floor with her head over the toilet. She looked up at him and wiped her mouth. I think I'm pregnant.
Are you sure?
He asked, not sure if she really was or just sick. I'm late and I'm throwing up, not to mention that my breasts feel tender. She started crying. We've only been married 3 weeks. We should have used protection. He went over and got down on his knees, putting his arms around her. It's all right. This is good news. I'm happy that you are carrying my child. Well, I'm not, she snapped. He was shocked and wondered why. Don't you want kids? I always used to think so until I was forced to marry you. I don't want to bring children into this life of crime. She looked at him, tears falling down her face. Is that the life you want for your son or daughter? If you are pregnant, you'll have to accept it. There will be no getting rid of it, he said, angrily pulling away from her. She stands and gives him a shove. No, you ass. I would never consider getting rid of my baby. I'm your wife and carrying your baby. Won't you give up this life? We could move away, go where no one can find us. If you care anything for me, then you'll do this for me, for all of us. He went over, taking her by her shoulders. You must never ask me to do this. You know that no one can leave the family. My father would have us both killed if we tried to leave. This is our life, accept it. She broke free from his grip on her. I will do whatever I have to in order to keep my baby safe and away from this life of murder and crime. I will protect you both. No harm will ever come to you or our baby. So whatever you are thinking of doing, don't. We'll make a doctor's appointment as soon as we get home, he said. Walking away, he went and sat down. Just so you know, I do care about you more than you know. Her face was pale, her eyes red and swollen, but not enough to leave and be an honest man. I can't, now never mention this again. It pissed him off that she asked this of him. She knew this life and how it works, and yet she wanted him to risk everything for her. He would if there was a way, but there wasn't. Leaving him, she goes into the bathroom to wash up and change into some clean clothes, knowing they would be landing soon. Looking in the mirror, she took a good look at herself. This was all her fault, getting pregnant. She should have insisted that he wear a condom or go on the pill. Romero was right about one thing. No one ever was allowed to leave the family, and she had no doubt that Xiomara would have them both killed, even his own son. What she was more worried about was he would wait until the baby was born before having her killed. So she had no choice but to keep quiet so that she could protect her baby from her evil father-in-law. Romero sat there running his fingers through his hair when she went into the bathroom. He understood how she felt, but it was out of his hands. Their fate was sealed the moment they were both born. They had 3 glorious weeks together, and he hoped the baby wasn't going to pull them apart since they were starting to get close. He had no intentions of giving up on them. He would continue to treat her like a princess and make her happy. She came back and sat down, looking out the window, not looking at him. Going over, he sits down beside her, taking her hand in his. Let's not argue, my love, not after the amazing time we spent together. This baby, if you are pregnant, will be loved and protected by both of us. We made a tiny little human being, and it's growing inside you. Can we get along, if not for us, but for our child? I don't know about you, but I'm thrilled that we're expecting. She turned to look at him. I know I'm pregnant, and I am happy. It's just I'm afraid for the safety of our baby, especially having Xiomara for the grandfather. Let's not tell him yet. Okay, but we'll have to eventually when you start showing. I will make a promise to you. Our child will never be involved in the business. She nodded, hoping he could keep that promise. Still feeling tired, she leaned her head on his shoulder and felt his arm going around her. Closing her eyes, she drifted asleep. Chapter 12. When they landed, Dick was waiting to drive them back to the mansion. Romero shook his hand before loading their luggage into the trunk. Thanks for picking us up. How was everything while I was gone? Let's just say I'm glad you're back. Xiomara forgot that I work for you and not him. He had me running around doing some of his dirty work. He looked over at Serena. Welcome home, Mrs. D'Angelo. I hope you had a good time. Thank you, Dick. It was really lovely. It was my dream trip. When they got home and went inside, Dick told him Xiomara wanted to see him right away, and before he left for his trip, tell him I'll be in after I take Serena up to our room. He said as soon as you got here. He seemed angry. She turned to Romero. It's all right, you go see what he wants. I can go up by myself. She turned away and headed up the stairs. All she wanted to do right now was to lay down. She was exhausted. Romero entered Xiomara's office. He was not happy to have been summoned like a common worker. What is so urgent that it couldn't wait until I saw my bride to our room? You've been gone too long as it is. It's time to get back to business. As you know, I'm going out of the country with Leonardo, so I need you to take care of something, and it has to be done by tonight. He hands Romero a piece of paper and a picture. Make sure this man knows what happens to those who try and cheat me. I just brought my wife home, and you want me to leave her now? Can this not wait until tomorrow? Xiomara got up, grabbing his briefcase. No, I said take care of it now. You can fuck her when you get back. You never complained before, but now that she's in your life, you suddenly start saying no to me. Your wife better not become a problem for us. I have to go now, he said, giving Romero a light pat on his cheek before walking out. It pissed him off hearing Xiomara talking about Serena in that manner. Sometimes he hated his father, and this was one of those times. Going upstairs, he found her standing out on the balcony, so he goes over, putting his arms around her waist from behind. You still look so pale. You should go lay down. I was just checking out the view. It's so lovely. He kissed her cheek, hating that he had to leave her so soon. I have to go out for a while, but feel free to do whatever you want. Xiomara has left and won't be back for a few days. She turned to face him. You're going out now? I'm sorry, I have something that needs doing. I will try and get back as soon as I can, and then I'm all yours. Business? She asked, dreading the answer. Yes, but I don't want you to worry about it or anything. I will make the doctor's appointment for you. He cupped her face in his hands. Lowering his lips to hers, he gave her a loving and tender kiss before leaving. Still feeling nausea, she went and laid down. She laid there thinking about Romero and the life she was living. She was worried about him. This life was dangerous, and she dreaded the thought that someday she would get the news that he was in jail or worse, dead. It was almost dark when she woke up, and seeing the time, she wondered if he had returned home yet. So getting up, she went downstairs, asking one of the maids if he was home. Finding out he wasn't, she went into the living room and sat down. The older maid brought her some tea and biscuits, asking her if she would like anything to eat.
I'll wait until my husband gets home. If you don't mind making up a couple of plates and leaving them in the kitchen, I'll heat it up later. It was around 10 at night when he finally walked into the room and saw her reading a book on the sofa. Going over, he sits next to her, removing his tie. I'm so sorry I'm late. What did you do all day? He asked, putting his arm around her shoulders.
I slept for hours, then came down here to read. Are you hungry? I've had the kitchen put our dinner on plates. All I have to do is heat it up. Dick and I had a bite to eat, but don't tell me you haven't eaten yet. I was waiting for you. Taking the book from her hand, laid it down, then getting up, pulled her up. Come on, let's get you something to eat. Once in the kitchen, he took a beer out of the fridge while she heated up her food. They sat down and he drank while she ate. I made the appointment for you. It's tomorrow morning and I'll be taking you. He felt something he never felt before and decided to tell her. What would you say if I told you I've fallen in love with you? Seeing the expression on her face and her not saying anything, he felt his stomach turning into a ball of nerves. This is the part where you say you love me too. She looked at him, shocked by his confession. Romero, I don't know what to say. Feeling the anger rising, he got up and went to the fridge, grabbing another beer. You could say you feel the same way about me. Putting her fork down, she lowered her eyes. I don't know how I feel about you. I care about you, but I don't think it's love. She looked up at him and saw the hurt in his eyes. I'm really sorry, but how can you expect me to love you? You and our family forced me to marry you. I told you I wasn't in love with you. He slammed his bottle down onto the counter. I saved you from your father. God knows who he would have married you off to. Haven't I been good to you, treated you well? Can you not get over the arranged marriage and let yourself love me? She stood up, facing him, her face turning red. That's not how it works. I can't just fall in love because you want me to. I'm sorry, I don't think I'll ever be able to love a man like you. I'm going to take a shower before bed, he said in an angry tone. She stood there, watching him leave. It wasn't much of a surprise to her to hear him say he loved her. She felt it during their honeymoon. She sat back down, pushing her food around on the plate with her fork when she heard footsteps coming. Thinking it was Romero, she prepared herself for more of his anger, but it wasn't him, it was Dick.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. D'Angelo. I didn't know anyone was in here. I was just going to grab a snack, but I can come back later.
No, don't go. There is a plate in the oven that I just heated up for Romero, but he wasn't hungry, so you might as well have it. Getting the food and placing it on the table across from her, he let out a chuckle. Yes, we did eat, but I'm a big guy and need more food than he does. He looked at her, and it looked like she had been crying. Are you all right? She liked this man, even though he was Romero's muscle. I'm still getting used to the idea of being married and living here. I hate Xiomara, and I feel nervous and scared whenever he's around. She looked at him, feeling foolish for telling a perfect stranger her business. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying these things to you.
It's all right, Mrs. Angelo. None of us like the old man. You don't have to worry about him. Romero has asked me to keep an eye on you when he's not here. If you're ever scared, just call me, and I'll be by your side.
Romero asked you to watch over me? He swallowed the food in his mouth and looked back at her. He knows how nervous you are around Xiomara, and between you and me, your husband is worried that his father might do or say something to upset you. He really does care about you. My guess is he is madly in love with you. Give him a chance. He really is a good man, unlike his father. Thank you, she said, getting up. Night, thanks for the talk. I'll feel better knowing I won't be alone with Xiomara. Romero was just coming from the shower, wearing a towel around his waist when she walked in. She felt those urges creeping up when she saw how his body looked, still damp and water dripping from his hair onto his rippling muscles. Walking over to stand in front of him, she placed her hand on his damp skin. Don't be mad at me, I didn't mean to hurt you. She gulped, wanting to touch his cock. He looked down at her hand as it rested on his chest, then back at her. What are you doing? Are you really trying to put out my anger by seducing me? I just don't want us to fight, especially if I am pregnant, she said, sliding her hand in the opening of the towel and grabbing a hold of his shaft. Feeling it growing and getting hard, she lifted her head up. Kiss me, she said, licking her lips. There was no way he could stay mad at her, not with her hand wrapped around his now hardened cock. He grabbed the back of her head, Drawing her close, his lips came down on hers with force, seizing her with hunger. He pulled down the straps of her dress, letting it fall to the floor. He picked her up. Their lips still locked together, he laid her down on the bed. Tearing off his towel, he climbed on top of her, his hand going down to remove her panties. Stroking inside her, he moaned when he found out how wet she was. She moved her hand down his back, her other hand through his hair and down his shoulders. He had her moaning and squirming beneath him, his shaft reared hot and hard against her pussy. It felt so good the way he kissed and touched her with so much passion, arching her hips when he placed himself at her opening and surged in, going deep, making her scream out when he hit her sweet spot. Faster, she called out and moaned when he started thrusting faster until he released inside her, bringing them both to an orgasm that left them panting and grunting like two wild animals. "Oh God, I love how wet and tight you are, and the way your warmth feels wrapped around my cock," he said, collapsing and burying his face in the crook of her neck. The way she kissed and responded to him, he had to wonder if she was in love with him, but was just in denial. A woman doesn't respond like that if she wasn't in love. She cuddled up to him when he rolled off and over onto his side, feeling his arm going around her. Her body still tingled from his lovemaking, her core throbbing, and her lips felt bruised from his hot, demanding kiss. "That was so amazing, so intense," she said, kissing his chest. No matter what her future held, she knew that sex with Romero would always be this good. He was the first one to wake up. Turning his head, he smiled when he saw her laying on her stomach. He put his mouth on her back and started kissing her skin, feeling her stirring. "Time to get up, my love. We need to shower and have breakfast before going to the doctor's." "No," she whined, "just a little longer." "All right, I'll shower first, and when I'm done it's your turn," he said, giving her back one more kiss before jumping out of bed. Chapter 13. After taking a long, relaxing shower, she went downstairs and joined Romero and Dick for breakfast. They then headed to the doctor's. Dick drove, and they sat in the back. He held her hand. "I really think you are pregnant." "Romero, not so loud or Dick will hear you," she said quietly so that she wouldn't be heard.
"It's all right," I told him.
"I thought we agreed not to say anything," she said, not wanting people to know yet. "You have nothing to worry about. He won't say anything to Xiomara." I was excited at the thought of being a father and had to tell someone. "Dick doesn't only work for me, he is also my friend. I trust him with my life, and now yours." Walking into the office, the woman behind the desk told them to take a seat and that the doctor would be with them shortly. When she was called in, he went in with her, sitting across from the doctor. She answered his questions, saying how she was tired and had been throwing up. "Okay, we'll take you in and examine you. You can wait here, sir, and when we're done I'll call you," Dr. Gregg said as he showed her into the other room. 20 minutes later, he opens the door, letting Romero know he was allowed in. He walks in and going over takes her hand and holds it. "So give me the good word." "I'm happy to say your wife is 3 weeks pregnant. Make sure to set up some appointments and I'll write a prescription out for you. Everything is all right with the baby and the morning sickness should stop soon. Get plenty of rest and I'll see you in a couple of weeks." When the doctor left, Romero smiled, giving her a kiss. "Sounds like you got pregnant on our wedding night." "It looks that way," she said, smiling back at him. He had his arm around her waist as they made their way back to the car where Dick was waiting for them. "I'm going to be a dad," he said, grinning as he shook hands with Dick. "Congratulations to you both," he said, smiling at Serena as he opened the back door for them. He was so excited about her being pregnant that when they got home, he ordered 3 dozen white carnations to be delivered that day, and when they arrived, he took them to the living room where she was resting. "Thank you, they're beautiful." Taking them, she smelled them. "You're going to spoil me if you keep this up." He went and sat beside her, putting his arm around her shoulders. "You know how I feel about you, even though you don't feel the same way about me. I will love and spoil you always. My promise to you is I will protect you and our family. She reached up and touched his cheek. I do care about you. You are my husband, and I will try to be a good wife. I need you to promise that no matter what, you'll never raise a hand to me in violence. I would never hit you, but I also promise. It made her feel better knowing this. Let's keep the baby a secret a while longer. The next couple of days went smoothly. Romero was attentive, making sure she rested and ate healthy foods. She was actually happy. That was until Xiomara came home early. Right away, she began feeling tense and nervous. What made matters worse was that Romero and Dick were both out when he returned. She was flipping through a book when he entered the living room. Right away, the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. You're back early, she said, getting to her feet. He walked over to the bar and poured himself a drink. Yes, the trip went well. He looked over at her. Can I get you a drink? She shook her head. No thanks, I was just on my way upstairs. He stared at her. You look different, glowing. I take it my son is keeping you satisfied between the sheets. There's nothing like great sex to keep one's wife under control. He walked up to her, taking a strand of her hair in his fingers. If he's not, maybe I can. She turned and hurried out of the room, hearing him chuckle behind her back. She locked the bedroom door, afraid he'd come up and try something. Wanting Romero home, she called his cell, but it went to voicemail. She left a message asking if he'd be home soon. Getting the message, he turned to Dick. That was Serena. She sounded upset. Let's wrap this up and head home. Arriving home and hearing Xiomara was home, he knew then that's why she was upset. If he had known his father was coming home early, he would have had Dick stay with her. Heading to their bedroom, he tried the doorknob and found it locked. He knocked and shouted out, Serena, it's me, open up. Hearing Romero's voice, she jumped off the sofa, went over, unlocked the door, and flung her arms around his neck. I'm so glad you're here. Xiomara is home, she said, choking back a sob as she clung to him. Pulling away, he looked down at her tear-stained face, his heart melted. My God, what happened while I was away? She didn't know if she should tell him. Would he even believe her? It's nothing. I just feel uncomfortable around your father. He took her face in his hands. Never lie to me. Tell me what's wrong. Did my father say or do something to you? She went and sat down on the sofa. Looking up at him, she told him what Xiomara had said to her and the way he touched her. Romero, I feel he has evil intentions towards me. He is always looking at me. I can feel his eyes undressing me. He felt the blood in his veins boiling. He couldn't believe his father would make a pass at her. She didn't need this stress, especially with her being pregnant. He got to his feet, looked at her, and knew she was telling him the truth. I'm going to have a word with him and make sure he never bothers you again. She also stood. I don't mean to start trouble between you two. He cupped her face in his hands. I know, but he cannot get away with this. He then kissed her before walking out. Xiomara looked up from his desk when he heard Romero enter his office. How were things while I was gone? Romero marched over, putting the palms of his hands down on the desk in front of his father. His eyes flashed with anger. Stay away from Serena, he growled. I have no idea what you are talking about, he answered, leaning back in his chair. Don't play dumb with me. She told me what you said and did. I don't know what game you are playing, but I will not allow anyone to upset or disrespect her, not even you. I meant no harm in what I said. I meant I would talk to you if there was a problem, in the bedroom, that is. That's not the way she took it. You made it sound like you would have sex with her, and what right do you have touching her? Do not attempt to seduce my wife again. Find someone your own age. I was testing her to see if she would be unfaithful. So far she has passed. Romero lifted his head up and laughed. You are unbelievable. We both know that's not what you were doing. Xiomara, do not push me. You are my father, but I won't let you near her. He went to walk away, but stopped when his father called out to him. Romero, how dare you talk to me, your father, in such a way? If you do in front of others, I will forget you are my son, and you will be punished. Ignoring his father, he walked out, wanting to get back to Serena. When he returned, she stood up. How did it go? She asked nervously. He told her what Xiomara had said. Crossing her arms, she turned away from him. Well, that's it then. You think I'm wrong about what his intentions were. He placed his hands on her shoulders. I do believe you, and I told him he better not touch you again. He turned her around to face him. When are you going to trust me? I am your husband, and I trust you. She touched the side of his face, looking into his eyes. I do trust you. He pulled her into his arms. I want very much to make love to you. I'm not stopping you, she said, putting her arms around his neck. Grinning, he picked her up and carried her into the bedroom, laying her gently on the bed. Removing their clothes, he made passionate love to her, being gentle. She lay in his arms. It made her happy that he believed her. He had a right to know what his father was doing and hoped that now Xiomara would leave her alone. Romero, I didn't want to cause trouble between you and your father, but he really scares me. You won't have to worry about him. I made it clear that I won't tolerate any more of his behavior towards you. He was really angry with me, and I'm surprised he let me get away with talking to him the way I did. She looked up at him. Fear flashed in her eyes. He wouldn't hurt you, would he? No, not when it's only us, but if someone saw or heard what went down, he would have one of his goons give me a good beating. It wouldn't be the first time, he said with bitterness. He thought back to one time when he had fought with him about not following one of his orders. He was taken outside while 2 men beat him. How could he have his own son beaten? She asked, horrified. It's all about respect. It was to show the others he wouldn't tolerate anyone disobeying him, not even his own flesh and blood. He's an evil bastard, she said, moving her hand over his chest. She felt sorry for him for having a father like Xiomara. Her father was bad, but he never raised a hand to her, only to Irene. Can we have our dinner up here? I really don't want to face him. Yes, we can eat here. It will give my father time to cool off. He kissed her lips softly. His love for her was growing stronger with each passing day. He also knew her feelings for him were also getting stronger. She just wouldn't admit it. He patted her stomach. We should get some food soon. We need to feed this little guy. The next few days went without incident. The only thing she was not happy with was sitting at the same dinner table as her father-in-law. On the days that Romero was away and his father was at home, Dick hung around the house, making sure she was all right. He had grown fond of her, and he noticed the change in Romero. He was more relaxed, happy, and not as hard on people as he had been in the past. But he had heard rumors that Xiomara was not pleased with his son's newfound tolerance towards those who wronged him. It was time for her doctor's appointment. Dick drove them and waited outside by the car. After the scan, and they sat in the office waiting for the doctor, both worried when they were told he had to have a few words with them. The doctor entered and sat down, opening the file before him. The baby seems fine right now. What do you mean fine for now? Serena cried out, squeezing Romero's hand. Mrs. D'Angelo, you have high blood pressure, which could be dangerous to the baby, so we have to get it under control now. What are the dangers? Romero asked. It could cause decreased blood flow to the placenta. If the placenta doesn't get enough blood, your baby might not get enough oxygen and fewer nutrients. It could lead to slow growth, low birth weight, or premature birth, leading to breathing problems, risk of infection, and other complications for the baby. What can we do? She asked, fearing for her baby. You must avoid stress, get plenty of rest, and we will monitor your blood pressure weekly. I want to see you back here in a few days. He looked at Romero, knowing who he was and what he did for a living. If you want the baby to live, make sure she's away from things that will put stress on her. When the doctor left, he took her in his arms when she started crying. It's going to be okay. I won't let anything happen to you or the baby. It was time he told his father about the baby and make him understand he was not to do anything to upset her. Chapter 14. When they got home, he made her go upstairs to get some rest. He then went to his father's office to have a talk with him. Romero, come in, Xiomara said when he looked up from his desk. I'm having a shipment of weapons going out today. I need for you to go and oversee it. Make sure everything goes as planned. We need to talk, he replied. Xiomara laid his pen down on the desk and sat back in his chair. What is it now, Romero? Has she told you more lies about me? He glared angrily at his father. We both know she wasn't lying, and that's not what I want to talk about. Serena is pregnant, and we just got back from the doctors. She has high blood pressure and can't be put under any stress. If it gets worse, the baby could be in danger, so I'm asking you to please don't do anything to upset her. So she's carrying my grandchild. How far along is she? Close to 2 months. He smirked. 2 months, you say? So you knocked her up on your honeymoon. This is wonderful news. I'm proud of you, son. Let's hope it's a boy, so that he can someday take over the family business. He wasn't about to tell Xiomara, but he had no intentions of letting his family get involved with the family business. She's in a delicate condition and could lose the baby. I won't let that happen. I'm asking you to take it easy on her. Don't do anything to cause her any stress. Then keep her in check, and I will not bother her. Now get ready to go. I want that shipment to go out on time. Take some men with you. Leaving Xiomara's office, he took out his phone and asked Dick to meet him upstairs. He was putting his gun in his holster when there was a knock at his door. I have to go out and take care of some business. I want you to stay here and keep an eye on Serena. Where is she? Laying down. She's not feeling very good. He walked away and went into the bedroom and over to the bed. She opened her eyes when he sat on the bed. Seeing the gun under his jacket, she sat up. Are you going out? Yes, for a while.
Is Xiomara going with you?
No, he's staying here, but don't worry. I've asked Dick to stay here with you until I get back. He's in the other room watching TV. I'll have the kitchen staff bring you both something to eat. I had a talk with my father and told him you're pregnant and your condition, and had him promise to stay away from you. She didn't believe that Xiomara would keep the promise, but she did feel better knowing Dick would be with her. Don't do anything dangerous, she said, her eyes going to his gun. Seeing where her eyes went to, he did up his jacket to hide the gun. I'm always careful, but I'm glad you are worried about me. It shows you care about me. Of course I care. You are the father of my baby. Is that the only reason? He asked, hoping she would confess her love for him. She lowered her eyes, not wanting to look into his eyes, afraid of what she was feeling, and that he would see the truth. You won't be long, will you? She asked in order to avoid the question. Letting out a sigh, he lowered his head. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone, but you'll be safe here with Dick. He then leaned over and gave her a gentle and loving kiss before leaving. After sleeping for a while, she woke up and was feeling hungry, so she went into the other room where Dick was stretched out on the sofa watching TV. But he jumped to his feet when she entered the room. Serena, are you feeling any better? Can I get you something? I'm actually kind of hungry, and I thought maybe I would call down to the kitchen and have them bring our dinner up early, she said as she picked up the phone from the table and pushed the button to the kitchen. Hanging up, she turned to him and told him to just sit down and relax, and that he didn't have to be so formal around her. An hour later, there was a knock at the door and Dick went to answer it. He took the tray from the maid and laid it down on the small table. This smells good. I can hardly wait to sink my teeth into it. A nice big steak is what a man loves, he chuckled when he looked at her salad and chicken. Are you sure you wouldn't rather have a nice steak rather than that chicken? No, I like chicken. Steak sits too heavy on my stomach. They talked while they ate, and she was enjoying his company. He told her all about how he and Romero met. They had met a few years back when he came to work for his father. They quickly became friends and had each other's back, which did not sit well with Xiomara. When Dick was hurt protecting Romero, Xiomara fired him. As time passed, Romero reconnected with Dick and asked him to come work for him, which he gladly accepted. You don't seem like the violent type, so why would you do this kind of work?
It's a job, and it pays well, and it's all I know how to do. What about you?
It must be so hard to live this kind of life.
And now married into this family, but Romero will never hurt you.
It's not him I'm worried about, she answered back.
It's Xiomara that worries you, and you have good reason to be worried. He is an evil bastard who wouldn't think twice of hurting his own son or his wife. But you have nothing to worry about. Your husband will never let him hurt you, and I will help to protect you.
After they ate, she asked him if he knew how to play chess, and when he said yes, she brought out the board and set it up, and they started playing. She was feeling much better. It was nice having someone to talk to, and they played until they heard Romero coming in. He walked over to them and, leaning over, gave her a kiss on the cheek. I didn't know you knew how to play chess, he said to her. Maybe we can play together sometime. I'd like that, she answered, and was glad to see he was all right and not hurt. Dick stood up and announced that he would be leaving, unless there was anything else Romero needed. No, that will be all. Thanks for staying with her. It was no problem. I enjoyed myself, he said, and then turned to her. Thanks for the game, and I hope we get to play again. Next time I hope I win, he said with a chuckle as he walked out. I'm glad you two are getting along. He's really nice, nothing like the others. So how was your night? Did you kill anyone? He turned to her in anger. Do you think so poorly of me?
It's who you are and what you do, isn't it?
Not wanting to upset her, he just walked away. Going into the bathroom, he stripped down to take a shower. If she wasn't in a delicate condition, he would have argued with her, but he couldn't risk her losing the baby. When he came out with only a towel wrapped around his waist, he found her pouring a drink of whiskey into a glass. Raising an eyebrow, he wondered what she was up to. She walked up to him with the glass and handed it to him. I'm sorry for earlier. I shouldn't have said what I did. No, you shouldn't have, but that is what you think of me, isn't it? Romero, I don't know what to think anymore. I want to believe that you aren't like that, but I know how it is in this type of business. I don't like it, and I wish that we didn't have to live this way. She turned and walked towards the bed and got in under the covers. She was feeling tired and needed some rest. Her eyes were closed when he crawled into bed next to her. He turned his head to look at her, thinking of how beautiful she was, and he wished that things were different. I am sorry, but it has to be this way. But you grew up in this type of lifestyle, and you know the score. There is no leaving the family, so we have to make the best of it. She opened her eyes to look at him, and she could see that he was being sincere. I know, but I still wish that we could leave and start over somewhere else. He lifted himself up to look at her and smiled. Are you telling me that you would stay with me if things were different? I don't know, maybe. Well, that's better than a flat-out no. He moved over and climbed on top of her, his lips going to her neck. He starts leaving little kisses down her neck and over her collarbone. When she didn't stop him, he took that as a sign that she wanted him as much as he wanted her. His lovemaking was gentle, taking special care not to hurt her. It was time for her next appointment. He went with her, and after she was examined, the doctor informed them that her blood pressure was a little better, but still in the danger zone. She was to come back in another week, and they would check her blood pressure and do an ultrasound to see how the baby was doing, but he felt that everything was all right. The next few days went without any trouble, and she was starting to feel a little better. It helped that her father-in-law was not home much, so she and Romero enjoyed the privacy. They went swimming, went for walks, and he took her out to dinner and a play. It was like they were a normal and happy couple for once. The day came for her to have her scan. He held her hand and watched as the doctor put the lotion over her belly, and then he looked at the monitor, and a smile crossed his face when he saw the baby. "Romero, that's our baby," she said as a tear rolled down her cheek. "Would you like to know the sex of the baby?" the doctor asked them. They looked at each other and smiled, nodding their heads. After several minutes, the doctor turned to them. "Congratulations, it's a boy." "A son, we're having a boy," Romero said, stroking her cheek tenderly. He never knew he could feel such joy, but hearing that he's having a son made him feel like the luckiest man in the world, even though he would have been just as happy with a girl. After they left the doctor's, he got a call and said he had to drop by the club for a few minutes. When they got there, he got her a drink of juice and showed her to a table. "Wait right here, I'll try not to be too long." She watched as he went into a room and disappeared, closing the door behind him. Another man followed behind him along with Dick. He was gone longer than she thought he would have been, so getting up she decided to go see what was taking him so long. When she opened the door and walked in, someone grabbed her arm. She looked over at Romero, and what she saw made her scream and call out, "Romero, stop." In the office, Romero stood before the man who was down on his knees with two men holding him. "Xiomara warned you what would happen if you didn't pay up on time," he said as he reached into his jacket to pull out his gun, but stopped when he heard her cry out. Removing his hand, he turned his head to look at her, and when he saw the way the man had a hold of her arm, he snapped at him. "Take your fucking hands off her." He then turned to the man before him and spoke to the two guys holding him. "Let him up." Taking another look at her, he turned back to the guy. "You have until the end of the month to pay back the money. Now get out of here before I change my mind." Serena watched the man who was all bloody leave the room. She then waited until Romero told everyone to leave. "I thought I told you to stay where you were. You shouldn't have come in here." Her heart was racing. She started feeling dizzy, so she sat down and looked up at him. "Were you going to kill him?" she asked, fearing the answer. Seeing how pale she had turned, he went and got her a glass of water and handed it to her. "No, I was only going to scare him. I'm sorry you had to see that. I'm trying to keep you away from this kind of stuff." When he went to touch her, she cringed. She didn't like seeing this side of him, and it scared her. The way she cringed from his touch did not go unnoticed. Just when they were starting to get closer, she had to witness this scene. "Let's get you home," he said, and waited for her to stand. They were both quiet on the drive home as they sat in the back of the car while Dick drove. Chapter 15. They walked inside in total silence. He really didn't know what to say to her, and the last thing he wanted to do was to upset her more than she already was. "I'm going to lay down," she said, not looking at him. "I'll be up soon," he answered and went into the den. Dick followed him. There he went and poured them both a drink. "You should go talk to her," Dick said as he took a drink of the brandy. "I don't know what to say to her." He ran his hand through his hair. "The look on her face is imprinted on my brain. I never wanted her to see me that way. She hates me now. I don't know how to fix this, and I'm worried about her blood pressure. Damn it, why can't she ever do as she's told? Your wife is not like the wives of the others. She is strong-willed and has a mind of her own. I'm sure if you give her time, she will get over it. But I'm not sure how Xiomara is going to take the news about you giving that man a break. I don't give a fuck what he thinks. It was my call. I think I'll go to my room unless you need me for anything," Dick said, placing his empty glass down. "No, that's all." An hour later, and after 2 more drinks, he figured he better go see how she was doing, and was about to get up when his father walked in with 2 of his men, who stood on either side of the door. "Romero," Xiomara said as he sat down across from him. "I've just been informed of what took place at the club. I want to know why you disobeyed my orders and gave Wilson a break. Have you forgotten I don't give breaks? It couldn't be helped, and why not give the poor guy a break?" He has kids and a wife who needs him. Don't lie to me. I know it was because Serena showed up. You are getting soft because of her, and you also know that those who get in the way will be punished. Xiomara looked over at the two men. Get the girl and bring her here. Romero jumped to his feet and stared at the men. You stay away from her, or I will kill you with my bare hands.
Someone needs to pay,
Xiomara said with an evil grin. If not the girl, then you. He looked at his father, hating him with all his heart. Then punish me, but leave her alone. For crying out, she's pregnant with your grandchild. Xiomara motioned for the men to shut and lock the door. I don't want to do this, but you have to learn never to disobey my orders. He stood and walked to the door, unlocking it, and then looked at the one man. Teach him a lesson, but don't break any bones, he said and walked out. An hour later, Dick was feeling restless, so he went down to grab a snack. As he was walking down the hall and past the den, he stopped when he thought he heard a noise. Going inside, he saw Romero laying on the floor, all bloody and moaning. Rushing over, he kneeled down by his side. Holy shit, who did this to you? He asked, helping him up and over to the sofa, and handed him a small towel. Xiomara's men, for going against his orders. That son of a bitch, how could he do this to his own son? It was either me or Serena. What, why her? Because she walked in and I stopped. He blames her, says she is making me weak. The bastard doesn't even care that she's pregnant. I should get you to a doctor. No, I'll be all right. Just help me upstairs. I hope she's asleep. Then I can take a shower and clean up so that it doesn't look so bad. Fuck, they sure did a number on you. Yeah, and one of these days I will return the favor. I should have been here to protect you. You had no way of knowing, he replied, feeling the pain with every step he took. When they reached his room and opened the door, he was glad she wasn't in the room and hoped she was asleep. But no such luck. Before he could take another step, she came from the bedroom. Romero, oh my God, what happened to you? She cried out, running towards him. I'm all right, just help me over to the sofa. She ran her fingers over the bruises on his face. Tears filled her eyes. You're not all right. Who did this to you? Xiomara had his men do it, Dick said as he helped Romero over to the sofa. Quiet, Romero said, glaring at Dick. He didn't want Serena getting any more upset than she already was. He moaned in pain when he was seated. His ribs were killing him. You need to get looked at. Your ribs might be broken, she said, undoing the buttons on his shirt. They're not, they just hurt. I'm going to get a wet cloth and the first aid kit from the bathroom. Don't move, she said and rushed out of the room. When she returned, both men were drinking whiskey, and she was not happy about that. I don't think booze is the best thing for you right now. Dick saw how angry she was, so getting up, he laid his empty glass down. I'll leave you two alone. If there's anything I can do, just call me. Before attending to Romero, she snapped at Dick. How could you let this happen? You are supposed to be protecting him.
Don't blame him. This isn't his fault.
Huffing, she sat down next to Romero, took the wet towel, started washing the blood off his face and neck after taking his shirt off. She began sniffling when she saw the extent of his injuries. Why would your own father have his men beat you like this? The way she cleaned him up, being gentle so as not to hurt him any more than he was, melted his heart. It confirmed his suspicion that she had some deep feelings for him, even though she still hadn't admitted it. He raised his hand to touch her cheek, wiping the tears that fell down her face away. I don't want you to worry about it. Why, Romero, why did he do this? To teach me a lesson. I don't understand, she said, staring into his eyes. I disobeyed an order, so to not lose his men's respect, he couldn't show even his own son any mercy. They see this happening to me, they would be too afraid to go against his orders, or it would be worse for them. I hate him so much, she said, wishing they could leave. Let's talk about this later. Right now, I need to lay down. She helped him into the bedroom and had him lay down. She took off his shoes and then unbuckled his pants. She pulled them down. She looked up when she heard him laughing. What do you find so funny? It's usually me removing your clothes. That's true, but unlike you, I'm not ripping them off you. I can't even count how many bras and panties you've ruined. Well, if you didn't wear the damn things, I wouldn't have to tear them off you. Just lay down and go to sleep, she said with a smile on her face. Once she had him settled under the covers, she went and changed into her nightgown. Getting into bed, she turned to look at him and saw that he was already asleep. She laid on her side watching him. She placed her hand on his chest, feeling his heart beating. In the morning, she woke up to find him getting dressed. Going over, she grabbed his clothes from his hands. You're not going anywhere today. You're hurt and you need to heal now. Get back into bed.
Xiomara will be expecting me. I don't give a shit what he expects. You're not going anywhere now. Get back into bed.
He was in too much pain to argue with her, so he did what she told him to do. He heard her on the phone talking to Dick, telling him to let Xiomara know that Romero would not be doing any more work for the next few days until he was feeling better. For the next 3 days, she nursed him back to health. She made him eat, sleep, and she even gave him a sponge bath every night, which he enjoyed, especially when she washed his private parts. He laughed at her when she got annoyed when his manhood grew while she was washing it. Come on, babe. You know this is your favorite part of me to wash.
Behave yourself, she said,
smiling and shaking her head at him. On the 4th day, she woke up to find him getting dressed. What are you doing? You should be resting. I've rested enough. I'm feeling much better, so we are going down to have breakfast. She sat up in bed and looked at him. How can you sit next to your father after what he did to you? He went over and sat on the bed. I want to show him that I'm not scared of him. We are both going to show him that he doesn't scare us. Will you come with me and have breakfast? Yes, and you're right. We can't let him think that we are hiding from him or that he can intimidate us. Just give me 10 minutes to get ready and we'll go down together, she said as she got out of bed and went into the bathroom. They walked into the dining room hand in hand, and Xiomara was already seated at the head of the table and looked up when they entered the room. How are you feeling, son? He asked, taking a sip of his coffee.
What do you care?
She snapped at him when she sat down next to Romero. Xiomara glared angrily at her. His eyes turned dark and menacing. What was that? Romero placed his hand on her knee and gave it a light squeeze and spoke in place of her. I'm fine now, thanks for asking. Xiomara turned his attention to her. I did what I had to. Do you really think I wanted to have my son hurt? Romero wanted to steer the conversation away from her, so he started asking his father some questions. I've heard that you are thinking of opening a new club on the south side of the city. Yes, I have thought about it. The owner is losing money and is looking to sell at a very decent price. I think it would be a nice investment, and I'm sure I can turn it around into a profitable business. Serena kept quiet, letting the two men talk. She knew as soon as she had opened her mouth to her father-in-law that it was a mistake, and was grateful that Romero interrupted and had the subject changed. After they ate, Xiomara said he had some business in town and asked Romero to go with him. He turned to her when his father left the room, and taking her in his arms, he gave her a passionate kiss. I'll see you soon. Since I will be with my father, I will take Dick with me, so you'll be okay here by yourself.
Be careful. I don't trust your father.
She hated the thoughts of him going anywhere with that man. He still had bruises on his face and his ribs were still tender, and she hoped that they weren't going to be doing anything dangerous. A few hours later, she came inside after spending some time in the garden, picking a few flowers to take to her room. She was shocked to find Xiomara standing there watching her. When she went to walk past him, he grabbed her arm and gave her a dirty glare. You were a bit mouthy this morning. You really need to learn to hold that tongue of yours. I just can't believe that you would hurt your own flesh and blood like that, she said as she tried to pull her arm from his grip. It was either you or him, and he chose himself. What? She asked. Because of you, he didn't follow orders. You are making him soft, and you have got to stop interfering in the business. Someone had to be punished, and it was going to be you. But he refused to let me hurt you, so he took your place instead. So my dear, what happened to him was all your fault. You're a sick bastard, she snapped at him angrily. She cried out when he reached out and put his hand around her throat. You listen to me, girl. Mind your manners and keep your nose out of our business, or you will live to regret it. Her eyes watered up as she tried removing his hands from her throat, and then she heard Dick calling her name, causing Xiomara to release her. Dick walked over to her. Romero is looking for you. I will take you to him now. Taking her arm, he escorted her out of the room and up the stairs. Are you okay? Yes, she answered, rubbing her neck. He walked her upstairs to her bedroom, and when the door opened, Romero was about to walk out. I was just coming to look for you, he said. Looking at her, he knew something was wrong. What's wrong? He asked, putting his hands on her shoulders and looking into her eyes and seeing the tears in them. It's nothing. I need to lay down for a while, she said, and walked away from him and headed towards the bedroom. Romero turned to Dick. Do you know what happened to make her so upset? Chapter 16. Romero turned to Dick. Do you know why she is so upset? I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I do know it has something to do with your father. I was going to get a snack when I heard the two of them arguing, so I went to see what was going on. He had his hand on her throat, but he let go when I entered the hallway. So I told her you were looking for her, and I brought her here. Romero saw red. He balled his hands up into fists. I'm going to kill the bastard. Before he could leave the room, Dick grabbed a hold of him. You can't go to him when you're this angry. You need to calm down. If you attack him, he may do more than just have you beaten up. And what do you think he will do to Serena? You're right. I can't do anything that might put her in danger. So what are you going to do? Get her away from him and this place. I want you to call the hotels and book us into a suite, and one for you too, next to ours. I'm going to see how she's doing. Let me know when they have one available. After talking to Dick, he went in to see how she was doing and found her laying on the bed staring at the ceiling. He placed his hands on the bed on either side of her and looked down at her. I know my father put his hands on you and that you were both arguing. What were you fighting about? She looked at him. You, she answered. What about me? She pulled herself up into a sitting position. He told me that it was my fault that you disobeyed one of his orders, and that someone had to pay, and it was supposed to be me. You took the beating that was meant for me. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, and if I had just kept my mouth shut, you wouldn't have been hurt. None of it was your fault. My father is a sick prick who was going to have a pregnant woman beaten. I was not about to let him hurt the woman I love and the mother of my child. I would go through many more beatings to protect you. She buried her face in her hands and started crying. She was so afraid for him and for herself. You should never have picked me to be your wife. I've been nothing but trouble. He moved her hands away so that he could look at her, and he used his thumbs to wipe away her tears. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you standing in that kitchen drinking that bottle of beer. There could never be another woman for me. It has always been you. I don't deserve you, she said, touching his cheek. What you deserve is not to be under this kind of stress in your condition, and I'm going to change that. What do you mean? We're leaving here tonight. We're going to stay in a hotel suite until I can find us a home or have one built for us. Will your father even let us leave? He has no say in where we live, and as long as I stay working for him, he should be all right. Dick is booking us into a hotel. Now just go pack a few things for us, and later I'll have our things sent to the hotel. I'll be back in a few minutes to help you.
Where are you going?
To have a word with my father and let him know we're leaving. Romero, don't go to him. Let's just leave, and you can call him on the phone. I need to talk to him in person and tell him what I think of him for what he said and did to you. I know what you're worried about, but I promise I'll keep my cool and not beat the crap out of him like I want to. When he left, she got off the bed and started packing some things into a couple of suitcases. She worried the whole time he was gone, worried about what Xiomara would do to him if he did lose his temper. Romero went down to his father's office and without knocking walked right in and found him with two of his men, the same two that had beaten him up. He looked at the two men with fire in his eyes before looking at his father. I want to have a private word with you now. Xiomara told his men to leave, but to wait outside in case they were needed. If this has something to do with your wife and what happened earlier, I have nothing to say. Well, I've got plenty to say to you. I told you to never lay a hand on her, and you had the nerve to put your hand over her throat and scare her. She's pregnant, for Christ's sake, carrying your grandson. She could lose the baby, and it would have been all your fault. I came here to tell you that we're leaving here and moving into a hotel. If that's what you want, then do it, but don't think that you can leave the family, unless she has already talked you into it. Serena knows that's not possible. I just want to get her away from you and from the stress that she's been going through. I will have our belongings picked up once we get settled. He turned and walked out of the office. She jumped when she heard the bedroom door open and held her breath until she saw it was Romero. Thank God you're all right. I was so worried about what he would do to you, she said as she ran towards him and into his waiting arms. I'm all right, and it went better than I thought it would. He didn't care that we were leaving. All he cared about was that I wasn't going to leave the family, not that he would let me go anyways. She looked up at him. I wish you would leave this life, but I know it's not possible. He put his arms around her and lowered his head and kissed her. It was a deep, passionate kiss, but was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. He opened it, and seeing it was Dick, told him to come in. I was able to secure a suite for you, but mine won't be ready for a few days. Then I guess you can stay with us until it's ready. He looked at Serena. Is that all right with you? Of course it's all right with me. Romero took her coat off the hook and helped her into it, and then the guys picked up the bags and they headed down the stairs. Once they were inside the car and drove off, she turned around to look back at the mansion. It felt good to be leaving that place, and she hoped she never had to see it again or Xiomara. She leaned against Romero when he put his arm around her. She could already feel the tension leaving her body. When they got to the hotel and to the suite, she went to look around, checking out the rooms. Every room was huge. It had everything that one could want. But there was only one bedroom, so she went out into the living room where the guys were having a drink. There's only one bedroom. Where will Dick sleep? I'll be fine on the sofa. Nonsense, Romero said. These suites have a den, and I believe there's always a pull-out sofa in them. There is a kitchen in here, and the fridge and cupboards are stocked full of food, she called out to them. The men walked into the kitchen. Yes, I had the hotel stock up on everything we might need, Dick said, thinking he had done a good thing. She looked at the two of them and lifted an eyebrow. But I don't know how to cook. Do either one of you cook? Not me, Romero said. Dick shook his head and chuckled. Oh man, you too. What would you guys do if you had to live alone without any staff around to cook and clean for you? They both shrugged their shoulders and smiled back at him. We would eat out or call for takeaway, Romero said as he put his arm around her shoulders. Well, it's a good thing I know how to cook. If you're hungry, I'll go whip us up something to eat, Dick said as he went over to the fridge and started pulling things out. I think I need to lie down for a while. I'm feeling a little weak, she said and walked away. I better go see if she's okay, Romero said and followed her. Are you not feeling well? Maybe I should call for the hotel doctor to check you out. No, I'm just tired, and I didn't have much to eat today. So that's probably why I'm feeling weak. Just let me take a nap, she said, laying down on the bed. Sitting on the bed, he felt her forehead. You feel a little warm. That's it. I'm calling the doctor, and I don't want any arguments from you. He went into the other room where he had left his phone and called down to the front desk. Dick stirred the sauce for the spaghetti and glanced over at Romero. Doctor, is something wrong? I hope not, but she's having dizzy spells and she feels hot. I know she's hungry, and maybe that's the reason for her being dizzy. I just want the doctor to check her and to make sure it's nothing serious. He sat down after grabbing a beer while he waited for the doctor to show up. I'm worried about her. This pregnancy is hard on her.
I've heard some women have it rough while others breeze right through it. But with her high blood pressure and having to deal with Xiomara, she has it even harder, Dick said, taking a drink from the bottle of beer.
I should have listened to her when she asked if we could find our own place to live. Damn it, I knew she didn't want to live with my father, and she tried to tell me how he was acting towards her, making sexual advances. I guess I didn't want to believe he would do that with my wife. When the doctor arrived, he was shown into the bedroom. Romero had to wake her up. Sweetheart, wake up. The doctor needs to examine you. He smiled when she opened her eyes. She looked so adorable every time she woke up with her hair all messy and the way she rubbed her eyes the way a child would. What seems to be the problem, Mrs. D'Angelo? I'm afraid my husband is a bit of a worrywart. I was just feeling a little lightheaded, but I think it was because I haven't eaten much today. All right then, let me first check your blood pressure, and then we'll check the baby's heartbeat. After taking her blood pressure, he told her that it was a little bit high, but not in the danger zone. He then checked the baby and gave them a big smile. Everything seems normal, but I do suggest you go to your family doctor for a regular checkup. Now get something to eat. Not only are you hungry, but your baby will be too. Romero showed the doctor out. He then went into the kitchen to dish her out a plate of food. Putting it on a tray with a glass of milk, he took it to her. Here you go, eat this, and you will feel better, and if you're still hungry, I will get you something for dessert. I could have come out to the kitchen to eat, she said, eyeing the food. The doctor wants you to have bed rest for a couple of days, and I'm going to make sure you stay in bed.
What about you?
Are you not going to eat? I'll eat later. I just want to keep you company and make sure you eat everything up. You don't have to worry about that. I am starving, and I could eat a horse, she said, giggling. When she was done eating, she pushed her plate away and patted her stomach. Oh, I think I ate too much. I'm so full I couldn't eat another bite. He picked up the tray, giving her a big smile. All right, you go back to sleep. I'll come to bed after I've eaten, and got Dick settled into his room. He then leaned over and gave her a kiss on her lips. How is she? Dick asked when Romero walked into the kitchen with the tray. Her blood pressure is a little high, but not in the danger zone, and she was feeling weak because she hadn't eaten. She's on bed rest for a couple of days, and then I have to take her to see her doctor, but I think she's going to be all right. But now I want to try some of the spaghetti. It smells really good. Sit down, boss. I will dish you out some. I've had the cleaning staff bring up some extra blankets and pillow for you. A sofa is pulled out and ready for you to use. I'm sure you'll be comfortable sleeping on it. After he was done eating, he stood up. Putting his plate in the sink, he looked at Dick. I'm going to turn in now. Make yourself at home. He then left the kitchen and walked into the bedroom. Closing the door behind him, he removed his clothes and got into bed next to her. She was fast asleep. Chapter 17. When Romero woke up, he looked down at the woman in his arms. His heart swelled with love for her. Using his fingers, he traced along her chin, waking her up. Good morning, beautiful, he said as he bent down, placing his lips on hers. How are you feeling? She smiled up at him. I feel so much better, more relaxed than I have in a long time, she said as she pulled his head down to kiss him. Her kiss deepened when he climbed on top of her. She raised her hips when she felt his hands tugging at her panties and pulling them down. The feel of his hand as it rubbed between her legs sent a hot flame of desire coursing through her body. Her core throbbing, she started to moan. His fingers stroked inside her, making her wetter than she already was. The feel of his hard shaft reared hot at her wet opening as it slid inside her. She opened her eyes and looked into his when he moved her legs up and over his shoulders. His hands gripped her hips as he started thrusting into her hard and fast. Her fingers intertwined in the sheets, her eyes closed when she felt her orgasm, and then she could feel that he too was coming. "Yes, Romero," she cried out when he finished and moved her legs back down. Pulling out, he lowered his head, leaving kisses along her neck and to the top of her breasts as he pulled down the top of her nightgown. Putting the palms of his hands on the bed, lifted himself up to look down at her. "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever known. Being inside you is the best feeling in the world. I must admit that it feels amazing having you inside me." She turned her head and sniffed the air. "Do you smell that?" she asked, looking back at him. He looked at her and smiled. "Yes, I smell bacon. Dick must be making breakfast. It smells so good and is making my stomach growl. Let's go eat," she said, giving him a light shove off. Pulling her nightgown up over her breasts, she gets out of bed and grabs her robe. He got out of bed and grabbed his pants, and putting them on followed her out to the kitchen. "It's about time you two got up," Dick says as he takes 3 plates out of the cupboard and starts putting the food on them. He then placed them on the table in front of the other 2 when they sat down. "Dig in before it gets cold."
After they finished eating, they went back to the bedroom.
Took a shower and then changed. "Damn it," she cursed. Romero looked over at her. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern. "My clothes are starting to get a little tight. I'm going to need some maternity clothes soon." He went over and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "I have nothing to do today, so why don't I take you shopping?"
"I'd like that."
"Are you sure you don't mind?" "No, I don't mind. You finish getting ready, and I'll go let Dick know that we're going out for a while," he said as he walked out of the room. When she was ready, she came out of the room, but as soon as she saw the look on Romero's face, she knew that something was wrong. "Serena, babe, I'm so sorry, but Xiomara called. He needs me to take care of something."
"But Romero, you promised to take me shopping."
"I am sorry, but there is a shop across the street that sells maternity clothes. You can go and pick up whatever you want. Here is my card," he said, handing it to her. He knew she was upset, but there was nothing he could do about it. The last thing he wanted to do was to piss his father off. "Fine. Are you also not going to be able to take me to my doctor's appointment tomorrow?" she asked, sounding hurt. "I give you my word that I will be there with you. I'll tell Xiomara when I see him that I have plans for tomorrow. Now come here and give me a kiss goodbye." Dick told them he would wait out in the hall. When he was gone, she walked towards Romero, putting her arms around his neck. "I don't trust your father, so please be very careful." "I always am, babe," he said. Pulling her closer, he gave her a kiss, one that was passionate, one that left her breathless. Picking up the credit card and putting it in her purse, she headed out the door and into the elevator. The store was just across the street from the hotel, and when she went in and looked around, she was very impressed with all the fashionable maternity wear. 2 hours later, she had everything she needed, including a couple of dresses that she would need for special occasions, and told the clerk where to send the items. Leaving the store, she decided to go over to the coffee shop and have something to drink. She had just sat down and was taking a sip of her drink when she felt a presence. Looking up, she was shocked to see Xiomara and one of his men. Without being asked, he sat down, sitting next to her, and the man sat down on the other side of her. She was trapped.
"You're looking well, my dear."
His eyes moved down to her stomach. "I see you already have a tiny baby bump." "I thought you were with Romero," she said, feeling a little scared. When he had the nerve to place his hand on her stomach, She felt sick and pushed his hand away. Don't touch me. Don't ever touch me again. Xiomara grabbed her chin, holding it tightly in his hand as he glared at her. I made a point of keeping Romero and his lapdog busy so that I could see you. I was hoping we could be friends, maybe come to some sort of arrangement, he said, placing his free hand on her thigh. But I see you are going to take some convincing. It would be in your best interest to start being nicer to me. I'm not afraid of you. He stands up, and so did the other man. You should be my dear. I will see you soon, and don't bother telling Romero about our little meeting. He hasn't the balls to do anything about it. After they had left, she went back to the hotel. If her father-in-law thought that she wouldn't tell Romero what he had said and done, he was in for a surprise. There was no way she was going to keep this from him. It was later that night when he and Dick returned. Walking into the bedroom, he placed his gun on the dresser and went over to give her a kiss. He could see that something was bothering her. How was your day? Did you get everything you needed when you went shopping? She rested her head on his shoulder when he put his arms around her. Yes, I'm afraid I bought a lot of stuff. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. I want you to get everything you need. Are you feeling all right? You seem a little down. He lifted her chin up to look into her eyes. She looked up at him, trying to gather up enough courage to tell him about her encounter with Xiomara, when there was a loud knock at their bedroom door. Romero, Serena, I need to talk to you. It's really important, Dick shouted through the closed door. Taking her hand, they went over to the door and opened it. What's up? Maybe we should go into the living room and sit down. I have some bad news. Dick waited until they were seated. I just got off the phone with Xiomara. He looked over at Serena, not sure how this would affect her. I'm so sorry. Your father is dead. Dead how? She asked, feeling the tears welling up in her eyes. Maybe they had never been close, but he was still her father. He was out on a job and was ambushed by some of his enemies. He and his man didn't stand a chance. She buried her face in Romero's chest when she felt his arms going around her. She stayed that way with the tears falling down her cheek as the two men continued to talk. Your father is having the jet prepared for tomorrow. He's going to New York, and he says that you both should go with him for the funeral. Romero stroked her hair. He hated to see her cry. We'll have to go right after your doctor's appointment, he said, holding her tight. She nodded her head. She didn't want to be near Xiomara, but what choice did she have? I need to go lay down, she said, and pulled away from his arms and stood up. He too stood up and touched her arm in a loving gesture. Yes, you go lay down and I'll take care of everything, he said, kissing her cheek.
This is the last thing she needs right now, Dick said as he went and poured them both a drink of scotch. I know, but I will do everything in my power to help her through it. I want you to come with us. Of course, he replied.
That night he held her in his arms while she slept. The next day he took her to her appointment and everything checked out okay, so the doctor said it would be all right for her to fly the short distance from Chicago to New York. The three of them were already inside the jet when Xiomara showed up. She avoided looking at him. Even when he spoke to her, she wouldn't look at him. I'm so sorry about your father. The man who did this will be caught and punished. Your mother is very upset and can't wait for you to get there. At a time like this, family needs to stick together. Irene is not my mother, only my stepmother, and I doubt that she cares if I'm there or not. She looked at Romero. I'm going to go lay down. He stood, holding her hands. Yes, go lay down and I'll wake you when we're about to land. She laid there for over an hour when Romero came in and laid down next to her, taking her hand in his. How are you feeling? I don't really know, to tell you the truth. My father and I were never close. I just don't understand how this could have happened. He was always so careful. It's just not like him to get caught in a trap. Maybe being partners with Xiomara and thinking he couldn't be touched, he got careless and let his guard down. I don't know, maybe, she said as she laid her head on his chest. I really hate that we have to go to New York with your father. I know, sweetheart, but this is the quickest way to get there, and you're not alone with him, nor will you be. If I'm not with you, Dick will be. She looked up at him, remembering what had happened yesterday. Not wanting to cause a fight between father and son, she decided not to tell him until after the funeral. Promise me that you won't leave me alone with him. He looked at her. Stroking the side of her face, he could tell there was something she was keeping from him. Is there something you're not telling me? Oh my God, she said as she covers her mouth and ran to the bathroom. She felt his hand rubbing her back with one hand as he held her hair with the other while she threw up. I thought you were through with morning sickness, he said as he handed her a cloth.
I wish I were, she grumbled.
He helped her up onto her feet and waited while she cleaned herself up. I wish I could take your pain away. They went back and laid down. He wanted her to get as much rest as she could before they got back to the Count's mansion. He knew that being back with her stepmother and going through the funeral was going to be very stressful for her, and he was worried about her blood pressure. He also knew he would have to do everything possible to make sure she didn't get overly stressed. Kissing her forehead, he told her to close her eyes and get some more sleep. When the plane landed in New York, he woke her up by kissing her softly on the lips, as the prince did in Sleeping Beauty. He smiled when it worked, and she opened her eyes. We will be landing soon, so we better go to our seats and buckle in, he said as he got out of bed, holding out his hand for her to take. Is everything all right? I thought I heard somebody being sick, Xiomara asked, looking at her. Serena is still experiencing morning sickness, Romero answered as he helped her into her seat and made sure she was buckled in before sitting down next to her. Before they landed, the plane started to shake. The pilot informed them that it was just some turbulence and that it would pass in a few minutes, which it did. This did not make her stomach feel any better, and she couldn't wait for the plane to land so that she could get off it. Closing her eyes, she dreaded the thought of seeing Irene again. When the plane landed and they got off, there was a limousine waiting to take them to the mansion. Chapter 18. When they arrived at the mansion, there were over a dozen cars parked outside. All had tinted windows, and Serena was sure they were also bulletproof. They were shown into the main living room, where Irene was surrounded by many of Leonardo's men. Seeing them, she gets up and goes over to her, putting her arms around her in a hug. I'm so glad you came, darling, she said. Pulling away, looked down at Serena's stomach. Your father and I were so happy to hear that you got pregnant so soon. If only he were here to see you now. How beautiful and glowing you look. Irene, I'm so sorry for your loss, Xiomara said. Going over, he gave her a big hug. She looked up at him, still holding on to him. Thank you for coming so soon. I really don't think I could handle all of this without your help. She finally let him go. I've had rooms prepared for you, for all of you and Serena, she said, looking over at her. You and Romero can stay in your old room. Drinks were poured, and the men gathered in one area of the room talking, the women on the other side of the room. Serena knew the men were all packing heat and were talking about their revenge on the people who took her father out. Not wanting to be around these people, she went over to Romero. Romero, can I talk to you for a minute? Sure, babe, he said, turning to the group of men. Excuse me, gentlemen, I'll be right back. He walked with her out into the hallway. She stopped once they were in the hallway. Romero, I know these people, and that they will be planning some kind of revenge. Please talk them out of it. It will only start a war. I know you can convince them to let it go. If there's a war, none of us will be safe, and I'm scared for our unborn baby. He put his hands on her shoulders. For you, I will try. I don't want you to worry. It's not good for the baby. You look exhausted. Go lay down and I'll join you as soon as I can, he said, giving her a kiss. She went and got settled in her room. Laying down, she went to sleep. She was awakened when she felt the bed dipping beside her, and looking over she saw Romero laying down next to her. He rolled over onto his side and looked at her. Everyone has gone now, and I just came up to let you know that dinner is ready. She sat up, hugging her knees to her chest. I'm not looking forward to sitting with those two, but I need to eat for the baby's sake. Before we go down, I want to ask you something. Back home, before we got the message about your father, you were about to tell me something. I want you to tell me now. Romero, now is not the time. I don't want you getting angry and doing something foolish. So it has to do with my father, doesn't it? She turned her back to him, but he got off the bed and went and knelt before her. If he has threatened you again, you need to tell me now. If I tell you, you have to promise me that you won't say or do anything while we're here. I will respect your wishes, you have my word. It's the same old story. He made a pass at me and threatened me. She told him everything that Xiomara had said and how he touched her belly and then put his hand on her leg. He stood up and started running his fingers through his hair. His face had turned red and his lips were pressed into a tight, thin line. I should have known when he sent me and Dick on a wild goose chase. He stopped pacing and turned to look at her. I won't say anything until we get back home, and then I'm going to have it out with him again. And if he doesn't stop, then I'm going to have to take some drastic measures. Like what? She asked, wondering what he meant by that. I don't know yet, he said as he reached out his hand for her to take. Let's go down for dinner and not let on to him that I know what he did. One thing for sure is that as of this moment, Dick will be your personal bodyguard. You go nowhere without me or him from now on. They went into the family room to have a drink before going in for dinner. The others were there. Romero wanted to kill his father for what he did to his wife, but he held his tongue and took the glass of whiskey that Xiomara handed him. Serena had to take a second look at Irene. She looked totally different. Instead of her hair in a bun on top of her head, it now hung down, flowing past her shoulders. She also wore makeup. She was actually a very beautiful woman.
Irene, you look amazing.
But why wait until my father is dead before dressing this way? Maybe if you had looked like this, father might have been more loving towards you. Irene turned to glare at her, raising her voice in anger. I did look this way before I married Leonardo, but once we were, he didn't want other men looking at me, so he made me dress down. If I didn't, he would beat me. Now that he's gone, I can finally be myself. Serena didn't know what to say, so she kept quiet. Xiomara and Irene did most of the talking during dinner. Romero kept his eye on his father, and he noticed how every now and then he would look over at Serena. He wanted to get up and punch his lights out. His father had always been one to go after younger women, but he never thought he'd have to worry about him with his wife. Romero, Serena, and Dick called it an early night, and they all went up to their rooms. The day of the funeral. The funeral took place around 1 o'clock. The church was packed full. Serena looked around at all the people who attended. Most of them were her father's men, and the other half were Xiomara's men. Having all of these Mafia men here made her nervous, knowing they were all packing heat. It was hot in the church, and many people got up to say a few words about Leonardo. Serena was feeling the heat. It was starting to make her feel dizzy, so she leaned against Romero. When he looked over at her, he knew something was wrong. Sweetheart, you don't look too good. She looked up at him, feeling the droplets of sweat rolling down her face. It's too hot in here. I need to go outside and get some fresh air. Without saying a word to anyone, he got to his feet and, taking her hand, walked with her past the others and out into the fresh air. He put his arm around her and lifted her up. He carried her over to one of the benches that were under a tree. He was worried about her. The stress of the last few days and the heat were getting to her. Thank you for bringing me out here, she said, resting her head on his shoulder when he put his arm around her. This has been too much for you. I should take you home now. We have to go to the cemetery with the others. It's much cooler out here, so I'll be all right. She saw everyone coming out of the church and got to her feet. It's time to go to the cemetery now. Let's ride with Dick instead of Irene and Xiomara. 2 hours later, they headed back to the mansion, where there was a lunch waiting for everyone who attended the funeral. Once the men had eaten, they went into Leonardo's office to have a meeting, leaving the women to talk and mingle. Romero sat back listening to the men who were saying that they needed to get vengeance from the ones responsible for murdering their boss. Keeping his promise to Serena, he started to speak up. What's done is done. Going after another family will only start a war. I say we forget about it. After all, we don't know who killed him, and if we go after the wrong people, all hell will break loose. Our lives and the lives of our families will be in constant danger. If we do nothing, the others will think they can walk all over us. One of the men stood up, facing Xiomara. Leonardo is dead. We now work for you, so it's up to you, boss. Xiomara sat back in Leonardo's chair behind the deceased man's desk. Picking up his glass of scotch, he looked over at his son. The room went deadly quietly while they waited for him to speak. Romero is right. It would be a huge mistake to start trouble without knowing the culprit. I say we leave it, but if anyone here finds out who's responsible, let me know right away, and then I'll decide what's to be done. The meeting ended and Romero went to check on Serena. Seeing her talking to Irene, he knew he had to go rescue her. Mind if I steal my wife for a little while?
Not at all, dear. I need to talk to Mrs. Choi.
Thanks for getting me away from her. I couldn't listen to her bull much longer. How was the meeting? Xiomara agreed with me. There will be no revenge taken, and that's mainly because they don't know who is responsible. She turned to him. Admiration showed in her eyes. Thank you. You don't know how much I appreciate that. It was late by the time everybody left, and being close to dinner time, they all gathered together to eat. After their meal was eaten, Romero and Serena excused themselves and went up to their room. Dick also turned in for the night, leaving Irene and Xiomara alone once again. Serena came from the bathroom wearing a white silk nightgown. Sitting on the bed, she started brushing her hair, then looked at Romero, who was laying on his back watching her. I feel bad about what I said to her earlier about her appearance. I never knew my father made her change her looks. I think I'll go talk to her before she goes to sleep. He grabbed a hold of her arm. Can't it wait until tomorrow morning? I need to talk to her now, or I won't be able to fall asleep. I won't be long, she said. Putting her robe on, she walked out, shutting the door behind her. She made her way down the hall, making a left turn towards her stepmother's bedroom. She was just about to knock when she heard a noise coming from the bedroom. It sounded like somebody was screaming. Opening the door, she looked over towards the bed, and she covered her mouth with her hand. What she saw shook her to her very core. There was Xiomara on top of Irene, naked. She quietly closed the door and ran back to her bedroom. Once inside, she closed the door and leaned against it, her breathing erratic, and she felt as though she was going to faint. Romero jumped out of bed and went over to her, catching her before she collapsed. What happened? He asked as he carried her over to the bed and laid her down. I saw Irene and Xiomara together in her bed, and they were having sex, she said through sobs. How could Irene do this? She just buried my father today, and already she's sleeping with someone else, and your father no less. Nothing his father ever did surprise him, not even sleeping with the widow of his partner. I don't know, sweetheart. My father I can see doing this, but Irene, that does shock me. She laid down on the bed, covering her face with her hands, trying to get the image of Xiomara naked, as he kept thrusting into Irene out of her head.
Romero laid down next to her, putting his arms around her.
I'm sorry you had to see what you did, but there's nothing we can do about it, and we can't tell anyone. It's better that you don't let on what you saw. She looked up at him, frowning. How can I keep quiet when all I want to do is confront her and tell her what I think of her? If you must talk to her, go ahead, but don't confront my father. You know what he's like, and he would only get mad at you, accusing you of spying on him. She laid back down and rested her head on his chest. I suppose you are right. It wouldn't do any good to confront them, but I'm still so angry with her. My father may not have been the best husband or father, but he still deserves some respect. Romero held her while she slept. He couldn't help wondering if this was the first time the two slept together or if there had been other times. It got him thinking about Leonardo's death. Could his father have been behind it all along? It was a question he knew he would probably never get an answer to, so it was better just to forget about it. After a restless night's sleep, they woke up and got ready to have breakfast before heading to the airport to go back home. Xiomara and Irene were already sitting down having their breakfast. Dick soon followed. Chapter 19. It felt so awkward sitting across the table from Irene and Xiomara the next morning. She kept her eyes down, and if it wasn't for Romero holding her hand under the table, she would have lost it. It was beyond her how they could act as if nothing was going on between them. We should head to the airport, Romero said, looking at his father. About that, I won't be going back with you. I've decided to stay for a while and help Irene with the will and Leonardo's personal business. Is that what you're calling it? Serena said without thinking. What was that? Xiomara asked, turning to look at her. Romero quickly got to his feet, pulling her up. It was nothing. We're going to go now, so I guess we'll see you when you get back to Chicago.
Dick followed behind them,
wondering what was going on. Am I missing something? He asked when they were out of earshot. I'll tell you later. Let's get the hell out of here, Romero said as he opened the door. Once in the car, he shook his head. I thought we agreed not to say anything. Why did you have to say what you did?
I got angry and couldn't stop what came out of my mouth. You're going to have to learn to keep your mouth shut about certain things.
He knew by the look on her face she was pissed and wished he had worded it differently. They were sure to have a fight now. I will not be talked to like that, and you aren't going to dictate what I say or don't say. She snapped at him, then tapped Dick on the shoulder. Stop the car. Serena, what the hell do you think you are doing? He asked when the car stopped and she got out. I'm not sitting near you, she said, getting into the front seat with Dick. Dick had to bite his tongue in order not to laugh when he looked in the rearview mirror and saw his boss rubbing his forehead. It was rare in this lifestyle to see the woman telling off her husband and for him to take it. But Serena was not like the others. She was not only beautiful but strong and wasn't going to take any shit from Romero. Even boarding the plane, she still refused to talk to him, which frustrated him further. He watched her go into the bedroom and slammed the door behind her. He went over and poured him and Dick a drink, making his a double. Maybe I should smack her around a little like the other men do to their wives when they get out of line. Then maybe she would respect me and not get so mouthy, he said out loud, hoping she would hear him. Dick sat back, seeing how angry he was. Romero, we both know you would never lay a hand on your wife. She's strong-willed, full of fire and sass. That's what you love about her. Go talk to her, make things right. When did you get so smart?
I always have been,
Dick said, chuckling. Romero got to his feet. Wish me luck, he said, heading to the bedroom. She looked up at him when he walked in, shutting the door. Are you here to smack me around to keep me in line? He went over to the bed, cupping her face in his hands. I love you, I said it in anger, and I would never hurt you. It's just that you have to be careful what you say in front of the men, especially Xiomara. So you want me to be like the other women. I never want you to change. I love you the way you are. Do you know what the best thing is about having a fight? What? She asked. The makeup SX, he said as he lowered her down onto the bed, kissing her neck as his fingers started undoing the buttons on her dress. Romero, no. Dick is in the other room, and he'll hear us. Not if we're quiet, he answered. Pulling her up, pulled her dress up over her head. He got undressed and on top of her. To cover up her mons, he placed his mouth over hers when she came. He did his best to be silent when he reached his own ecstasy of pleasure. Dick put on his headphones and listened to his music. He couldn't hear any noise coming from the bedroom, but he had a good idea of what was going on. And when Romero came out, looking happy and flushed, he knew for sure what they were up to. "So did you two kiss and make up?" "Yes, she has forgiven me and is asleep now," he said, smiling. Sitting down across from Dick, he told him how Serena caught his father and Irene in bed together. "Holy shit, I never saw that coming. Damn, they couldn't even wait until the old man was cold in his grave before they hit the sheets. Do you think this was the first time, or have they been carrying on for a while?" "I don't know, but I wouldn't put it past my father." "Romero, you don't think Xiomara was behind Leonardo's death, do you?" "I was wondering the same thing myself, but we'll never know, and it's best to keep it quiet for everyone's sake. You know, if it ever comes out that he was the one that took the hit out on Leonardo, there will be an all-out war between the two families." Romero sat back. "I know, we must never speak of this again." When they were getting ready to land, Romero went to wake up Serena. To him, she looked so pale, and he knew that she was still upset over finding his father and her stepmother in bed together. He decided that once he got back to the hotel, he would call the doctor to come and check on her. He was worried about her blood pressure. When they got back to the hotel suite, he made her go lay down while he called the doctor. After the doctor examined her, he found nothing wrong, just that she was a little tired and needed to rest. Romero was relieved and wanted to do something to make her feel better, so he made some calls and was able to get tickets for the Phantom of the Opera for the following night. He went and sat on the bed and, leaning over, gave her a kiss. "I have a surprise for you." She sat up to look at him. A smile crossed her face. "What kind of surprise?" "Well, I know how much you love the Phantom of the Opera, so I was able to get us tickets for the play tomorrow night. That is, if you want to go." "If I want to go? Of course I want to go," she said, throwing her arms around his neck and hugging him. "It will be so nice to go out, just the two of us, and have some fun." The feel of her arms around him and the smell of her hair lit the fire inside him. He lowered her down onto the bed. His lips devoured hers in a passionate kiss, one that left her moaning into his mouth. He could feel her fingers working the zipper on his pants as she pulled them down. With regret, he tore away from her mouth and, getting up, pulled his clothes off, watching as she swiftly removed her own clothing. She pushed him down onto the bed. Getting on top of him, she straddled him, her mouth going to his neck, leaving kisses all the way down to his chest. She moved all the way down to his manhood, and taking a hold of it, she placed it in her mouth and began licking and sucking. Romero was both aroused and shocked by what she was doing. "Serena, you don't have to do this," he said, his breathing becoming erratic. "You're my husband. I want to do this. I want to try anyways, so just be quiet and let me try." He laid back down, his hands behind his head. He laid there enjoying how she was pleasuring him. When he felt he was about to come, he stopped her and pulled her up. He flung her onto her back and got on top. "That was great, baby, but I don't want to come in your mouth. I want to come inside you," he said as his mouth came crashing down on hers in a hot, demanding kiss as he started thrusting inside her. The following night, he took her to the opera and out to dinner, and with Xiomara out of town, he was able to give her all of his attention. 2 weeks later, they had just finished eating their dinner when his phone rang. He got up and walked out onto the balcony to take the call. A few minutes later, he came back in and, going over to the drawer, took out his gun. After putting the clip in, he put it in his holster under his jacket. She watched him do this, feeling the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. "You're going out?" she asked, feeling scared. "There's trouble down at the club, and I'm needed there right away." Seeing how scared she was, he went over and placed his hands on her shoulders. "There's nothing for you to be afraid of. I won't be gone long." "Can't someone else take care of it?" "No," he answered. He put his arms around her and gave her a kiss. He promised that he wouldn't be gone long. 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and she went to answer it. A shiver went down her spine when she found Xiomara standing on the other side of the door. He didn't wait to be invited in. He just brushed past her inside. "I thought you were still in New York?" His eyes moved down to her belly. "I see you are starting to show more now. Why are you here?" He walked around the room, checking it out before answering her. "I just got back. I wanted to see you and let you know that Irene has come back with me. She'll be staying at the mansion for a while." "As your mistress, I'm assuming." "Why would you say that?" "Because I saw you and Irene that night before we came home. You were in bed together. My father had just been buried that day. How could you?" He turned to look at her. There was an evil glint in his eyes. "Were you jealous, sweetheart? Were you wishing it was you underneath me instead of Irene?" "You are sick," she snapped at him. He moved swiftly, backing her up against the wall. "Every night when I stick my cock inside Irene, it's you I'm thinking of. I close my eyes and pretend it's you I'm on top of." "Stop, just stop," she cried out, moving away from him. She felt sick hearing him talk about her in that way. She went over and picked up her phone off the table. "I'm calling Romero to let him know you're here."
No need to bother him. I'm leaving. I just wanted to let you know that Irene is staying with me, and we want you and Romero to come to dinner Friday, he said as he walked towards the door. Before leaving, he looked back at her. I expect the two of you to be there on Friday, he said, then walked out, shutting the door behind him.
As soon as he walked out the door, she called Romero's cell, but it went straight to voicemail, so she left a message. "Your father was here. Please come home now," she said, sobbing. When his phone rang, he wasn't able to get it in time, so he listened to the voicemail. "Fuck," he swore, looking at Dick. That was Serena. Xiomara was there, and she sounded really upset. "I've got to get home now," he said, and rushed out of the office. When he got home, he found her curled up on the couch. Going over, he sat down beside her. "It's okay, I'm here now." She looked at him with tears in her eyes. Then she lashed out, punching him in the chest with her small fists. "You lied to me. You said I would never be alone with him, that you or someone else would always be around, so I wouldn't be alone with that man." He grabbed her wrists, stopping her from hitting him. "I didn't know he was back, or I never would have left you by yourself." "What happened when he was here?" he asked, wrapping his arms around her when she leaned into him. She collapsed into his arms, resting her head on his shoulder. She told him what Xiomara had said and how he had her pushed up against the wall. "Your father wants me. I can't take any more of his sexual comments. I will talk to him." She got up, moving away from him. "You've tried that, and he still keeps doing it." Romero stood and touched her cheek with the tips of his fingers. "This time will be different. I will let him know if he does it again, I will walk away from the family." "He won't let you leave. You said it yourself that he would see us dead before he lets that happen. Just let me talk to him again." He was so angry, and if his father didn't agree to leave her alone, he would find a way for them to leave the country and escape the family. "He expects us to come to dinner Friday night," she said, doubtful that Xiomara would stop sexually harassing her. "We better go and see what he wants, and it will give me a chance to talk to him. Are you up to it?" "As long as you're with me, I'll be all right," she answered, sighing loudly. Chapter 20. For the next few days, whenever Romero had to go out, he had Dick stay with her. He wasn't going to take the chance of Xiomara coming around and doing her or the baby any harm. When Friday rolled around, they went to the mansion for dinner. He could tell she was a bundle of nerves, so taking her hand, he gave her a reassuring smile. "It's going to be okay. You won't be alone with Xiomara, and I will have that talk with him."
They were shown into the living room where Irene and Xiomara were waiting for them. They stood to greet them.
"I see you brought Mr. Rafferty with you," Irene said with one of her fake smiles plastered on her face. "I hope that's okay," Romero said as he accepted the drink his father handed him. No, the more the merrier, she answered back. Xiomara, could I have a private word with you? Romero asked. Getting to his feet, he waited for him to lead the way to his office. What is it you want to talk to me about? He asked, sitting down behind his desk. Let me guess, your wife told you about my little visit the other day. If you're upset about it, don't be. I was just messing with her. I don't see why we can't share her from time to time. You're more than welcome to sleep with Irene. She is also a very beautiful woman. Serena is my wife, and I'm not sharing her with anyone, least of all you. Also, I wouldn't touch Irene with a 10-foot pole, nor will I ever cheat on my wife. I have asked you to leave her alone, but as soon as my back is turned you show up, upsetting her. This will be the last time I'll tell you to back off or else. Or else what? Xiomara barked, getting to his feet. Or else I'm done with you and the family. I'll take Serena away somewhere where you'll never find us. No one leaves the family, not alive. If you do try, I will find you no matter where you go. Remember that, my son, and what I'll do when you and Serena are found. Romero slammed the palms of his hands down on the desk. Watch me, and you'll never find us. Xiomara sat back down, running his hand down his beard, thinking as he stared at his son. He was kind of impressed with the way he was standing up to him, but he wasn't about to let him leave. Okay, I see how much you care about the girl, and I'll leave her alone. But I warn you, don't let her interfere in our business. Women are only good for fuking. I will apologize to her for my behavior. Romero straightened up. It threw him off the way his father gave in so easily. I'd appreciate that very much. Great. Now that we have cleared the air, we should join the others for a drink before dinner. No more talk of leaving, okay? He said and started walking out of the office with Romero following behind him. Seeing Xiomara walking towards her, she looked over at Romero, feeling nervous, but was shocked when he sat down next to her and was actually being decent towards her. Serena, I want to apologize to you for the way I've been treating you. It was wrong, and I was way out of line. You're my son's wife, and I need to respect you. I promise from now on I won't make advances toward you. We are family and need to get along, to love and protect each other. I hope you can forgive me and give me a second chance. Thank you, and I guess we could start over, she said, but still not convinced of his sincerity. Dick was standing next to Romero by the bar, and turning to him spoke quietly so that no one else could hear him. I still wouldn't trust him. Me either, and we'll still have to keep an eye on her when he's around. They all went in to eat, and during the meal, Irene brought up Leonardo's will. Serena, I just wanted you to know your father left me the mansion, and I plan on selling it. I do hope you don't have a problem with that. She looked over at Irene. You were his wife, so I expected that he would leave everything to you. I have no problems with whatever you decide to do with it. My only concern is all the people who ran the place. Are they to lose their jobs? I will give them all great references, and perhaps whoever buys the place will keep some of them on.
Where will you live?
That's the beauty of it, dear. Xiomara has asked me to stay here until I find a place, and this way I'll be close when the baby arrives. Serena continued to eat. She doubted very much that Irene would find her own place, not now that she had Xiomara. That's a lovely necklace you're wearing. I've never seen it before, she said, eyeing the diamond necklace around Irene's neck. Yes, isn't it lovely? Xiomara gave it to me the other day. Wasn't that sweet of him? It was time for Romero to speak up. Did Leonardo not leave anything to his only daughter? He found it strange that she had only mentioned the house and not the rest of his properties and businesses. She looked over at Xiomara and was glad when he spoke up for her. Leonardo's will is very complicated. He had many businesses that were hidden under different names, and much of his money is tied up, so it will be months before his will is fully looked over and what he might have left Serena be known. It could take months until she finds out what was left to her. Romero sat back and listened to Xiomara. He knew there was something off. It never took months to go through a will. He couldn't help but wonder if Irene and his father were up to no good. Xiomara and I were talking, and we think it would be a good idea for you two to move back in here. You'll need help with the baby, and there's so much more room here, Irene said, smiling at the two of them. Serena looked at Romero, looking into his eyes, hoping he wasn't going to say yes. Thanks for the offer, but we plan on buying a house after the baby is born. If Serena needs help with the baby, we'll hire a nanny. Xiomara shrugged his shoulders. Well, the offer still stands if you change your mind at a later time. Now that we're done eating, let's go into the other room and have a cocktail, he said, standing up. After a couple of drinks, they left to go back to their hotel, and on the drive she turned to look at Romero. I'm so glad you didn't agree to move back in. He put his arm around her. Pulling her close, he stroked her cheek as he looked into her beautiful blue eyes. I would never put you through the stress of living under the same roof as those two. I still don't trust my father or Irene. I wouldn't put it past them to be up to no good. Like what? I don't know, but I don't want you worrying, he said. Placing his hand on her stomach, he lowered his head and kissed her. Ignoring the fact that Dick was in the front seat driving, his kiss turned more passionate. Putting her hands on his chest, she stopped the kiss. Romero, not here. His eyes sparkled with mischief when he placed his hand over hers and moved it to his crotch. Why not? You can feel how turned on I am. Because we are not alone, she said quietly, nodding towards Dick. I can have him park the car and take a walk. She rolled her eyes at him. No. Fine, he said, grumbling under his breath. He leaned back in his seat. She snickered at the way he was pouting, so leaning over she whispered in his ear, I'll make it up to you later. Yes, you will, he answered, winking at her. Would you like to come in for a drink? She asked Dick when he went to open the door to his own suite. He saw the look Romero gave him and could tell he was not happy with her for asking, sensing he wanted to be alone with her. Thanks, but no, I think I'll turn in early tonight. As soon as they went inside, Romero removed his shirt and started unbuckling his pants. If you think that by asking him in you were going to get out of what you promised me, you are sadly mistaken. Now get naked, he said, going over to the sofa. He sat down. Can't you wait until we get to the bedroom? No, now I won't tell you again. Strip, he ordered her, drumming his fingers on the arm of the sofa. His voice was smooth as honey when he ordered her to strip. His eyes were filled with lust when he stared back at her. Some women might not like being talked to like that, but she found it hot when he was bossy and domineering. She started stripping but stopped when he barked out more orders. No, go slow, and after every piece of clothing you remove, I want you to touch yourself. Are you kidding me? She asked, shocked at what he was suggesting. Do it, he said when she hesitated. Well, if he wanted a show, she was going to give him one. Pulling her top over her head, she drops it and takes off her bra. Cupping her breasts in her hands, she starts messaging them, running her thumbs over the nipple. Looking over at him, she saw the rise in his pants and knew he was aroused. Then she pulled her pants and panties down, letting her hand move between her legs, and started rubbing her pussy for him to see. You like this, baby? Oh, baby, I'm so wet for you, she moaned loudly, teasing him. Shit, that's so hot, he said, licking his lips and arching his hips. He pulled his pants down and took a hold of his manhood. Come here, he said, his cock throbbing, wanting to be inside her. When she got closer to him, he reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling her down so that she was straddling him. He then guided himself inside her. You get me so hot, he said, caressing her hips as he sucked on her breast, then the other. Ride me, he said. His breathing was heavy. She began moving slowly up and sliding back down the length of his shaft. She closed her eyes when he began caressing her breasts, telling her to go faster. Sweat coated her body as she continued moving faster. She let out a scream when her body convulsed with an orgasm that had her seeing sparks of white light behind her closed eyelids. and hearing him, she knew he too reached his own orgasm. Totally worn out, she put her arms around his neck and rested her face against the side of his head.
"You're the greatest,"
he said, stroking her back. "I need to shower. I'm soaking wet down there." She moved her head to look at him. "Would you like to join me? Do you even have to ask?" After showering and in bed, she laid on her back, feeling her stomach. "I'm really starting to show." "You're beautiful," he said. Lowering his head, he kissed her belly. She ran her fingers through his hair. "I'm so glad you're nothing like Xiomara. The only thing I hate is what you do. Can you promise me that you won't kill anyone?" He looked up at her. "We don't go around killing people for no reason." "But you do hurt them." He sat up, not wanting to have this conversation with her. "Don't ask me these things. I don't want to lie to you." He hated seeing the hurt in her eyes when she looked at him, knowing how much it was hurting her, knowing what he did. Sitting up, she reached for his shirt that was tossed carelessly over the nightstand. Putting it on, she gets out of bed and walks out onto the balcony, crossing her arms as she looked out over the city with the bright lights and felt his arms going around her waist. How can this place look so beautiful at night, but still hold such ugliness? "That's life," he answered, kissing the side of her neck. "I believe there are places out there with good people who live a normal life, one I wish we were living."
You said we, so you do think of a life with me."
She turned around to face him. "You're my husband, so yes. As much as I love you, I can't give you the life you dream of, but I can promise to always love and take care of you." He used his fingers to lift her chin up so that he could look into her eyes. "Though you won't admit it, yet I know you love me too." "Romero, please don't," she said as a tear trickled down her face. "It's okay. I can wait until you say those words to me," he said, wiping her tear away with his hand. "Let's get you to bed. You need your rest." Picking her up, he carried her bridal style back to the bedroom. Chapter 21. The next 3 months went without any incidents. She was now 6 months pregnant, and her morning sickness finally went away. Even Xiomara kept his promise and behaved around her, which is why she agreed to go with Romero to a party his father was giving. When she came from the bedroom, she saw him putting the clip in his gun. "Must you carry that? It's just a party," she asked. She hated being around guns. He looked up at her, tucking his gun under his jacket. "You look so beautiful," he said, going over to place his hand over her stomach and giving her a tender kiss. "No, I don't. I look fat," she answered, pouting. "You do not look fat. For being 6 months pregnant, you don't look it." She smiled and swatted his arm. "Liar. And my breasts are getting huge." He moved behind her, cupping her breasts in his hands as he kissed her neck. "Yes, I know they are, and I have to admit I'm loving it. I have always loved these babies, but now there is more to play with." Just then they heard a knock at the door, and she turned around to face him. "That will be Dick. I'll let him in while you cool down." "I don't need cooling down." She points to his crotch and giggled. "Unless you want him to see that, you better go splash some cold water on your face," she said, walking out to answer the door. He looked down and saw what she was talking about. With a smirk on his face, he went into the bathroom. "Serena, you look amazing," Dick said when she opened the door. "Why, if you weren't already taken, I'd ask you out," he said, joking. "Are you hitting on my wife?" Romero asked, going over put his arm around her. "I can't say I blame you. She is gorgeous." "All right, you two can stop with the bull now. Let's go to the party." At the party, they were the last ones to arrive, which made Xiomara angry. "You should have been here before the guests started to arrive," he said, giving Romero a dirty look. "Well, you're here now. I want you to meet someone." He turned to Dick and Serena. "You look lovely, my dear. Why don't you go get something to eat and drink while I steal your husband away for a while?" "He's such a condescending jerk," she said to Dick when they walked away. She rolled her eyes when she heard Irene's shrilled voice calling out her name. Putting a smile on her face, she turned to her stepmother. Irene, you look lovely. Thank you, sweetheart. Look at you. You're really starting to show. Are you getting enough rest and food to eat? I just can't wait for my grandbaby to be born. She stood there, letting Irene go on and on. Looking around the room, she saw Romero talking to a woman. She was tall with blonde hair and kept touching his chest with her long, painted fingernails. Who is that woman Romero is talking to? She asked, not liking the way she was looking at him. Irene turned her head to look. Oh, that's Rosa De Luca. She's an old friend of Romero's from Italy. She's staying with us for a few days. You should go over and say hello. Yes, I think I will, she answered and walked over to them. Romero, are you going to introduce me to your friend? She asked in a snarky tone. He saw something in her eyes, and it was jealousy. Sweetheart, meet Rosa De Luca, Rosa, my wife Serena.
So you're a friend of my husband.
Well, we were more than just friends. She turned to look at him. Darling, have you not told your wife about us? He began to sweat when he saw the look on Serena's face. No, he hasn't, she said, giving him the snake eye. Serena, not now and not here, he said nervously. Oh, just tell her, darling. She's a mature woman. She'll understand. Understand what? Serena asked, looking at the woman. Be quiet, Rosa, Romero snapped. We were lovers during his stay in Italy, but the dear just left without so much as a goodbye kiss. You were lovers? She asked him. When he went to take her hand, she pulled away. You should have told me instead of letting me find out this way, she said and walked away. Romero glared angrily at Rosa. He wanted to throttle her. You just had to tell her, didn't you? You should have told her yourself, darling. When he went to follow Serena, Rosa grabbed his arm to stop him from going. Just let her go. We could go somewhere to get reacquainted. He pushed her hand away. I'm married and I love my wife. Stay away from us, he said as he walked away to go after her. He went from room to room looking for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Not finding her, he asked Irene if she had seen her. I saw her leaving with Dick. She looked really upset. Just then Xiomara came over to them. Is there a problem here? Romero glared angrily at him. What is Rosa doing here? I invited her. You could have told me, and why in the world would you invite her here? It's my home, and I can invite whoever I want to. I've invited many from Italy to come to stay for a few days. Irene put her arm through his. I'm afraid our little Serena is jealous. Well, son, maybe you should have told your wife about your affair. Romero shook his head. You did this on purpose to cause trouble between me and my wife. Well, let me tell you this, it's not going to work.
Where are you going?
Xiomara barked out at him. To find my wife, he snapped and walked away. He knew there was no way that Dick would leave with Serena without telling him first, so he walked around until he got to the patio at the back of the house. Looking through the glass patio door, he saw the two of them outside talking. When they heard his footsteps, they turned in his direction. Go away, she said, turning her back to him. Romero nodded his head, indicating for him to leave them alone. When Dick was gone, he went over to her. Serena, let me explain.
Explain what? That the woman you've been sleeping with for the last few years is here now. The first time I met you, you told me to save my virginity for you, but you sure didn't save yourself for me.
You were only 16. I was 21 and a man. Surely you didn't think I would live like a monk while I was gone. I'm not a fool. I know you would have slept around, but what I didn't think was that you had an ongoing affair with someone. She started sniffling. He went up behind her and placed his hands on her shoulders. She meant nothing to me. It was just sex. How do I know that you won't pick up where you left off with her now that she's back here? He turned her around to face him. I love you, and I will never be unfaithful to you. I was in Italy for over 3 years. She was just company for me. Someone to help me pass the time. I never had any feelings for her. You're the only one I've ever had feelings for.
I'm not upset that you've slept with other women. What I'm upset about is that you should have told me about Rosa. One night stands I can understand you not telling me, but someone you've been sleeping with for over a couple years, it hurts.
I never thought I'd see her again.
Oh, so that makes it okay?
No, I should have told you about her. I'm sure my father brought her here to cause trouble between us. Please don't let this happen. She's so beautiful and slender, whereas I am pregnant, and soon you won't find me attractive. You will be tempted when I can no longer satisfy you. Putting his arms around her waist, he pulled her close. I will always find you attractive and never be tempted to fool around. When you get too far along I can, and will wait. You wait for SX, yeah right, she said, scoffing. Yes, I will. You are worth waiting for. With the gentle caress of his fingers over her cheek, he stared into her eyes. Please trust me. I trust you, she said, closing her eyes when he lowered his lips onto hers. After a long and passionate kiss, he released her. Would you like me to take you home, or do you want to stay? She did want to go home, but she wasn't going to give Xiomara and Rosa the satisfaction of seeing her run away. No, let's stay and show them all they can't split us up. That's my girl, he said. Taking her hand, they walked back into the party. When they got back inside, they saw Rosa, Irene, and Xiomara whispering amongst themselves. Just look at them. I told you they were up to something. Let's show them that we are as strong as ever, he said, putting his arm around her waist as they walked around the room talking to people. For the next 2 hours, they mingled with the guests. If he wasn't holding her hand, he had his arm around her waist. At one point, he had her sit down while he went to get her something to eat from the buffet table. While he was putting some food on a plate, Rosa walked over to him and started talking. Romero, I am sorry about earlier. I should have kept quiet about us. He looked at her with lips tightly pressed together in anger. Damn right you should have, but then again I should have told her myself before now. I never would have thought that a tough guy like you would ever fall in love. When you meet the right one, you can't help but fall in love. Maybe someday you'll meet the one. But does she love you? Now, why would you ask that? Because of the way she is with your bodyguard. They seem a little too friendly, she said, looking over to where Serena and Dick were talking. He looked over to where they were sitting, talking and laughing. Rosa, if you are trying to plant doubt in my mind, you can forget it. I trust them both, he said. Grabbing the plate of food, he walked over to them. Serena looked up and smiled at him, taking the plate from his hand. Thank you. I was starting to get a little hungry. So what were and that blonde witch talking about? You and Dick. Both turned to look at him. Us, what about us? She asked. She was trying to convince me that there was something going on between the two of you. Oh, Romero, surely you don't believe that, Dick said, looking worried. If I did, would you still be alive right now? He asked, then broke out into a smile. No, I don't believe it. As the night wore on, Xiomara made his way over to Serena. Are you enjoying the party, my dear? Yes, I have met some really nice people. I apologize if inviting Rosa here has caused you any distress. She avoided looking at him. She knew that he had planned it, hoping to cause trouble between her and Romero. It hasn't. He has told me everything. That's good, but keep an eye on them. No man can resist a woman whom he's had an affair with for years. There's always going to be that connection between them. When he walked away, she went looking for Romero. She was going down the hall when she heard voices. Ducking around a corner, she peeked her head out and saw him with Rosa, so she listened to what they were saying. There's no reason why we can't have some fun while I'm here, she said, putting her arms around his neck. He tore her arms from around his neck and pushed her away. Give it up. I love my wife and will never cheat on her. So you can go back to Xiomara and Irene and tell them their little plan didn't work, and then go back to Italy. You're a passionate man who loves Essex. She's pregnant, and soon she won't be able to satisfy you. You won't be attracted to her when she gets bigger. Even now it must be hard being in the same bed as her. He moved closer and got in her face. Serena is more beautiful now than ever, and I will also be turned on by her, even if she were to gain 100 pounds. I love her. Nothing will change the way I feel about her.
But the Essex was so good between us.
He looked at her and smirked. Oh, sweetheart, the Essex was not good. At times I had to force myself to finish. You bastard, she snapped, slapping him across the face and storming off. She came out from hiding and waited until he turned around. Rubbing his cheek, he turned around and saw Serena standing there. How much of that did you hear? He asked as he walked toward her. There was no way to tell from the look on her face what she was thinking. Getting closer, he thought for sure he was going to get another slap across the face. Are you going to say something, anything? He let out a groan when she put her hands on his chest and shoved him back into the wall. Chapter 22. I heard everything you said, and now it's time for me to say something. She looked at him, her eyes tearing up. I can't keep denying the truth. I love you. I've always loved you, she said. Cupping the back of his head, she kissed him. It was hot and demanding as she forced her tongue inside his mouth, making him moan and feeling his cock getting hard. Putting his hands on her shoulders, breaking the kiss, he turned her around so that now she was up against the wall. Do you know how long I've been waiting to hear you say those words? His heart was pounding, his eyes filled with love when he looked at her. I should have told you a long time ago. I was trying to convince myself it was only lust I felt for you. But it's more than that. I'm in love with you, and you have my heart. You always have. She felt his hands cupping her face as he stared deeply into her eyes. Aren't you going to kiss me? She asked, wanting him. He lowered his lips down onto hers. He poured all the love he felt for her into that kiss. The world did not exist at that moment. There were only the two of them. He felt her arms going around his neck as she kissed him back with just as much hunger and passion as he was. When he finally let her come up for air, she opened her eyes. Take me home. The way she looked at him and the way she said those words, he knew what she meant by that. And he too was thinking the same thing. I'm not sure I can wait until we get home. We could go upstairs to my old room. No, not here. And what if Xiomara had put Rosa in there? You're right, let's get out of here, he said. Taking her hand, they went to find Dick so that he could drive them back to the hotel. Finding him, they didn't bother to tell anyone they were leaving.
Romero got in the back seat of the car with her. He didn't waste any time taking her into his arms and started kissing her. His hand on her leg moved up, but stopped when he remembered Dick could see them. He pushed a button which rolled up the dark glass between the driver and the back seat. Now he could continue without anyone seeing them.
Oh, Romero, she moaned when he pulled her panties down and began stroking inside her. She was lowered down onto the seat, and he removed her panties. Putting his head between her legs, he continued to bring her to an orgasm. After satisfying her, he moved up, hovering above her. I want to be inside you, but we don't have time. We should be arriving at the hotel any minute now. She gasped, trying to push him off her. Oh my God, I can't believe we did this here. Help me put on my panties. She tried to grab them from him when he shoved them in his pocket. Romero, what are you doing?
You don't need to put them on. They will only be coming off as soon as I get you inside, he said, helping her clean up before the car stopped.
She felt uncomfortable about going up to their suite without panties, but there was nothing she could do about it. As soon as he closed the door to their suite, he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom and took off her dress. He smiled down at her as he took off his own clothes and got into bed. I told you that you didn't need the panties. He got on top of her. Say those words to me again. Knowing what he meant, she placed her hands on his chest, feeling his muscles. I love you, I love you, I love you, she said over and over until his mouth closed over hers, stopping her from talking. It made her feel so special and loved the way he was so gentle as he made love to her, making sure not to put too much weight on her stomach. For over a week, everything was perfect. Then one night, Dick came to see Romero. He stayed late on purpose, hoping Serena would go to bed so that he could talk to him without her hearing. He breathed a sigh of relief when she finally said she was tired and going to bed. When she left the room, Romero stood up. "It is late. Maybe you should leave. I have something to tell you, and I couldn't in front of Serena." "Can't it wait until tomorrow?" "No, it can't." Romero sat back down. "Okay, so what's so important?" "There have been some rumors going around about Xiomara and Irene. It has to do with Leonardo's will. Apparently, everything was left to Serena, except the house." Romero leaned forward. "Why haven't they told us?" "In the will, it also said that if anything were to happen to your wife, then it all goes to Irene. I think the reason they haven't told you is that they plan on killing her after the baby is born. She's in great danger." Romero stood up and started pacing. "How do you know this?" "I received a call from Mr. Dancy, Leonardo's lawyer. He's in hiding from your father. He knows too much. He says he has a copy of the will and is willing to give it to you for some money and your help in getting him out of the country." "I knew those two were up to no good. I'll kill them." "How much does Mr. Dancy want?" $200,000 and safe passage out of the country. "Romero, you can't let your father know that you are on to him, or he will put out a hit on you too. What are you going to do?" "First I will go see this lawyer, then I'll decide. You will take me to see this man tomorrow, and I'll hear what all he has to say. I'll see both Xiomara and Irene dead before I let them harm a hair on her head." Dick got up and went over to Romero. "Many of Xiomara's men are not happy with the way he has been running things. They say he is becoming too reckless, too cruel. If he did have anything to do with Leonardo's death, they will turn on him, and you may be able to have him taken out. My father is too powerful, has more backing him than I ever could. I will decide after I have spoken to Mr. Dancy. Now go." When Dick was gone, he went into the bedroom and got into bed, putting his arm around her as she slept. Never in his wildest dreams did he think his father would go as far as to have Serena killed. He did not sleep that night as he kept his eyes on her. He had to come up with a plan to protect her. He must have fallen asleep, because when he opened his eyes he could smell bacon, so getting up goes into the kitchen. He found her making breakfast, which he found funny since she didn't know how to cook. "Since when do you cook?" She turned to him and smiled. "I think it's time I started. Sit down. It's almost ready," she said. Pouring him a cup of coffee, handed it to him. He takes it and sits down. "It does smell good," he said, looking at the plate she set before him. The bacon was burnt and the eggs runny, but he ate it anyways while she ate toast.
"It's horrible, isn't it?"
He looked at her, taking her hand in his. "I think it's great for your first time." He pulls her up and over onto his lap, putting his arms around her waist. "Listen, baby, I have to go out with Dick for a while. I want you to promise me you'll stay inside. Don't go anywhere." "Why?" "Please, just do as I say for once." "All right, I promise," she said, kissing his neck.
Forgetting about his food, he picked her up and carried her back to bed. He made passionate love to her, and it made him so happy when she told him she loved him.
Dick showed up just as Romero finished getting dressed and sniffed the air. "Is that bacon I smell burning?" Romero chuckled. "Serena tried making breakfast, didn't quite work out. She's asleep, so let's go before she wakes up." He was anxious to find out what all this man knew. Stopping along the way, went into the bank, and when Dick stopped at a fast food place, he turned to look at him. "We don't have time for you to get something to eat." "It's not for me, it's for Dancy," he said to bring him food. Dick drove to the poorest part of town and stopped behind a flea bag of a motel. It was dark and dingy inside. Garbage and cockroaches littered the hallway. Romero could just imagine what the rooms looked like. He would soon find out when a man opened the door a crack. "Who's there?" he spoke quietly. "Mr. Dancy, it's me, Dick. Let us in." The door opened, and when they walked in, the man closed the door behind them. His eyes went to the bag in Dick's hand. When he went to grab it, Romero stopped him. "First, you tell us what we want to know, and then you can have the food." He glanced around the dimly lit room. It was dirty and smelled like sweat and garbage. He wrinkled up his nose. The man shook his head. "No, food first, please. I'm starving." He felt sorry for the man. He was so thin and shaking so bad from hunger and fear. Holding out the bag, Dancy grabbed it and scurried over to the table, spilling everything onto the table. He watched as the man practically shoved one of the burgers into his mouth. "Did anyone follow you?" he asked with his mouth full. "No, we were careful. Tell us what you know about Comte's will," Romero said, looking for a clean spot to sit down. "Did you bring the money and the other things I asked for?" "Yes, it's right here," Dick answered, holding up the bag. "But first you need to tell us everything. Don't leave anything out." "I was Leonardo's lawyer. I drew up the will and everything was being left to his daughter. Only the house went to his wife. When he died, or should I say murdered Irene, and Xiomara came to see me, she was furious as hell. She claimed there had to be another will, said she was the wife, and she should get it all. They wanted me to change it, but I told them I couldn't. I had to leave the room at that moment to use the washroom. I had eaten some bad sushi for lunch, and it wasn't agreeing with me." "Then what?" Romero snapped. He was getting impatient. "Xiomara told Irene that the will did say that if something were to happen to Serena, then everything would go to her. So they discussed putting a hit on her after the baby was born." Romero got up and banged his fist against the wall. "I'm going to kill them both." "She's not the only one in danger," the man said, unwrapping another burger.
What are you talking about?
"He's angry with you, said the last couple of months you haven't been doing your job, that you've become soft, and is going to order a hit on you too. Irene told him to wait until the baby is born, said that if something happened to you, Serena would be upset and might lose the baby. They want the baby to take over the business for Xiomara someday. He plans on turning the child into a ruthless killer." Romero went over to him, leaning his face in close. "How do you know all of this? No way would they discuss this in front of you."
I always record my conversations with clients, had it hidden inside one of the drawers. I didn't turn it off when I left the room. I have the recording with me and a copy of the will to give you.
"But why are you in hiding and want to leave the country?" Dick asked, curious. "Why?" "Because they also said they couldn't leave any loose ends and that I could be a threat, so they had to get rid of me. Xiomara is one scary bastard. I grabbed what I could and came here," he said. Getting up, he went into the closet and took out a brown envelope and handed it to Romero. Dick picked up the bag and handed it to the lawyer. "In here is $200,000, also some clean clothes, a disguise, a fake ID and passport. We've booked you on a flight to Mexico for later this afternoon. Be on it and never contact anyone here or come back. Start a new life, and thank you for letting Romero know about this." As they were leaving, Mr. Dancy stopped them. "Mr. D'Angelo, be careful. As you know, your father is a very dangerous and powerful man. I do hope you can save your wife and yourself. Thanks again for all of this," he said, holding up the bag. Romero just nodded. He was still shocked by what he had heard. Once in the car, and they drove off, Dick looked over at him. "Whatever you decide to do, I'm with you." He drummed his fingers on the armrest. "What I want to do is go over to his place and put a bullet in his head, along with that evil bitch. But I have to be smart about this. Can't go off half-cocked and put Serena in more danger. I'll have to work out a plan for us to get away. At least we know they aren't going to do anything until the baby is born. That gives us a couple of months to plan." Take me back to the hotel. I need to be with her. Are you going to tell her about this? Romero stared at him. No damn way. This will only upset her. She's just starting to feel better. Her blood pressure is down. And don't you say anything either. Chapter 23. When he got back to the hotel, and she wasn't in the living room, he went into the bedroom and found her asleep on the bed. Going over, he looked down at her. He knew he had to act quickly to save her and their son. Taking off his shoes and shirt, got into bed. Moving on top of her, he kissed her lips. He only wanted to kiss her, to hold her in his arms, but when her arms went around him, returning his kiss, it became more passionate, demanding. Romero, I'm glad you're back. He lifted his head.
If you're tired, I can stop.
Don't you dare stop, she answered, raising her hips when she felt him pulling her panties down. Be gentle, she whispered, sucking on his neck. There was something different about his lovemaking. It was so tender and sweet. She sensed something sad about him, wondering what was bothering him. I love you, she said when he finished. He rolled over onto his side, pulling her close. I love you too, baby, he said, placing his hand over her stomach. Is something bothering you? She asked. Looking up at him, she traced her fingers over his lips. No, I'm just tired. I didn't get much sleep last night. He kissed the top of her head. He knew he couldn't tell her, not yet anyway. I'm just going to sleep for a little while, and when I wake up I'll take you out to dinner, he said. Closing his eyes, he went right to sleep. She laid in his arms, listening to his even breathing as he slept. She stared at his face. Even in his sleep, he had worry lines around his eyes and forehead. Slipping out of bed, she went and showered. After getting dressed, she went down to the hotel lobby to buy some magazines on baby furniture and other items. Waking up, he reached over, expecting to find her laying in bed. He opened his eyes when he didn't feel her. Sitting up and wiping the sleep from his eyes, he called out her name. Not getting an answer, he jumped out of bed, pulling on his pants. He called out her name as he went from one room to another. His heart was racing, and he started to sweat. When the door to their hotel opened, and she stepped in, he yelled at her. Where the fuck have you been? She jumped, dropping the magazines, and started to shake when she saw how mad he was. I just went down to the lobby to get some books, she said, sniffing as tears filled her eyes. Angry and hurt, she went to walk past him, but he grabbed her arm, stopping her. She looked at his hand that was around her arm and hissed at him. Take your fucking hand off me. How dare you talk to me in this manner? I'm not one of your men who you can order around. Realizing he scared her, he let go of her. I'm so sorry, but you shouldn't have gone out by yourself. I woke up and couldn't find you. I was scared. Am I not allowed to go wherever I want without your permission? She asked with fire in her eyes and ice in her tone. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. Yes, of course you can. When she went to walk away, he pulled her into his arms wrapped tightly around her. He lowered his face into the crook of her neck. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for yelling at you. It's just that I love you so much, and I get worried about you when I'm not with you. She pulled his head up, placing her hands on both cheeks as she looked into his eyes. What's going on? I can tell something is bothering you. Is there something I should know? Tears trickled down her face. Whatever it is, you need to trust me. He placed his hands over hers. I do have something weighing on my mind, but I can't tell you, not yet. Will you trust me and wait until I feel the time is right to tell you? It's not about another woman, is it? He chuckled.
No, you know better than that.
Then I will not ask you as long as you promise to tell me when you can. I promise, he said, kissing her softly on the lips. Now go get ready, I'm taking you out to dinner, he said as he picked up the magazines she had dropped. After flipping through the books, he went and got dressed. He wanted to take her somewhere special. Where are you taking me? She asked, coming out of the bathroom wearing a white dress. He turned to look at her. She looked so beautiful the way she was standing there with her hands on her belly. He went over and getting down on one knee, he kisses her belly. I love you both so much. From now on, if you want to go out, let me know first, please. We love you too, and I promise to let you know if I'm going out. I'm starving, so now tell me where we're going. He got to his feet. To that new Italian place that just opened up. I remember you saying you wanted to try it out. I reserved a table outside, seeing it's such a lovely night out. Once they were seated and Romero ordered a glass of wine for himself and an iced tea for her and reached into his pocket, taking out a small box, handed it to her. I saw this the other day and was waiting for the right time to give it to you. I think the way I yelled at you earlier, you deserve it now. Her face lit up. She liked getting jewelry. Opening it, she covered her mouth and gasped. Oh, Romero, it's so beautiful, I love it, she said when he took it from her, and placing it around her wrist, did it up.
I'm glad you like it. It looks good on you.
Holding her hand, he kissed it. Then his eyes spotted Xiomara and Irene entering the outdoor patio. What is it? She asked when his face took on an angry look. She looked around and saw his father and Irene she knew. Oh God, why did they have to come here? She was hoping they would be seated at another table, but instead they headed to their table. Now, isn't this a nice surprise? Xiomara said, smiling at them. Mind if we join you? Actually, we do, Romero said, glaring at his father. His mind wandered. He pictured himself grabbing a fork off the table and stabbing Xiomara in the neck with it, over and over. Then his hands went around Irene's neck, choking her until she was no longer breathing. But he knew he had to remain calm until he had come up with a plan to escape and hopefully take his father down before leaving. Sorry, son, did you say no? Romero snapped out of his trance. We were just leaving, he said. Getting up, he helped Serena up and grabbed the box the bracelet came in. But feel free to take our table, he said, tossing some money down on the table to cover their drinks. Don't be silly, sit. It's obvious that you have not eaten yet and Serena needs to eat and keep her strength up. Come now, Romero, let me treat you both to a wonderful meal. I won't take no for an answer. They all sat down. Romero made sure to sit next to Serena and looked at her. We'll eat quickly and then leave. That's a lovely bracelet, Irene said, admiring it. A gift from Romero, Serena answered. I trust you and the baby are doing well, Xiomara said, smiling at her. They are both doing good, but she needs lots of rest, so we won't be staying long, Romero answered for her. He hated the way his father was looking at her and vowed he would make him pay for everything he had done to her and for what he was planning on doing. It won't be long now, will it? Irene asked, smiling at her. About 3 months, she said, moving her hand over her stomach. Well, I can't wait until the little guy is born, Irene said, looking over at Xiomara. We're both waiting to hold our grandchild in our arms. I just bet. What was that, son? Xiomara asked, eyeing Romero suspiciously. He smiled back at his father. Nothing, let's order. He squeezed Serena's hand. I'll order for us if that's all right. When she nodded, he then ordered the quickest meal he could find. He wanted to eat and get her the hell out of here as soon as possible. So is there any word on my father's will? Serena asked, after taking a bite of her veal. Irene and Xiomara looked at each other before she answered. Not yet, dear, but it shouldn't be much longer. I promise that as soon as I know anything I will let you know, Irene said, giving her one of her fake smiles. Romero could feel the anger rising in his body. It was then that he decided he wasn't just going to just run away with Serena. He was going to make them pay, one way or another. While Xiomara talked to Romero, Irene kept Serena occupied by talking about the baby, asking her if she felt the baby moving. As soon as the food was eaten, Romero got to his feet and holding his hand out for Serena to take, he announced they were leaving. It's getting late, thanks for dinner, but I really must get her home now so that she can rest. When they got outside and into the car, he put his arm around her shoulders. I'm so sorry about dinner. I wanted it to be just the two of us. That's okay. I guess we can't avoid them forever, no matter how hard I wish we could. She leaned over and kissed him. Thanks again for the beautiful bracelet. I really do love it, and I love you. I love you too, more than you will ever know. So would you like to tell me what that was all about back there? What? He asked, not sure what she was talking about. All during dinner you kept giving your father these strange looks. It's like you wanted to kill him. Is what has been bothering you got something to do with him? Partly, he answered, but didn't explain any further. So you're still not going to tell me? Not now, maybe later on. It's still early. Is there something you'd like to do before we go home? She smiled at him. Using the tip of her fingernail, ran it over her bottom lip, looking at him shyly. Well, we didn't have dessert, so maybe we could go to an ice cream place and have a banana split. Anything you want, he said as he put the car into drive and went to the closest ice cream parlor. Getting out of the car, he helped her out, and they went inside, and he ordered one banana split and a small sundae for himself. This is so delicious. I've been craving one of these all day. He sat there watching her eating her ice cream and the way she licked the spoon. He couldn't help but wonder if it was wrong of him to be getting turned on by watching her, wishing it was him she was licking. Why are you looking at me like that? Promise you won't get mad at me. I promise, she answered, and she took another bite of her ice cream. Well, I was watching the way you were licking the ice cream, and when you put the banana in your mouth, I was wishing it was my banana. She covered her mouth when she started laughing. Oh my God, you're so bad. She then winked at him. Maybe later if you're good, I just might give your banana a good licking. Hearing her talk dirty turned him on. She had come a long way since they had first met. I'll be good, he said, giving her a big smile. When they were done eating, they headed back to their car. Once there, he leaned her up against the vehicle. I'm going to kiss you now, and I don't care how many people there are around, he said as his lips met hers in a passionate kiss.
You still taste like ice cream.
He happened to look up and saw a black car with tinted windows driving slowly past them. Not liking the looks of the car, he quickly opened the passenger door and told her to get in. He then went and got in behind the driver's seat and started the car, checking the rearview mirror to see if the car was coming back. She saw him checking the mirror and looking around. What is it? She was too smart for any of his lies, so he told her the truth. There was a car that drove by, and it looked suspicious, so I was just checking to see if it was following us. I don't see it now, but we better get back to the hotel. As he drove back to the hotel, he kept his eyes open for the black car. There was no sign of it, so he was able to relax. He realized it was just his imagination getting the better of him. Once they got back to the hotel, she went into the bedroom and changed into a nightgown while he made a call to Dick. He had seen the license plate number and memorized it. He told him to check it out and find out who owned the car with that license number and get back to him as soon as he found out. Oh, Romero, are you coming to bed? Turning around to look at her, he found her standing there in a see-through nightie, holding a can of whipped cream. Dropping the phone, he started chasing her as she ran into the bedroom squealing. Catching her, he lowered her down onto the bed. Taking the can of whipped cream from her hand, he gave it a good shake. I think I'll take my dessert first, he said as he removed her nightgown and panties. Chapter 24. Serena was asleep when he woke up, so getting out of bed, he got dressed and ordered room service. He didn't want to risk her getting up and trying to cook breakfast. She tried, but her cooking skills were terrible. So he ordered up some Spanish omelets, hash browns, and toast. Then he went and started a pot of coffee. Smelling the food, she quickly put on her nightgown and robe. Oh, good, you ordered us something to eat. I'm starving, she said. Sitting down, she dug into the food. After finishing everything on her plate, she let out a big burp. Covering her mouth, she looked horrified. I'm so sorry. He gave her a big smile. You don't have to be sorry. It's a normal function, like when you fart in your sleep. I do not do that, she said, giving him a dirty look. He got up and going over kissed her cheek. I love you, and yes you do. I asked Dick to come over. I need to discuss something with him. If you want, I can book an appointment for you to get your hair and nails done. A facial too if you want one. Are you trying to get rid of me? She asked, taking a drink of her juice. No, never. I just thought you might like it. They have a great place right here in the hotel. You could also do some shopping in the shop next to the salon. All right, I can take a hint. Go ahead and make the appointment. She knew he wanted her out of the suite, so he and Dick could hatch whatever plan they were up to. She went and showered, put on a loose-fitting dress, and after taking Romero's credit card, she left just as Dick arrived. You're letting her go by herself? Dick asked as he followed him into the den. Xiomara is away, and I have asked the hotel security to keep an eye on her, and if they see anything suspicious to give me a call right away. He poured them both a drink, and they sat down at the desk. So have you come up with the plan to take Serena and leave this place? I have already started putting some of my money into offshore accounts and have been searching the web to find a good place to go. But first I want to make my father and Irene pay for what they were planning to do to us. I'm sure he is behind Leonardo's death, and I plan on finding out the truth. If he is responsible, I'll make sure to let everyone know. Leonardo has some men who are very loyal to him, and when they find out that Xiomara was responsible for their boss's death, they will try to kill him. That's what I'm counting on. It will save me the trouble of doing it myself. I need to go to New York. There are some people there I can talk to who might be able to help me find out the truth. Does Serena know any of this? No, and I want to keep it from her. Now I'm going to need you to stay here and protect her in case my father tries something. You know I will protect her with my life, but how are you going to go away for a few days without her? She's not going to like it. I'll think of something. He put the tape with Irene and his father talking in the lawyer's office into the machine. Let's listen to them and see if we can get some kind of clue out of their conversation. He turned on the machine, and they sat back and listened to the conversation. Irene, I can't believe that bastard left everything to that little bitch. I had to put up with that pig for years, and all I get is the fucking house. Xiomara, soon you will have everything, and together we'll control both families. But remember our deal, I get half of everything.
Irene.
If it wasn't for your son knocking her up so soon, we could have gotten rid of her a long time ago. Now we have to wait until the kid is born. Why can't we give her something to induce the labor? The sooner she has it, the better.
Xiomara.
Don't even think of it. I need that boy to be born strong and healthy. Once it's born, I will get rid of both Serena and Romero. If I had known that by marrying her, he would become soft, I never would have allowed the marriage to take place. I won't make the same mistake with the baby. It will learn to be strong and tough. Irene. Yes, and once we are married, I will sign it over to you. Xiomara, keep your mouth shut about us getting married. No one needs to know yet. We will have to pretend to grieve when those two die. Then, after a reasonable time, we will announce our marriage. Irene, it was hard keeping our affair from Leonardo, but now Serena knows. Are you sure she won't tell anyone? Xiomara, both she and Romero know how dangerous it would be to tell anyone. They won't say anything. Irene, what about Mr. Dancy? He might become suspicious when Serena dies. What if he tells her about the will? We can't keep it a secret much longer. Xiomara, dead men can't tell tales. Irene, well, get rid of him soon. Dick shook his head in disgust. I can't believe how cold this man is to plan the death of his own son. There never was any love lost between us. It doesn't surprise me. There was nothing on this tape suggesting they had Leonardo murdered, only that they were having an affair while he was alive, Dick said, taking a swallow of his drink. That's why I need to go to New York and see if I can find something out that will point to Xiomara. It has to be taken care of soon before Serena gives birth. Let's go into the kitchen and get something to eat. I'm starving, he said. Getting up, they left the room, the tape still in the machine. Serena returned a few hours later carrying several bags, and hearing the guys talking went into the kitchen. I hope you made one of those for me, she said, looking at the bacon, lettuce, and tomatoes sandwiches sitting on the table. Romero got up and took the bags from her and set them down. Your hair looks great, and I see you've done some shopping. She smiled at him as she grabbed half of his sandwich and started eating it. Not for me, though. I didn't know they had a cute little baby store in the hotel. She started taking things out of the bag between bites. Just look at these cute little baby sleepers and blankets. We really have to start buying things for the baby. Romero looked at all the baby clothes and grinned when he picked up one that had the words, I have the world's greatest dad. He then picked up one that said, I have the world's greatest godfather. Godfather? He asked, raising an eyebrow. She smiled at him, her eyes going over to Dick, who was still eating. Yes, I thought it would be nice if Dick could be our baby's godfather. He looked up at the two of them, feeling a warm sensation going through his body. I would be honored. He got up, went over and gives her a hug and shook Romero's hand. I'm just going to put these things into the closet in the den, she said. Picking up the bags, she headed towards the den. A few seconds later, Romero drops his sandwich and jumps to his feet. Shit, I left the recording out. I can't let her see it or the copy of the will. He rushed out of the room, followed by Dick. Serena walked into the den, and right away she noticed the recorder was left open. Going over with the intention of closing it, she saw the tape inside and the label read Irene and Xiomara. Her curiosity got the best of her, and she pushed play. Hearing the conversation between the two, she felt the hairs on the back of her neck standing up and a cold chill coursed through her body. She covered her mouth to stop from screaming and looked up when she heard Romero walk in. As soon as he saw the look on her face, he realized how stupid he was to have left the tape out in the open. He went over, placing his hands on her shoulders. You shouldn't have listened to that. She looked at him as the tears began to flow down her face. Oh my God, they are planning on killing us after the baby is born. I won't let that happen, Romero said, wiping her tears away. How? There's no way you can stop your father. They are going to take our child, and God knows how they will raise him. I have a plan to stop them, but I have to go to New York for a couple of days. In the meantime, I have been transferring most of my money into different accounts and looking for a place for us to live. New York? No, you can't leave me, and it's too dangerous for you to go there. If Xiomara finds out what you are up to, he will have you killed. Then what will happen to me and the baby? She started sobbing, throwing her arms around his neck. She clung to him. I love you. I don't want anything to happen to you. He helped her over to the sofa and had her sit down, telling Dick to get her a glass of water. Xiomara is with Irene in Spain for a few days. I need to go to New York. Why do you need to go there? He looked over at Dick. Taking a glass of water from him, he had her drink some of it. If I tell you I want you to remain calm, we still have to watch your blood pressure. She nodded her head, wondering how much worse could it get. I suspect that my father, and maybe even Irene, is behind the death of your father. Her eyes widened in shock, but she had to admit that it was possible. If this is true, and you go to New York and start asking questions, my father's men might retaliate by killing you to teach Xiomara a lesson. You can't go. You can't leave me alone.
You won't be alone. Dick will be here with you, and I have to go.
Dick moved over to them. She's right, you know. It's too dangerous for you, and you could make things worse. Send me in your place. Leonardo's men might trust me before they'll trust you. Romero, listen to him. I will be worried sick about you all the time you're gone, and if anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to deal with it. I need you, we need you, she said. Taking his hand, she placed it over her stomach. All right, Dick can go in my place. We'll discuss the plan, but first I want you to go lay down and get some rest. She nodded her head and let him take her to the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, she pulled him down next to her. Thank you for not going. I love you. I will do anything for you. Now you get some sleep while I talk to Dick. After making sure she was comfortable, he went out to the living room, pouring them both a drink. They went over every detail. He wrote down some places where Dick was to go and people he could talk to. Take the twins with you. You can trust them, and you'll need backup in case something goes wrong. Rick and Roy, are you sure they can be trusted? Yes, they detest my father and will do anything to help us bring him down. Be careful and stay in the background so as not to make anyone suspicious, he said. Getting up, he goes over to the safe and opens it, taking out an envelope and handing it to Dick. There is enough cash in here for a hotel, food and plenty left over in case you need to bribe someone into talking. There's also an untraceable credit card you can use if you need to. Dick gets up and takes the envelope. You can count on me. I really feel like I should be the one going. It's time I prove to my father and everyone else that I am not weak. No one thinks you are weak. If anything, you are stronger and smarter than Xiomara. You're smart enough to know how to play your father. You keep your cool and plan instead of going off half-cocked. Your job now is to take care of your wife and protect her. Keep doing what you are. Finish making your plans to escape. Romero walked him over to the door. Be careful and watch your back. Make sure to check in with me and let me know how you're doing. After he was gone, Romero went into the bedroom, took off his clothes. He got into bed with her. Rolling over onto his side, he placed his hand on her stomach, watching her sleep. He could see the worried lines on her face, and his heart went out to her. He couldn't help feeling that what was happening to her was all his fault, and if he hadn't chosen her to be his wife, she wouldn't be in this situation. So now it was up to him to protect her and get her away from this lifestyle and his father. He prayed that his plan would work. It wasn't going to be easy taking down Xiomara. He was one of the most feared and dangerous men around. As many enemies as he had, he also had many more who were loyal to him. When she began to stir, he pulled her close, putting his arm around her. Go back to sleep, my love. I'm here with you. Chapter 25. Morning, baby, he said as he hovered over her, kissing her neck. He wasn't going to make love to her, not after what happened last night. But when she grabbed his head and brought it down and kissed him, her actions told him she wanted him to. He made sure to take it easy, to be as gentle as he could. Later, she lay in his arms, her fingers moving over his arm. I'm so glad you are staying here. I don't think I could bear being away from you. Do you think Dick will be safe? He's the best there is, and with the twins going, he'll be all right. I just hope he can find out the truth about your father's death. I still find it so hard to believe that Irene wants us dead over money. I don't want anything from my father. She can have it all. Why can't we just go to the police with a recording and we'll put them both in jail? I mean, they admitted that they were going to have us killed and take our baby. We can't involve the police. Xiomara has half the police force under his payroll. Also, there would be a chance I'd go to prison too. I haven't exactly been a Boy Scout. I'd be in jail and Xiomara would be sure to get out, and I won't take that chance. He'd be sure to get his hands on you. It's better to do it my way and leave this place and life behind us. So what will you do once we're away in a new place? She asked, looking up at him.
I'm not sure yet. Maybe start up my own company, a legit one. All I want is to live a happy and normal life like the one you've always dreamed of. I want our children to be proud of me, not fear or hate me.
You are going to be a wonderful father. He will love you as our other children will when we have more. She placed the palms of her hands on his chest and looked at him. This is where you say I'm going to make a great mother. Smiling at her, he stroked her hair. I know you will. You are warm, loving and so giving. I was such an as before, whatever I wanted I took without question. But I will never regret wanting you when I first saw you. You have shown me what it feels like to truly love someone, and you make me want to be a better man. You are a good man, and I love you so much, she said as she went to sleep in the safety and comfort of his arms. The next day she wasn't feeling well and complained of having stomach cramps, so he decided to take her straight to the hospital for a checkup. He knew it had to be serious when she didn't argue with him about going. He held her hand as she lay in the bed, waiting for the doctor to come. "Tell me our baby is all right," she said, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Holding her hand, he touched her face, gently rubbing her cheek with his thumb. "The baby is fine, you'll see." He kissed her lips softly. He was also worried, but he couldn't let her see that. He had to be brave for her. The doctor finally walked in, carrying her chart, and stood by the bed. "I've gone over your chart, and we're going to take you in for a few tests." He looked at Romero. "You might want to go get a coffee. This could take a while." He kept hold of her hand, which was shaking. "No, I'll stay right here." When they wheeled her away, he gave her one more kiss, telling her everything was going to be all right. An hour later, he was still pacing back and forth when the doctor returned. Turning to him, he could tell from his face that something was wrong. "My wife and baby, how are they?" he asked, moving closer to the doctor. "Mrs. D'Angelo's blood pressure is too high. The baby is in distress. We have to do a C-section to save the baby." "But she's not quite 8 months pregnant," he said, feeling his heart drop and fear flooded his mind. "We don't have a choice if we are to save the baby. She's being prepped now. If you want, you can be with her. She is asking for you." Yes, I want to be with her." "All right, I'll have a nurse get you a gown and mask and bring you to her when we're ready to start. She will be awake during the operation, but has been heavily sedated, so she'll be groggy." When he was ready, he was taken to her. Rushing over, he took her hand in his. "I'm here, sweetheart." She looked at him. Sadness showed in her eyes. "It's too soon, Romero. I'm scared." "Don't be scared. We can do this, and our son will be all right." He had her keep her eyes on him as they prepared the surgery. "I believe you and our son are strong and will come through this, so we need to agree on a name. How about Michael?" She shook her head. "No, not that name. I knew a man called Michael, and he was a horrible man. David? I like the name David," she said sleepily. He smiled at her, ignoring what was going on around them. "David is a good name. That's what we'll call him, David Romero D'Angelo. Have I told you today how much I love you?" She touched his cheek as a tear rolled down her cheek. "I love you too, but promise me something." "Anything, my love." "If I don't make it, take David away somewhere safe, away from your father. Love and take care of him, raise him to be a good man." "What is this nonsense you're talking about? You both are going to make it, and we will have a wonderful life together." He felt his own tears welling up in his eyes when he saw how pale and weak she was. Then he heard the soft cries of his son, and he looked up and over. He squeezed her hand. "He's here, sweetheart. Do you hear him crying? He has a great set of lungs on him," he said, looking back at her. "I want to see him," she said, her voice cracking. "Only for a minute, then we have to clean and check him," Nurse Marie said as she laid the infant in her arms. "He's really small, so we have to put him in an incubator until we know his organs are developed." She looked down at her son, kissing his cheek. "He's perfect," she said, looking at Romero. He touched the baby's cheek with his fingers. "He is so tiny, but you're right, he's perfect. You did real good, sweetheart. Thank you for giving me this precious gift." She started crying when they took David away. She felt so weak and tired. Closing her eyes, darkness overtook her. "My wife, what's happening?" he yelled at the doctor and nurse. He tried to fight them when they forced him out of the room. "You better not let her die," he said, banging on the glass as he tried to see what was going on inside. A nurse went up to him, placing her hand on his shoulder. "Let them do their job, and as soon as I know anything, I'll let you know. Please have a seat." He went and sat down, putting his head in his hands, and prayed to God to let her live. He had been in love with her for years, from the moment he saw her when she was only 16. She was his whole life. He needed her to survive the way he needed air. He had no way of knowing how long he sat there with his head in his hands until he felt a hand touching his arm. He looked up into the eyes of the doctor who had attended to her. The doctor sat down next to him. "Your wife went into cardiac arrest, but she's okay now, and they will be taking her to a room shortly. Then you can go see her." "The baby, how is my son?" The older man smiled. "He's strong, organs all working, but he will have to stay in the incubator for a few days. Your wife is weak and will need lots of rest. There was no permanent damage to her heart." When he was allowed to go to her, he went and sat on the bed. She was asleep, so taking her hand, he kissed it. Finally, he broke down and let his tears fall. He had come close to losing her and vowed he would get her away from here as soon as she and the baby were able to travel. He was glad that Xiomara and Irene were away. They wouldn't have to know she had given birth so early. The nurse walked in and checked on her. She smiled at him. "Congratulations on becoming a father. He's a beautiful little boy." "Thank you, but why isn't my wife waking up?" "Her body has been through a lot. Sleeping is what she needs right now. It's a way of the body healing. She'll probably sleep for hours. You could go grab a coffee or a bite to eat." "No, I'm not leaving her." When the nurse left, he started talking to Serena. "Wake up, baby, even if it's only for a few minutes. I just need to know that you're okay." He sat with her for over 2 hours. Then getting up, he decided to go to the nursery to see his son. It was just down the hall. When he got there, his heart melted when he saw his baby. He couldn't wait until Serena was awake so that she could hold her son. After 10 minutes, he went back to the room, and she was still asleep. Her chest hurt, and her stomach felt like there was something heavy sitting on it. She opened her eyes slowly. The room was dimly lit, but she could still see everything. She looked down and saw Romero with his head on the bed, his hand holding hers. Hearing his even breathing, she knew he was asleep. Reaching her free hand over, she stroked his hair. The soft touch of her hand on his head woke him. He looked up and gave her a big smile. "You're awake. You were starting to worry me." "What happened?" she asked, touching her stomach, and she looked down. "You don't remember?" "It's all hazy. My baby, where's my baby? Is he okay?" "He's very tiny but perfect. Being he's so small, they want to keep him in the incubator for a couple of days, but they say that he's strong." "I want to see him," she said, trying to get up, but he placed his hands on her shoulders and wouldn't let her get up. "You're weak. You need to stay in bed and rest." "I just gave birth to our son. How do you expect me to rest without seeing him, without holding him?" He understood where she was coming from. "Let me call the nurse and see if there's a way we can take you down there to see him." When the nurse came into the room, he asked if there was any way she could see their son. A smile crossed both of their faces when they were told she could bring the baby in to see them, but only for 10 minutes. A nurse returned with the baby and placed him in Serena's arms, leaving them alone to bond. She looked down at the tiny bundle asleep in her arms. "He's beautiful," she said, looking up at Romero. "Yes, he is, just like his mother." A horrible thought crossed her mind. Does Xiomara and Irene know about the baby? No, they are still in Spain and won't be back for a few more days. "Romero, what are we going to do? Once they find out, they are going to get rid of us. We can't let them get their hands on David." "I won't let that happen. I'll come up with something. But for now, I want you to relax and not to worry. Let's just enjoy this little guy before the nurse comes to take him back." She kissed the baby's head. Her heart was aching. and she couldn't help being scared about what the future held. Are you going to hog our son, or do I get a chance to hold him? Smiling, she handed him over and watched as he held him. The look on his face made her love him all that much more. She was starting to feel tired and fought to keep her eyes open until the nurse came to put David back in the incubator. No sooner was he gone than she had fallen back to sleep. Seeing that she was fast asleep, he went to the cafeteria and got himself a coffee and a sandwich, taking it back to the room. While he ate, he tried calling Dick, but it went to his voicemail, so he left a message telling him to call as soon as he could. Sitting back in his chair, he figured he might as well get some sleep, so he closed his eyes. Chapter 26. Romero had fallen into a deep sleep. He was dreaming of the time in Egypt when she surprised him by wearing the belly dancing costume and doing the dance. He smiled, getting hard just thinking about it, and rubbed his crotch. The sound of giggling woke him up, and turning his head, he saw her holding their son. "That must be some dream you were having," she said, smiling back at him. He gets up and goes over to them. Sitting on the bed, he touches David's cheek. "I was dreaming of that time you danced for me. It got me all hot and bothered," he said, still feeling his manhood straining against his zipper. "I just finished feeding David." "You should have woken me. I would love to have seen that." "I was going to, but you looked so tired, and I didn't have the heart to wake you. He's doing really good, and I was told he no longer had to be in the incubator." "That's great news. Can I hold him?" Handing him the baby, she watched as he looked down, giving him a kiss on the forehead. "Damn, he's so tiny, but he's strong. Just look at how his little fingers are wrapped around my one finger. He's also good looking, and I think he will be a real ladies' man." "Just like his daddy," she said, smiling. When his phone rang, he handed the baby back to her. "It's Dick, I have to take this," he said, and walked over to the window. He asked him how things were going and told him that he had to come back right away, saying that he couldn't explain over the phone. Hanging up, he went back over and sat on the bed.
Is everything all right?
She asked when she saw how worried he looked. "Dick has found out a few things, but we couldn't discuss it over the phone, and he's going to be coming back later today." "What are we going to do now?" "Once your father finds out about the baby, they will come after us." His eyes moved from the baby to her. "I don't want you to worry. I have a plan." "Please don't tell me not to worry. I'm afraid." "As soon as the doctor releases you, I'll find us a place where we will be safe until you and the baby are able to travel. We can't go back to our hotel. Xiomara and Irene won't be back for a few days. By then we'll be gone, and they won't be able to find us." "David's asleep. Put him in his bed," she said, suddenly feeling very tired. He laid the sleeping baby in the tiny bed and went back over to her. "Try not to worry. I promise you, I will protect you and our son. Now get some sleep." "Don't leave," she said, her eyes closing. "I won't, baby. I'll be right here the whole time." He went and sat down. Taking out his phone, he made some calls, making sure that his father and Irene were still in Spain. Later that night, after they had eaten and David was fed and bathed, Dick showed up. Walking into the room and seeing them with the baby, he now knew why Romero wanted him to come back right away. "My God, you've had the baby already." Romero stood up. "Come meet my son. His name is David." He moved closer and looked down at the child in her arms, and he smiled. "He's gorgeous. Congratulations, you two. But what happened? I thought you weren't due for another 6 weeks or so." "There were some complications, and they had to do a C-section, but he's here now and he's healthy," Romero said as he looked at his son with pride. Dick gave Serena a kiss on the cheek. "You're going to make a wonderful mother. Now, is there a chance that I can hold my godson?" After holding and making a fuss over the baby, he handed him back to Serena. He gave Romero a serious look and asked him if they could talk in private. "I think we are beyond hiding things from me. Whatever you have to say, you can say in front of me," she said, staring him down. He looked at Romero for some kind of signal. Getting a nod from him, he started telling them what all he had found out. Xiomara did put the hit out on Leonardo. The men who followed out his orders have now gone into hiding. They are afraid that Leonardo's men will go after them. Apparently, your father was tired of having a partner, plus he was having an affair with Irene. Was Irene involved with Leonardo's death? She asked, thinking that she probably was. That I couldn't find out. He turned to Romero. Many of Xiomara men are turning against him. They say if you want to take care of him, they will back you. That's good to know. We may need them, but right now I have to find a place for us to hide out until Serena and David are well enough to travel. I know a place where we can go, somewhere safe where Xiomara will never find us, Dick told him. Romero nodded. That's good. Now I need you to do something else for me. Anything, Romero? I want you to stay here with Serena and David. Don't let them out of your sight. Romero, where are you going? She cried out. He sat back down on the bed next to her. I'm going back to our hotel and pack some clothes for us. I'm afraid that we won't be able to take very much with us. I don't care about stuff. All I care about is you. It might not be safe for you to go back to the hotel. Sweetheart, no one knows that you've had the baby, so I'll be perfectly fine. I'll just pack a few cases and I'll be right back. He turned to Dick. How about you start making some calls, set this place up for us to go to. I'm trusting you on this, don't let me down. Trust me, Romero, I know just the place. It's out of the way and about 4 hours away from here. When he went to kiss her before leaving, she grabbed onto his tie. Don't forget the baby clothes I bought, and my good jewelry. I don't want that bitch Irene getting her hands on them. She pulled him closer so that their faces were almost touching and spoke quietly so that Dick wouldn't hear. Maybe pack that outfit I got when we were in Egypt. Do you really need it? He asked, smiling at her. Yes, I'll need it to lose this baby weight, and doing that dance will help to shape my waist and stomach. All right, but you have to dance for me, he said, giving her a kiss before leaving. When Romero was gone, Dick saw how worried she looked, so going over, pulled up a chair and sat down. He'll be all right. He can take care of himself, and there's nothing that can keep him away from you and David. I know, she said, looking down at her hands. This place you are taking us to, are you sure Xiomara doesn't know about it? I can guarantee it. It's so well hidden, no one knows it's even there. How is that possible? Because it's underground. It's sort of a hideout for ex-gangsters and criminals who are trying to start over. Underground, she repeated. Now don't look so scared. It's really kind of nice. Sort of like a tiny village, only it's built underground. It has everything you need, water, electricity. You'll see when we get there, and I'm sure you will like the people who live there. How many live there? About a dozen most times, he replied. People come and go except for a handful that runs the place. Dick. Yes, he answered. Why are you alone? I mean, you're young and good-looking, but I've never seen you with a woman. I'm sorry, it's none of my business. No, that's all right. I don't mind you asking. I do date as often as I can, but no one serious. I haven't found the one I want to spend the rest of my life with, or one that wants to live this type of life. So right now I'm enjoying playing the field. That can get lonely, she said, feeling sad for him. Well, we can't all be as lucky as Romero to find someone like you. Thank you. That's so sweet of you to say, but I think I'm the lucky one that he found me. Who would have thought that this arranged marriage was going to be the best thing that has ever happened to me? Meanwhile, back to Romero. When he got back to his hotel suite, he immediately started packing a couple of suitcases, making sure to pack the things that she had asked for. He then went to a safe and took out her jewelry, all the cash he had in there along with some fake IDs and some other papers. He also grabbed the envelope that held some keys and other papers. He was about to head out when his phone rang. He felt a cold chill go down his spine when he saw it was Xiomara calling. He took a deep breath before answering. He kept silent while his father talked. Hanging up, he grabbed the suitcases and rushed out. Jumping into his car, he tore out of the driveway. It shocked him to find out that Xiomara was already on his way home and wanted to see him. He had to hurry and get to the hospital. He had to get Serena and the baby out of Chicago now. Dick heard his phone, and taking it from his pocket, he saw it was from Romero. After listening to him, he hung up. Serena knew he was talking to Romero and saw how his face took on a worried look. What did he say? He turned to her, walked over to the small closet, took out her clothes, and laid them on the bed. You have to get dressed now. Romero's coming to get you and the baby. But why? He said he'd explain once he gets here, but he sounded worried. Do you need any help? He asked when he saw she was in some pain as she got out of bed. No, just turn around. She sat on the bed, putting her dress over her head. She looked over at the baby, feeling very afraid. If Romero was coming to get them, it had to mean that Xiomara knew about the baby and was after them. I'll need you to put my shoes on. I'm not sure it's a good idea for you to be leaving here so soon, but Romero said we had to leave Chicago now. Do you think Xiomara knows about the baby? Either that, or he's on his way back here, and if he is, it's only a matter of time before he finds out you've had the baby. I don't want you to worry. You'll be safe where we're going. While you are getting your strength back, it will give us more time to plan where we're going and how we'll get there. You keep saying we. Does this mean you are coming with us? He gave her a lopsided smile. Well, yes. I can't let my godchild grow up without me now, can I? I'm glad you're coming. I think of you as family. But are you going to like living a quiet life? No more gunfights or following orders. He laughed out loud. That depends on what kind of job I get. Then I will have to follow orders from another boss. To be honest, I'll be glad to get away from the life I had been living. And if Romero can go on the straight and narrow, then I guess I can too. Romero made a quick stop at a store and picked up a car seat for David and tons of newborn diapers and other items the baby would need. He also picked up some feminine products for Serena. He checked his watch. There were still 5 hours before Xiomara's jet would be landing. He was just glad that his father called to let him know he was almost home instead of surprising him. This way they could be out of town before he arrived. As he drove, he couldn't help but smirk. He could picture the look on his father's face when he realized they were gone. He also knew his father would go on the warpath. He would have every one of his men out looking for them. But with careful planning, they would be able to escape. He still wanted to end Xiomara and Irene's lives before leaving. Pulling into the hospital's parking lot, he parked the dark SUV he had picked up before reaching the hotel, changing the license plates. He was sure his father wouldn't be looking for them in a different vehicle, especially an older one. Making it to her room, he could see the worried look on her face as he went over to her, putting his arms around her before explaining what was going on. Chapter 27. When she saw him, she called out his name, throwing her arms around his neck. Romero, what's happening? She asked, her voice cracking as she tried not to cry. He ran his hands up and down her arms, looking at her. We can talk about this in the car, but we have to leave right now. He knew she was still weak, so he picked her up in his arms, glancing over at Dick. Can you carry David? Yeah, no problem, he answered as he gently picked up the sleeping baby and followed Romero out. Don't you have to sign some kind of release papers? I talked to the doctor before coming to the room. I told him I was taking them home, and he was okay with it. Just said Serena needed to get lots of rest for the next few days. He kissed the top of her head. I'm sorry, I know it's too soon for you to be leaving the hospital, but you need to trust me. I trust you, she said. Wait, what about a car seat? I have one inside the car already, he said, setting her down when he reached the vehicle. Taking the baby from Dick got him settled into the car seat. then helped her in. He got in the back with them, the baby placed in the middle. When they were all inside the car, he explained to them how he bought the vehicle from someone who had a for sale sign on it. He paid cash and put on different license plates. He also told them about how his father was going to be home in the next few hours, and that was why he had to get them out of the hospital and as far from Chicago as possible. "So are you sure this place is secured and that no one can find it?" he asked Dick. "Yes, you have nothing to worry about. It's very well hidden and underground." After a couple of hours, David started crying. "He needs to be fed now," she said as she took him out of the car seat. She placed one of his blankets over him when she laid him in her arms and slid the straps of her dress over her shoulders. Pulling the top of the dress down, she proceeded to feed him. Romero watched them. He felt terrible that she had to feed him inside of a vehicle instead of the comfort of their home. "Boy, is he ever hungry," he said as he watched his son. "He'll need to be changed soon. I'm not sure if I can do it here."
"We'll pull over to the side of the road. It'll be easier that way," he told her.
After the baby was fed and she adjusted her clothing, Dick found a spot and pulled over. The men got out of the vehicle and talked while she changed David. Putting the baby back into his car seat, she got out of the car to stretch her legs. They had been driving for over 2 hours. Romero put his arms around her, holding her close. "You look exhausted. This drive is too hard on you. I'm so sorry to put you and David through this." "We'll be all right. He's fast asleep, so I think I will close my eyes and try to get some sleep too. You can sit in the front with Dick. I don't mind." Getting back into the vehicle, they continued their trip. Romero looked back and saw that she was already asleep. He turned to Dick. "I'm worried about her. She's trying to be brave, but she doesn't look very well. Where we are going, one of the women is a nurse. She will check her out and make sure she's all right. Don't beat yourself up, Romero. You had no choice but to take her out of the hospital and get her away from Chicago. Xiomara would have found out that she had the baby, and he wouldn't hesitate to get rid of you and her and take the baby. Have you given it any thought as to where we are going to go once she is able to travel?" He ran his fingers through his hair, shaking his head. "I'm not sure yet. I was thinking maybe Canada or way up north. I want to talk it over with Serena first and see what she thinks." For the next 2 hours they talked. Dick told him all about the place they were going to and the people. "You'll like them. They are good people and will help keep us all safe." Serena woke up just as they approached what looked like an old abandoned building. Dick drove right into the wide entrance. He stopped the car and honked 3 times. A few minutes later, a man showed up from nowhere. He was a big brute of a guy, and she became frightened. "Romero, what's happening? Who is that?" She thought for sure it was one of Xiomara's men, thinking they had been found. "It's okay, Serena. He's on our side," Dick said. Getting out of the vehicle, he went over and shook hands with the man, and they talked for several minutes before coming back over to the vehicle and getting in. "What now?" Romero asked, looking back at her. "We sit here and wait for them to lower us down. I promise you've never seen anything like what you're about to see." Moments later, they heard a loud humming noise, and then they felt the vehicle moving downwards. It was like they were in an elevator. Seconds later, they came to a stop. Another man was standing there and waved them over to the side where there were a couple of other cars. The place looked like an underground parking lot. After parking, Dick and Romero got out of the car. Serena remained seated while the two talked to the other man. She put her arm over David in a protective way. She wasn't sure what was going on. The man was carrying heat, and he looked scary. They all came over to the vehicle. Dick and the man started taking out the luggage, and Romero went and opened her door. "It's all right, sweetheart. Don't be scared," he said, helping her out, and then he got David. Holding the baby in his arm, he put his other arm around her waist. He could feel her trembling and held her for support. They were taken down a hallway and through a door and led into what was a very large living room. It consisted of a 60-inch TV, 4 couches, several armchairs. It was actually clean and nicely decorated for being underground. 3 people were watching a program, an older woman and 2 younger women, but they got to their feet. The older woman smiled at them. "We've been expecting you. I'm Daisy. This is Louise and Carla," she said, introducing them. After a few minutes of talking, she looked at Serena, who was now holding the baby. "How old is your baby?" 4 days old, she answered the woman. "Daisy, my wife is not feeling well. Is there somewhere she can lay down?" She moved closer to Serena. "Let me have the baby." When she saw the fear in her eyes and holding the baby closer, Daisy held out her arms. "It's all right. You're weak and don't want to drop him, do you?" Feeling dizzy, she handed the baby over and felt herself being lifted up into Romero's arms. "Follow me," Daisy said, leading them over to a door. Once inside the small bedroom, she told him to lay her on the bed. "I'm a nurse. Let me check her out. Here, hold your son." Romero sat in a chair holding his son and watched as Daisy tended to her. "I see you've had a C-section. Looks like you have a tiny infection. Don't worry, dear. I have something I can give you that will clear it up in no time." She turned her head to look at him. "Your wife should not have left the hospital so soon. She is very weak." Seeing the scowl on the woman's face, he knew she was angry. "I know that, but their lives were in danger. I'm sure you've been told about our situation. Please help her."
I'll go get the medicine and see if I can find a bed for the baby.
Her eyes softened when she saw the love he had for his son. "He really is a beautiful baby, too small, so we must keep him warm. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll have the girls make you all something to eat." When she left, he went and sat on the bed, looking down at her. "I'm sorry. I should have seen how this was affecting you. You deserve a better husband than me." She touched his face. "Stop it. You are a wonderful husband. You've never hit me even when I pushed your buttons. You treat me like a princess. I still don't know how you lived with Xiomara, and yet you turned out to be so good." Still holding the baby, he stared into her eyes that melted his heart whenever he looked into them. "I'm not good, Serena. I have hurt and killed men. I'm no better than he is." She lifted herself up. Her face red, she glared angrily at him. "If you weren't holding our son, I'd slap you across the face. I never want to hear you compare yourself to that man. He is evil, a pervert. You are nothing like him. If you talk that way again, I will take David and leave you." He smiled at her. Even sick, she had spunk and a mouth on her. "All right, you win."
One more thing.
She said, taking the baby from him. "What's that?" "Those 2 women, they're gorgeous, and if I catch you being too friendly with them, I'll cut your balls off." Laughing, he covered his crotch with his hands. "Ouch, that would hurt." He brought his face down close to hers. "You never have to worry about me. You're the only woman I will ever want. I love you more than life itself," he said, kissing her lips softly. Moments later, Daisy returned with another man who was carrying what appeared to be a bassinet. "I found this in storage. A young woman left it behind, so I cleaned it up. Now that little sweetie can have his own bed." She introduced them to Jay and sent him away. She goes over and takes David from her and placed him in the bed, covering him with a blanket. Serena laid back down. She felt drained, and all she wanted was to go to sleep. "Romero, why don't you go and have a drink with the others while I give Serena another checkup and her medicine?" After she was done, she sat on the bed. "That man really loves you. I can tell by the way he looks at you and how protective he is of you. I know of his story. It's hard to believe that he, being Mafia, is so sweet and loving with you and his son." "My husband is a good man, nothing like the others or his father. We're going to start a new life away from here. The baby's asleep, so I'll leave you so that you can get some rest. I'm sure your little one will be getting up soon for a feeding." Romero went out to where the others were and was shown around. He was impressed with the layout of the place. The kitchen was large, with the biggest table he had ever seen. It could hold over 30 people. There were over a dozen bedrooms, and a room with computers and other equipment. It showed the outside and surrounding area. "This is quite a setup you have here," he said to the man called Stanley. As time went by, more people came. He counted a total of 25 people, 8 of them women. Most of them were hiding from the Mafia, some from the law. He noticed how Dick was paying attention to one woman, Janet, a pretty blonde. "I'm going to check on my wife," he said, leaving the group. Walking into the bedroom, he saw she was asleep, so he went over to the bassinet. The baby was starting to stir, so he picked him up. "Are you hungry, little guy? Let's give Mommy a few more minutes before we wake her up." "It's okay, I'm awake," she said. Sitting up, got ready to feed him. He placed David in her arms and watched them. "You must be hungry too," he said, putting a strand of hair that had fallen over her face behind her ear. "Yes, a little," she replied. "Dinner will be ready soon, and when it is, I'll bring it in here, and we can eat together. Watching you feed David is the most beautiful sight I've ever seen." He touched her cheek in a loving gesture. "Are you feeling any better?" "A little. My stomach still hurts, but not as bad since I was given the medicine. I like these people. They're so kind." She looked at him, turning serious. "I know you have plans to take your father down, but can't we just leave and forget all about him? Going after him will be too dangerous, and it could backfire on you. Let's talk about it when you are better. Right now you need food and rest," he said, not wanting to argue with her. He couldn't tell her that no matter what she said, he had to get rid of his father, or they would never be safe from him. Chapter 28. Romero looked around the small bedroom. "Well, it's not the Hilton, but it's clean and kind of cozy." He stopped talking when there was a knock at the door, and Daisy and another woman came in carrying a tray with food and drinks for them. "Oh good, you're awake," Daisy said as she placed the tray on the table. "Now you two eat up. I made a cherry pie for dessert. Here, let me put this angel in his bed." "Thank you," she said, handing over the baby. "The food smells really good, and I love cherry pie." "I was hoping you would," Daisy said as she placed David in the bassinet. "Now you eat up so that you can get your strength back. I'll be back later to check on you." Romero and Serena ate their food together. He was glad to see that she at least had her appetite back. After they were done eating, David started crying. "It looks like our son is hungry again," he said. Getting to his feet, he went over and, taking the baby out of the bassinet, laid him in her arms. "He takes after his daddy, always wanting more," she said, giggling. Romero smiled down as he watched his son feeding. "Enjoy it while you can, son, because those will soon belong to me again." "Romero, you're so bad." "That's what you like about me. You like it when I'm bad." After the feeding, she had Romero change the baby and laughed when he made a face. "You better get used to it. You're going to be changing a lot of diapers in the future." Daisy returned a little later with their dessert and took the empty tray away. She was very pleased that Serena had eaten everything on her plate. It showed that she was starting to feel a little better, but she also knew that she needed to get lots of sleep. After seeing that his family was asleep, Romero decided to join the others, hoping to have a word with Dick, but was told that he and Janet had gone off somewhere together, so he sat and had a beer with some of the other guys. It was about an hour later when the two came back, and Romero could tell what they had been up to just by looking at them. When Janet said she was turning in for the night, they were finally able to talk. "You dog, you just met the girl and already you had sex with her," Romero said, grinning at him. "Well, what can I say? She's smoking hot, and I'm also hot," he said, laughing. "So how is Serena doing?" "Much better now. She's asleep. As soon as she's better, I want to get as many men together and go after Xiomara. It's time to end this." "I'll make some calls. We'll take that bastard down," Dick answered. "I'm beat. I'm going to bed." "Me too, Romero." Going back to the bedroom, he removed his clothes and got into bed next to Serena. He pulled her into his arms when she stirred. His mind kept going over his plan, and he wasn't afraid to admit that killing his father was bothering him. He didn't know if he could go through with it. He also knew he didn't have a choice if he wanted to save his wife and child. Closing his eyes, he was finally able to fall asleep. It was early when she woke up. After feeding David and putting on a clean diaper, she put him back in his bed and decided she would take a bath. She was glad that the room had its own bathroom, so filling the tub, she took off her gown and got in. It felt so good to soak in a tub. Closing her eyes, she leaned back. Hearing a noise, she opened her eyes and saw Romero standing there, watching her. "Do you want to join me?" His eyes widened. A grin crossed his face. "Are you sure it's all right?" "Well, we can't have sex, but I don't see any reason why we can't bathe together." He wasn't going to argue with her. He quickly removed his pants and climbed into the tub behind her. Wrapping his arms around her, he leaned over and kissed her cheek. "I love you so much," he said in her ear. "You look much better today." "I do. That medicine Daisy gave me really helped. I'm feeling much stronger now." She leaned back against him, putting her hands over his arms. "I can't wait until we get as far away from here as possible. When will that be?" Damn, he was wishing she hadn't asked that question. Since he hadn't told her his plan, he was dreading telling her. But thankfully David started crying. "I'll go see to him. You stay here and relax," he said. Getting out of the tub, wrapped a towel around his waist.
It didn't go unnoticed how he avoided her question.
After a few minutes, she got out of the tub and, drying off, put on her nightgown. Romero was sitting in a chair holding David, but looked up when she entered the room. He swallowed hard, knowing she was going to ask him when they would be leaving, and he had to tell her it wouldn't be for a while. He went back to sleep. She sat down across from him. "What aren't you telling me?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do. When I asked you about leaving, you avoided answering me." Getting up, he placed David into the bassinet. "I have something to do before we can leave." She got up. Crossing her arms over her chest, she stared at him. "You're going after him, aren't you?" "I have to." "No, you don't. We can just leave here now," she said, sniffling. She was afraid that if he left her, she would never see him again. He went over to her, placing his hands on her shoulders. "We can't hide from him. He will hunt us down. As long as he is alive, we'll never be safe. I'm doing this for us. I'm asking you to understand and trust me." "I do trust you. I just don't want to lose you." He took her into his arms, holding her tight against his chest. "You're not going to lose me." "When are you going?" she asked, resting her head on his chest. "Dick is waiting to hear from his snitch. Once we get word on who's with us, then we will have to meet with them and form a plan. We should know in a day or two." Serena knew that once he made up his mind, there was no changing it. All she could hope for was that he would come back to her in one piece and alive. The next day, after Daisy checked her over, said she was doing much better, so she joined the others in the living room. David was in his bassinet between her and Romero as they watched TV. Dick and Janet entered the room. Pulling up a chair, he told Romero that he had gotten word from his contact. "Xiomara was furious when he found out that you two took off, and that Serena had the baby. He has all of his men out looking for you. He's offered $1 million to whoever finds you and brings you all back. He only wants the baby alive. The good news is, we have many more of his men who are willing to help us." "How many?" Romero asked, glancing over at Serena. "Close to 30. "That still leaves him with almost double," Romero said, wishing he had more on his side. "Yes, but if we strike in the next 2 days, while some of his men are in Mexico, we'll stand a chance against him. It's up to you. What do you want to do?" "Set it up," Romero said, watching as Serena walked out of the room. "Watch the baby for me," he said, and followed her. Not wanting to hear this, she got up and walked into the kitchen. She heard his footsteps following her. "I know I can't talk you out of it, but I want you to promise me something," she said, turning to look at him.
Anything.
He said. Going over, he wrapped his arms around her, staring deeply into her eyes. Don't do anything foolish. Come back to me and your son. I'll come back, he said. Lowering his head, he backed her up against the wall, kissing her passionately. Reluctantly, he tore his lips away from hers, his fingers caressing the silky softness of her arms. If you hadn't just had a baby and we were alone, I'd rip off your dress, throw you up on the counter, and make love to you. I would fuck you so hard it would make your toes curl.
Her voice quivered, her very core throbbed with desire.
His kiss always had that effect on her,
and when he talked dirty, she found it to be a turn-on and would get so horny. Soon, my love, soon you can have me whenever and wherever you want. Just come back to me. You came into my life, made me love you, and now I cannot live without you. I love you without you. I wouldn't be a whole woman, just a shell of one.
That night they clung to each other in bed. Though they couldn't have sex, they could still enjoy touching and kissing. The next day was busy with planning. It was all agreed on where to meet and what time. With quite a few of Xiomara men away, the odds were a little more in their favor, but they still knew that it wasn't going to be easy to take him down. Serena couldn't help smiling when she saw how Dick was all over Janet. She could see the sparks between the two of them. She liked Janet. They were close to the same age. She had short blonde hair and a nice body. While the guys were busy talking, the two of them would sit in the living room with David and talk. Serena found out that Janet was in hiding from a violent and abusive ex-husband. You like Dick, don't you? She asked, watching Janet as she cuddled David. Yes, I do. He's so unlike my ex. So is there a chance that the two of you might make a go of it? You could always come with us when we leave here. It would be so nice to have another woman to talk to. I've never had any female friends before, and I think you and I could be good friends. Thank you, Serena. I think we could be friends too, but about me and Dick, I really like him, but I don't see us having a future together. Right now we're having some fun, that's all. Serena felt sad hearing this. She was not just hoping that she had found a friend, but also that Dick had found someone to love. Later that evening, she asked Daisy if she could help her cook dinner, that is, if she would show her how. Romero watched David while she and the other women were in the kitchen preparing dinner. She was having a blast learning some of the basics of cooking. It also helped to take her mind off of Romero leaving tomorrow. Some of the men went to where the cars were, some needed repairs, and the rest of the men played cards in the kitchen. Once the table was cleared and the dishes put away, Romero wanted to spend as much time with his family before morning came around. Sitting on the couch with David in his arms and Serena by his side, they watched TV until it was time for bed. When Serena crawled into bed that night next to him, she couldn't stop the tears from falling. She felt his arms going around her, felt his lips kissing the top of her head. I'm sorry. I know I should be stronger seeing I grew up in the Mafia life, but I can't help it. I love you and I have a child that needs his father. He closed his eyes. It was getting to him how she kept going on about it. Baby, please stop. You know I have to go. This isn't easy on me either. Do you think I want to leave you? He asked a little too harshly. I know you don't, she said, trying to be brave. The last thing she wanted was to have him leave feeling worried about her or upset. It could be fatal if his mind wasn't on the deed at hand. She looked up at him. I'm all right now. I just needed to get that off my chest. I know you will do what has to be done and come back to us. A smile crossed his face. I have two people worth fighting for. I'll be back. He lovingly touched her face. I want so much to make love to you, if only we could. Then do it, she said, kissing him, letting her hand go inside his briefs and wrapping her hand around his shaft. He let out a moan as he removed her hand from his hardened cock. As much as I want you, we can't do this. It's too soon. Your body needs time to heal. He kissed her lips softly, then stopped to look into her eyes. But I love that you wanted to. Let's get some sleep now before David wakes up. He watched her as she slept. It was going to tear him apart leaving her, but it had to be done. "I love you," he said in a whisper before falling asleep. Chapter 29. Waking up early, he rolled on top of her, making sure not to put all of his weight on her as he started kissing her lips and moving down to her neck. He felt her arms going around him, her fingers gently caressing his back. He used all of his self-control not to ravish her body, how he wanted to be wrapped in her heat. "Oh, Romero, I want you." "I know, baby, I want you too," he said, getting off her before it went too far. She sat up, feeling disappointed. "I guess you'll be leaving soon." He looked over at her as he was getting dressed. It felt like someone had his heart in a vice grip when he saw the pain in her eyes. "Yes, but we can have breakfast together first." Slowly getting out of bed, she reached for her clothes and started putting them on. "Do you know how long you'll be gone?" "I'm not sure, but before we go I have to talk to you about a couple of things." "Like what?" she asked, checking on David to see if he was still asleep. Romero picked up a small black backpack. "In this bag is some cash and an envelope with the information on several bank accounts with your name on them. There's a key for a safety deposit box at a bank in Canada. In there you will find some more cash and bonds, among other things." She stared at him, confused. "Why are you telling me this?" He went over to her, taking her hands in his. "I wanted you to know that if something were to happen to me, you and David will be taken care of." She yanked her hands away. Moving towards the bed, she sat down. "I don't want to hear you talking like that, as if you won't be coming back." He went and sat down next to her on the bed. "I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in case something goes wrong and I don't make it back, you need to know where the money is. But I promise you I'll come back to you." "You better," she said. Throwing her arms around his neck, she clung to him. Picking up David, they went out to the kitchen where the others were already eating their breakfast. Daisy had them sit down while she dished out their food. "Romero, a couple of these men want to come with us. I told them it would be all right." He looked at the two men. Sitting back in his chair, he stared at them. "Are you sure about this? I have to warn you, it is going to be very dangerous, and there will be casualties. We know of your father and what kind of man he is. He has hurt many people, and for him to want to kill his own son and the mother of his grandchild, it's beyond comprehensible. It won't be our first time dealing with the Mafia." "Cameron," the older man replied. "All right then, you'll need guns, knives, and any other weapons that you have available. You'll need to be prepared to kill or be killed." He looked over at Serena and decided he didn't want to go over the plan with her sitting there, so he suggested they go into another room and talk after they've eaten. She had just finished feeding and changing David when he walked into the bedroom. "So I guess you're leaving now?" she asked, placing the baby into the bassinet. Going over, he pulled her into his arms. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, he gently pulled her head back. His lips came crashing down on hers. His kiss was rough, demanding as he ravished her mouth with a vengeance. He was determined that they would both remember that kiss. Sadly, he pulled away. "I want you to know that I love you with every fiber of my being. Take care of our son until I get back." "I love you too. I'll be here waiting for you. Please be careful and kill that son of a bitch." He went over, looking down at his sleeping baby. "I'll be back, son. Be good for your mommy," he said. Leaning over the bassinet, kissed his forehead. She watched him as he walked out the door. Her heart was breaking, and she felt cold when a shiver coursed through her body. Picking David up, she rushed out of the bedroom. She had to see him one last time before he left. Seeing Daisy, she asked her to watch David. Handing over the baby, she took off running, wanting to catch him before he left. Romero and Dick were just about to get into their vehicle, but stopped when they heard Serena call out. He ran towards her, picking her up and taking her into his arms. He gave her a long and passionate kiss. "I just had to see you one more time." She turned her head to look at Dick. "Be safe and take care of my husband." After one more kiss, he let her go and got into the vehicle. Their eyes locked as the SUV moved up until he was no longer in sight. Wiping her tears away, she went back to her son. Taking him in her arms, she held him close to her chest. Romero sat in the front, next to Dick, and the other two sat in the back. He rubbed his eyes, trying to get the image of her eyes that were filled with fear and tears from his mind. Maybe I shouldn't have left her and just taken her away, he said to no one in particular. Dick glanced over at him, knowing he was worried sick about leaving his wife and child. Xiomara would find you. You don't have a choice but to get rid of him. You have to promise me something, Dick. Anything, you know that. If I don't make it, I want you to take care of my family, stay with them, and get them away from here. I promise, but it won't come to that, he answered, looking back at him. So what are you going to do first? Romero took out his phone. He was glad that their phones had a blocker on them. That way they couldn't be tracked when using them. I'm sending the recording of Xiomara's and Irene's conversation to all of his associates. His enemies will know what he was up to. Then I'm sending a list to his business partners who he secretly ripped off, letting them know what he did behind their backs, he said as he started sending them. He then chuckled. I think Xiomara should give away most of his money to a charity. You can do that from your phone? The man in the back seat asked. With this phone, yes.
You planning on bankrupting him?
Dick asked, smirking. Might as well give away his money. He won't need it where he's going, Romero said, smiling as he went into his father's accounts. What are we going to do about Irene? If she gets in our way, we'll kill her. I might anyways regardless, Romero said, remembering how she wanted Serena dead. As they got closer to Chicago, a call from one of his men came in, letting them know that Xiomara would be at his warehouse outside of the city. It would be the perfect place to ambush him and his men. They would first have to disarm the alarms and security cameras, taking out the men who would be outside the building. They took a path through the woods, and when they got close to the warehouse, they got out of the vehicle. Going around to the back, he opened up the door and took out their weapons, knives, shotguns, and pistols. Moments later, other vehicles pulled up and men got out, all of them packing plenty of heat. The sun was starting to go down. Soon it would be dark, and then they would strike. With Dick and Romero in front, they led the way through the woods. Dick cocked his rifle and Romero pulled out his gun. He called out to the twins, Rick and Roy. You guys take out the cameras and alarm. He stopped and turned to look at the others. We'll take out the men guarding the outside. Then once inside, we'll take out his men. Kill first and ask questions later. Whoever finds Xiomara, don't kill him. He's mine. Now, let's move fast and get the hell out of there. They came out of the bushes, some going around the front, some around the back. Dick and Romero went around the back. Sneaking up behind the men guarding the place, they both went up to each guard. Placing their hand over the man's mouth, plunged a knife into them, killing them instantly. They made their way inside. The place was almost dark and eerily quiet. I don't like this. It's too quiet, Dick said, looking at Romero and the other men that were with them. Romero looked around, his weapon raised and pointing. Something's wrong, he said just as fires were shot. Get down, he shouted. They all scurried behind whatever they could find and started shooting back. Romero and Dick were together. They knew we were coming, but how? Romero shouted over the noise of guns firing. I don't know. We have a traitor amongst us, Dick answered over the noise of the gunfire. My father will be in the office. Cover me so I can get out of here to go find him. Romero, be careful. Dodging bullets by hiding behind steel posts, as he made his way to a door by the back, he was able to get away. He encountered several men along the way, shooting them before they could shoot him. Then one of the twins, Rick, jumped out in front of him, aiming the gun at him.
Rick, I thought you were on my side,
he asked, pointing his own gun at him. I'm sorry, Romero, but Xiomara is offering $1 million. We couldn't turn it down.
We...
So Roy is also a traitor.
Xiomara wants the baby. Roy is going to him now to let him know where he can find your wife and son. It's over. I am sorry I have to kill you, he said, and was about to pull the trigger, but didn't get the chance when a bullet went through the back of his head. He fell to the ground dead.
Romero cocked his head, smiling at Dick. Thanks, man. A couple of Xiomara's men are headed this way. Go get to him while I take care of them, Dick said as he turned and aimed his gun in the approaching men's direction. Romero took off running. He had to stop Roy from getting to his father and telling him where Serena was hiding. It would only be a matter of minutes before he called some men to go get her and the baby. He was rounding the corner when he felt the bullet hitting him in the back of his left shoulder. Cursing, he swung around. His gun aimed, he took the shot. The bullet had hit the man right between the eyes. Blood spurted all over his face as he fell to the ground. A grin crossed Romero's face when he saw it was one of the men who had beaten him up on Xiomara's orders. Payback's a bitch, isn't it, pal? Knowing he wouldn't be getting an answer, took off. His shoulder was killing him, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. He finally got close to where the office was. He could hear voices from inside. He knew it was Roy, and before he could barge in with his gun aimed, he heard a woman's faint cry coming from another room. He thought maybe she was in danger and couldn't just ignore it, so he went in, and what he saw made his skin crawl. There was Irene laying on the ground. A knife was plunged deep into her chest. He went over and kneeled down. He felt no pity for her, but wondered what had happened to her. Irene, who did this to you? He asked, knowing she only had seconds to live. Xiomara. Kill him, Romero. Those were her last words before the life drained out of her. He knew it was only a matter of time before his father killed her. He was only using her and probably didn't need her anymore. All he needed now was the baby. But what got him confused was that he and Irene weren't married yet. And wasn't that the point of marrying her? To get his hands on all of Leonardo's assets. He didn't have time to worry about that now. He had to move before Serena's whereabouts were known. He placed his fingers over her eyes and closed them before dashing off. He went to the office and kicked in the door. He didn't hesitate in shooting Roy in the chest and pointed the gun at Xiomara. "Don't even try it, you bastard," he shouted when his father went to reach for his gun. "Step away from it." "Romero, I wondered what was taking you so long." "I just saw Irene. Why did you kill her?" "She started annoying me," he said. His eyes were dark and cold, void of any feelings. "I thought you needed to marry her to get everything." He tilted his head back and laughed. "I did marry the bitch, secretly, so now whatever goes, or will go to her, will belong to me. I just have to get rid of that damn wife of yours first." "That's never going to happen," he said, putting his finger on the trigger, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head before falling to the ground into darkness, dropping his gun. Chapter 30. With his head throbbing, he looked up, knowing he was laying on the ground. He saw the other man who had beaten him, and then his father came into sight. When he tried to get up, Xiomara placed his foot on his chest and shoved him back down, making his head and shoulder hurt all that much more. "Did you really think you could stop me?" he shouted down at Romero. He stared up at his father with so much hate in his eyes. "I won't let you hurt my wife or take my son. I'll see you in hell first." When the other man went to pull him up, he managed to take the knife from his waistband, stabbing him dead. He then got to his feet, grabbed his gun, and pointed it at Xiomara. He laughed at him. "You don't have the balls to shoot me. You're too soft, just like that no-good mother of yours."
"I thought you loved her."
"How could I love someone so weak? I told you once before, women are only good for fucking, and she was a sweet fuck." Romero glared at him. Raising an eyebrow, he asked a question that had been bothering him for years. "Did you have her killed?"
"Yes, I arranged it."
"Why?" he yelled. "Because she was cuddling you too much. With her raising you, I was afraid she would make you weak. She had to go, but a lot of good it did me. You found a woman that turned you into a weakling. I'll enjoy killing her, but maybe first I'll fuck her. Romero felt the anger rising and put his finger on the trigger. Go to hell. A bullet went right through Xiomara's head. Blood poured out as he fell to the ground. The thing was, it wasn't from Romero's gun. He looked over his shoulder and saw Dick there. Why did you shoot him? I wanted to be the one to send him straight to hell. Dick walked over, putting his hand on his shoulder. I know you. If you had killed your own father, it would have haunted you for the rest of your life. You and your family are free of him and his evil. Romero knew he was right. They jumped when they heard more gunfire, and a bunch of their men came running in. One, out of breath, started speaking fast. More of his men have arrived. What are we going to do?
We're going to split up,
he said, then turned to Dick. You take half the men with you and sneak up behind them. I'll take the others and we'll catch them off guard when they enter from the back way, Romero said, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. Dick grabbed his arm. Romero, explosives have been set. We only have 10 minutes before they go off.
I know. That's why we've got to hurry.
Dick headed off with his guys, meeting more of Xiomara's men on the way, taking them out one by one. Suddenly they were surrounded, shots were fired, and many men lost their lives. Only Dick and 3 of his men made it outside alive. The 4 of them waited for Romero and the others. They could hear more gunshots being fired. Then he looked at his watch. Come on, Romero, where the hell are you? He cursed out loud. We've got to leave. The place is going to blow any second, said the one guy. Dick was getting worried. I'm going to see what's keeping Romero and the others. But he didn't get a chance to go. They heard a loud bang just as the place went up in smoke. It was a towering inferno. Dick got down on his knees and let out a gut-wrenching roar. Getting to his feet, he went running off in the direction of the warehouse. But the one man grabbed him and wouldn't let him go. Dick, we've got to go before the rest of Xiomara men show up or the cops. No, I've got to get Romero out of there. It's too late. He's gone. Dick watched as the place went up in smoke. He stood there waiting, hoping to see Romero. His heart sank when he realized that his friend was dead. There was no way he or the others could have survived the explosion.
You want us to drop you off somewhere? The one guy asked him.
No, I'll take Romero's vehicle. He stayed for a while after the other men had left, only leaving when he heard the police sirens approaching. Jumping into the SUV, he took off. He wasn't sure how he was going to break it to Serena that her husband was dead. When he got farther away, he pulled over and parked. He began pounding his fists onto the steering wheel until his hands started to hurt. He should have stayed by Romero's side. Maybe then he'd still be alive. He was his friend. They had always had each other backs. Wiping his eyes, he started the car. It was going to be a long drive back to the hideout. His clothes were dirty. The small cut on his chest was bleeding. But he didn't care. He had to get to Serena and break the news to her. Driving straight through without stopping, he made it just as the sun was coming up. Going inside the building, he honked 3 times and waited. It wasn't long when someone came over to him.
Where are the others? Jeff asked, looking in the back.
Dead, all dead, Dick said, staring straight ahead. He couldn't look Jeff in the eyes. He was friends with the 2 men who went with them. What about Romero? Dead, he answered solemnly. Moments later, he was lowered and parked the vehicle, but remained inside. Leaning over the steering wheel, he buried his head in his arms. When he felt a hand touching his arm, he looked up and into Janet's brown eyes. Getting out of the car, he stood before her. Without saying anything, she wrapped her arms around him. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, letting her comfort him. She lifted his head up and placed her lips on his, kissing him softly. Thank God you're all right. Jeff told me the others didn't make it. Serena, he said, looking at her with great sadness. She doesn't know yet. She's still asleep. This is going to destroy her. All she did was talk about Romero, how much she loved and was missing him. I need coffee, he said. Taking her hand, they went inside. No one else was up yet, so she took him into the kitchen and poured him a cup of coffee. When she offered to make him breakfast, he said he wasn't hungry. "So what happens now?" she asked, knowing he was probably going to be leaving soon.
I gave Romero my word that I would take Serena and David away to Canada. I promised him if anything happened to him, I would take care of them. We have to leave right away. Some of Xiomara's men might want to make her pay for his death.
"Are you in love with her?" His head jerked up, and he stared at her, shocked that she would say such a thing. "No, why would you say that? I see the way you are together and the way you look at her." He shook his head. "I admire her. She has grown up in a life filled with killers, and she has turned out to be a strong and kind-hearted woman. I have no romantic feelings towards her. She's more like a sister to me. Besides, if I did feel that way about her, Romero would kill me."
But he's dead.
"Nothing stopping you now." "Yes, there is. We don't love each other." He got up and went over to her. He pinned her up against the counter. "She's beautiful, but I've always had a thing for blondes," he said, giving her a rough kiss, leaving her moaning. They pulled apart when they heard footsteps approaching. Daisy's face lit up when she saw Dick. "You're back. Where are the others?"
I'm sorry, Daisy. They didn't make it.
Her smile turned into a frown. "Romero too?" she asked, but judging from his face, she guessed the answer. "He didn't make it. I have to go tell Serena." "She's feeding the baby. Wait until she's done before you go see her." She then saw the blood on his shirt. "You're injured. Let me look at it." She had him remove his shirt while she cleaned the wound. "You're lucky it's not deep," she said, cleaning it up and putting a bandage over it. "Daisy, is Serena strong enough to hear about Romero?" The older woman sat down, reaching for her coffee. "She's still fragile. All she talked about was Romero and how much she loved him. This is going to come as a shock, and it will destroy her, but she has a son to take care of, so I think she will pull through. That poor girl, she has been through so much. I promised Romero I'd take care of them if anything happened to him. We will have to leave here tomorrow at the latest if we are to catch the boat."
Boat? She asked.
"Yes, Romero arranged for a fishing boat to take us to Canada." "Why a boat?" He knew that once Xiomara was dead, some of his men might come after them. He thought this way was safer than taking a train or plane. No one would think of looking for them on an old fishing boat. Some of the others started drifting into the kitchen for their breakfast. Everyone turned deadly quietly when they heard the news. When Daisy and the other women had fed everyone, Dick thought it was time for him to talk to Serena. "Maybe you could come with me. Take David out of the room while I tell her about Romero," he said, looking over at Daisy. "Yes, that would be best," she said, following him to the bedroom. There she knocked, and when Serena said to come in, she slowly opened the door, Dick right behind her. When she saw Dick, she jumped off the bed and ran towards him, her eyes looking over his shoulder. "Where's Romero?" She saw Daisy going over and picking David up, walked over to them. "I'll just take the baby into the other room," she said, and walked out. Serena began to shake. Her eyes filled with tears as fear ran through her veins. "Dick, where is my husband?" He lowered his head when she got in front of him. "Serena, I'm so sorry." Her eyes went wide, and she backed away from him. "Where is he?" she yelled at the top of her lungs. He looked up at her, his fingers fiddled with the buttons on his shirt. "He didn't make it, Serena. I'm so sorry, but he's gone." He went to go to her, wanting to hold her when he saw the tears streaming down her face, but she pushed him away. "No," she screamed at him, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "You're lying. He's not dead. He can't be. He promised me he'd come back. Where is he? Tell me." It didn't feel like she was in her body. It felt like she was floating above, looking down at them. Pushing past him, she opened the door, running out wearing only her nightgown and bare feet. She ran past the others and out into the area where the cars were parked. There she looked around, calling out his name as she went over and checked inside every vehicle. "Romero, come out, where are you?" she kept saying over and over. Dick ran after her. "Serena, come back inside, it's freezing out here," he said, going over. He put his arms around her waist from behind when she tried to run from him. "Let go of me," she cried out. Not being able to break free, she fell to her knees, weeping as he held onto her. "Romero," she cried. Her sobs were loud and gut-wrenching. Dick turned her around and held her until she settled down. When her arms went around his neck, he picked her up and carried her back inside. He took her back to the bedroom and laid her down on the bed. He covered her with the blanket and sat on the edge of the bed. She had turned so quiet and was staring up at the ceiling. It scared him how she was no longer crying. Her eyes held a blank stare. Thinking she had gone into shock, he went to get Daisy. She handed the baby over to Janet and followed Dick into the bedroom. Going over, she checked her out, talking to her. "Serena, I'm so sorry about Romero, but sweetheart, you have to snap out of it. You have a son that needs you now more than ever." She let out a breath of relief when Serena turned her head to look at her. "I want my son," she said, sitting up. Dick ran out of the room and brought the baby back, placing him in her arms when she sat up. Daisy stood up, pulling Dick over to the side. "Stay with her. I'm going to make her something to eat. She needs her strength."
Is she going to be all right?
He asked before she walked out.
If she didn't have her baby, I'd say no, but her love for her son will help her to get through the pain. She will need you too, to help her to deal with her grief and to help take care of David.
"I'll always be there for them both," he said. Walking back over to the bed, he sat down next to them. Chapter 31. Daisy took care of the baby while Serena slept. Sleep was the best thing for her right now. She was still in shock, and when she woke up the grieving would begin. Dick and Janet went to her room. They made love. It was what he needed to release the pain he was feeling. Later he laid on his back, pulling her close. "When Serena and I leave here tomorrow, come with us." She looked at him. "Why?" Looking back at her, he stroked her cheek. "Because I think I'm falling for you. If it's your ex you are worried about, I can protect you."
It's not that. I just don't think I'm ready for a serious relationship. Besides, Serena needs you right now. With me being there with you, it might upset her. It would cause her too much pain to see us happy together when she lost the man she loves. You need to concentrate solely on her until she is over her pain.
"I guess you're right, but I will miss you," he said, giving her a kiss before getting up and putting his clothes back on. "I better go check on her." He knocked before entering Serena's bedroom and found her sitting in a chair. The baby was asleep in his bed. He went and sat in the chair across from her. "I know you're still in pain, but we need to talk about our next move." She looked at him, her eyes bloodshot and swollen from crying, but didn't say anything. "We need to leave here tomorrow morning. There is a boat waiting to take us to Canada. From there you can decide where you want to go. Xiomara is dead, so why bother leaving? You and David could still be in danger. If any of his men see you, they might try to harm you to revenge his death. This is what Romero wanted, for you to get as far away from here as possible. He would want you and his son to be safe and start over." She looked at him, her eyes filling with tears. "What hurts is I won't be able to bury him. There will be no closure." He moved his chair over closer, taking her hands in his. "Once we get you settled, we could have a small service with the three of us. We can get a headstone. That way you can visit him whenever you want. I know you're hurting, but in time the pain will lessen. You're young and beautiful. You will love again." "I will never love again," she said, lowering her eyes. He stands up, holding his hand out for her to take. "Come with me. Dinner is ready." "I'm not hungry," she answered. "You haven't eaten. You need to keep up your strength. Come on now. If not for you, do it for your baby."
You play dirty,
she said, taking his hand. "Whatever works," he said, giving her a small smile. He picked up the baby and took him with them. Even though he was asleep, she insisted they take him. He understood that she didn't want to be away from him. Later that night, when she got into bed, she couldn't stop crying. She had one of his shirts in bed with her and kept smelling it. It still had his scent on it. Dick thought he would check up on her before going to bed. He was outside her room and could hear her crying. He knocked, then walked in and over to her. He sat down on the bed next to her, placing his hand on her shoulder. "I hate to see you like this," he said, putting his arms around her. He held her until she quit crying. "Thank you. You are a good friend, and I don't think I could get through this without you. I know I said that before, but I still mean it."
"It's okay. Try and get some sleep," he said, pulling the covers over her.
Janet sat up in bed when he came in. She watched him as he took off his clothes. "You were gone a long time. Is Serena all right?" "Not really. She's devastated. She's not taking this very well, and I'm worried about her."
"It's going to take her time, but eventually she'll be able to move on. I just hope," she started to say, but stopped.
Getting into bed, he looked at her. "You hope what? With Romero gone, and you looking after her, are you not afraid that she might get too attached to you? Maybe she might want you to take his place as David's father, and maybe her lover." "That's crazy. I told you before, neither one of us have those kinds of feelings for each other." He smiled as he put his arms around her. "You wouldn't happen to be a little jealous, would you?" "No, I'm not jealous. I've just seen this kind of thing happen before, where the patient falls for the caretaker." "You don't have anything to worry about," he said, climbing on top of her and placing his lips on hers in a passionate kiss. In the morning, Dick went down to see if Serena was up. Knocking on her door, he entered when she told him to. She was dressed and in the process of changing David. Her face was a ghostly pale shade, and it looked as if she hadn't slept all night. "Daisy has breakfast ready for us. Are you all packed?" "Yes, everything is ready," she said, putting a clean diaper on the baby. With David in her arms, they went and joined the others for breakfast. She mostly played with her food. She just couldn't seem to eat. She looked around the table at everybody. She had grown quite fond of them and was going to miss them. "I want to thank you all for your generosity and for taking care of me and David. I will miss you." "We'll miss you too, sweetheart," Daisy said, giving her a hug. When it was time to leave, Dick took Janet over to the side. "If you ever change your mind and want to join us, give me a call and I'll come and get you." He put his arms around her and gave her a big kiss. He really was going to miss her. She was the only woman he had ever considered spending the rest of his life with, but she wasn't ready and he couldn't stay around. He had to get Serena away from here. After all the goodbyes were said, the two got into the vehicle, putting David in his car seat. As the car was being raised, he stared down at Janet. Even from where he was, he could see the tears in her eyes. "You could have asked her to come with us," Serena said when she saw the way they looked at each other. "I did," he answered. "But she said no, said she wasn't ready for a relationship." "I'm so sorry, Dick."
"It's all right. I guess the timing was just wrong, but who knows? Our paths may cross again someday."
"It's my fault, isn't it?" "What's your fault?" he asked, taking a look at her. "The promise you made to Romero, the one where you said you would take care of me and keep us safe. If it weren't for that, you would have stayed here with her, wouldn't you?" "I don't know, maybe. But like I said, she told me she wasn't ready to be with anyone. I don't want you feeling bad for me. It is what it is. We've got a couple of hours ahead of us. Why don't you close your eyes and get some sleep?" She could see his eyes in the review mirror and knew he was hurt. She couldn't let the two of them put their happiness aside for her. "Wait, stop the car." He stopped the car and turned around to look at her. "Did you forget something?" "No, but you did." "I didn't forget anything." "Yes, you did, Janet. Now turn this car around and go get her. She's coming with us." "Serena, I can't force her to come. Besides, we only just met," he said, turning away from her and stared out the window. You both care about each other. Don't miss out on what could be the best thing to ever happen to you. Now go back, and if you have to throw her over your shoulder and drag her out of that place, then do it. Romero would if it were me." After a moment of silence, he started the car and turned around. "You're right. I can't just walk away from her. I'll fight for her." When they got back to the hideout, and inside he told Serena he'd be right back. Everyone was surprised to see him, but Janet was the most surprised. "Dick, what are you doing back here?" she asked, shocked. He didn't say anything. He just went over. Pulling her into his arms, he kissed her so hard and long, making everyone whistle and cheer. Pulling away, he cupped his face in his hands and stared into her eyes. "There's something special going on between us. I know you feel it too. I'm not leaving here without you. Janet, take a chance on us, and if it doesn't work out, then fine. But let's see where this can go. I really believe that I'm in love with you. I think I love you too." "Then you'll come with me?" he asked, stroking her cheek with his fingers. Yes, I'll go with you. But what about Serena?" "She's the one that made me see I couldn't leave you. She wants you to come with us. Now go pack your things, and I'll wait for you by the car." When she ran off, he went back to Serena. "She's coming," he said with a small smile on his face. "That's good," she answered. She was happy for Dick. She watched as Janet approached the car, and Dick got out to help put her bags in the back, giving her a kiss. They were raised up, and once outside, headed out to catch the boat. Serena closed her eyes and went to sleep. Not having slept all night, she was tired. A little over 2 hours later, she woke up when the car stopped, and she heard noises, horns blaring from the boats. Dick got out when a man walked over. They talked for several minutes before helping the ladies and David out of the vehicle. "This is how we are getting to Canada," he said, pointing to the boat. "It will smell like fish, but it will get us safely to where we want to go." They were taken aboard and shown to their rooms, both next to one another. Serena placed David in the bassinet. Sitting down, she started crying. Romero was supposed to be with them. He had promised to come back to her. Now she and his son were alone. She looked up when Janet walked in. "How am I going to live without him?" she asked, lowering her head as the tears kept falling. She went over and sat down, putting her arms around Serena. "It will be hard, but your son needs you, so you will get through this, and you have me and Dick to help you." They talked for a while until Dick showed up with some food for all of them. "We should be leaving in an hour's time." He looked at Serena and could tell she had been crying. "Janet and I can watch the baby while you get some sleep." All she did was nod her head. It would feel good to get some sleep. She was totally drained. After the baby was fed and changed, she let Dick and Janet take David into their room. She then put on a nightgown and got into bed, pulling the covers over her. The other two were on the bed with David, admiring the beauty of a newborn baby. "He's so beautiful," Janet said, smiling over at him. He smiled back. "Maybe if things work out the way I'm hoping, we'll have one of our own." "Maybe," she said, looking down at the infant. "They're going to be all right, aren't they? It's just that Serena's heart is broken."
"We'll help her through it," he said, but didn't get a chance to say anything else when there was a knock at the door. Getting up to answer it, he talked to a man for a moment, then looked over at Janet. "Wait here, I'll be right back."
"Where are you going?"
"I'll tell you when I get back." He followed the man. He didn't believe what the man had told him, and had to see with his own eyes if it were true. His heart was hammering in his chest, not wanting to get his hopes up, but prayed it was true. He's in pretty rough shape. How he managed to get here is a miracle. The doctor is having a hell of a time getting him to sit still. His injuries need taken care of. Maybe you can calm him down and get him to let the doctor do what he has to. Opening the door, his jaw dropped. Then a smile crossed his face. "Romero, you're alive," he shouted and rushed towards him. He looked like hell, bleeding and all bruised, but very much alive as he tried getting off the table. Dick knew it was because he was wanting to go to his family. Chapter 32. Romero, how is it you're alive? I was told you were dead, Dick said, rushing over to his side. I'll explain later. Right now tell this as to let go of me. I need to see my wife, he said as he tried getting off the table. He placed his hand on his shoulder. Let the doctor stitch you up first. If you go to her now, looking like this, it will freak her out. Get cleaned up first. Besides, she's asleep. Serena hasn't slept much since we thought you were dead.
I guess you're right,
He said, looking at the doctor. All right, do what you have to and make it quick. There are 2 bullets I need to remove, one from your shoulder, the other from your side. It's lucky for you they aren't deep, he said as he started taking out one of the bullets. How is my son? David's doing great. He's with Janet while Serena gets some much-needed sleep. So how did you survive the explosion, and how did you get here? Janet, she's with you, he asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, we decided to give it a go. Now tell me how you got here. I was just outside the door when the place blew up. It threw me into the air, and the next thing I knew I woke up in the bushes. Everyone was gone, and when I heard the sirens I dragged myself over to one of the vehicles and got in. At first I thought of going to the hideout, but I figured by the time I got there you would both be gone. I knew you'd bring her here, so here I am. How you managed to drive with your injuries I'll never know, said the doctor as he stitched up his wounds after removing one of the bullets. Romero stared at Dick. Tell me the truth, how is Serena? Not good, she's devastated, heartbroken, not been sleeping or eating, but when she finds out you're alive, she will get better. You're a lucky man, that girl really loves you.
I'm the lucky one,
He said and cried out in pain when the doctor took the second bullet out of him. Son of a bitch, that fucking hurt, he growled. When Romero was taken care of, he got up and cleaned himself off. Take me to see David before I go to Serena. If she's asleep, I don't want to disturb her. Putting his shirt on, but not buttoning it up, he followed Dick down the hall and to a door. When Dick opened the door, he saw his son on the bed and went over to pick him up. Janet went and stood next to Dick, watching father and son. A tear ran down her cheek when she saw the love he had for his son. When he first walked in, she thought she was dreaming. She kept thinking about how Serena would feel when she saw him. Holding David in his arms, he shed a tear. Everything he had to do and all the pain he suffered was worth it, knowing his family was now safe. I love you. Now I have to go see Mommy, he said, handing him over to Janet. Will you watch him while I'm with my wife? She smiled at him, taking the baby from him. Yes, we'll keep him with us tonight. Go to her, she's been missing you so much. Going over to the room where she was, he walked in, quietly closing the door behind him. He saw her there, fast asleep, and wanted to run over and take her in his arms. She looked so pale, so sad even in her sleep. Taking off his shirt and pants, got in next to her. Reaching over, he left a trail of kisses along her cheek, thinking that would wake her up. Serena could smell his scent, could feel his lips on her cheek, and knew she was dreaming. Oh, Romero, she said his name out loud, sniffling. She wasn't sure what woke her up. Maybe it was that the dream felt so real. Opening her eyes, she jumped, reaching up to touch his face. Am I dreaming? No, baby, you're not dreaming. She sat up in bed, gripping his face in her hands. She started sobbing. You're alive, thank God you're alive, she said, throwing her arms around his neck. Then she started kissing his face all over until he cupped her face in his hands and planted a hard, passionate kiss on her lips. When he broke the kiss, still touching her face, he stared into her eyes, wiping her tears as they fell down her cheek. I told you I'd come back. It was then she noticed the bandages and the shape he was in. You're hurt, she said, moving her fingers over his wounds. Tell me what happened. Why did everyone think you were dead, and why didn't you call? Baby, I'll tell you everything in the morning. Right now I'm so tired and sore. I hear you haven't been sleeping, so you must be tired too. I couldn't sleep without you beside me.
I'm here now, sweetheart, and you'll never have to sleep alone again, he said, laying down on the bed, pulled her into his arms. I lost my phone. That's why I couldn't call you. I got here as soon as I could, knowing you'd be here. He was so happy to be back with her. For a while back at the warehouse, he wasn't sure he was going to make it. It was his love for her and David that helped him to survive.
Within minutes, they were both asleep. They held each other, afraid the other would disappear if they were to let go. It felt like they had just fallen asleep when there was a knock at the door. It was Dick with the baby. I'm sorry, guys, but David seems to be hungry, he said. Walking over to the bed, handed him over to Romero. He takes the baby and, looking over at Serena, sees she is still asleep. It's all right, go back to bed, we'll take it from here. He held his son, talking quietly to Dick. Serena woke up when she heard David starting to cry. He's hungry. I better feed him before he wakes everybody up. Romero put his arm around her shoulder and watched. As tired as he was, he didn't want to miss it. She glanced over at him and could tell he was fighting to keep his eyes open. Lay down and go to sleep. You need to heal. I'll sleep when he goes back to sleep. I never want to miss another thing when it comes to either of you. Romero, since we're awake, can you tell me what happened while you were gone? He figured since he was awake, he might as well talk about it now. Xiomara is dead. He also killed Irene. Irene? But why would he kill her? I thought he was going to marry her so that he could get everything my father owned. Romero told her the whole story, how Dick was the one who killed Xiomara and how his father told him that he and Irene were secretly married and why he killed her. Then told her about the explosion and how he barely escaped and made his way here. Nothing was going to stop me from coming back to you and David. When she was done feeding David, Romero insisted on changing his diaper, even though he was still in a lot of pain. As he was bent over, she saw the cuts and burns on his back. It brought tears to her eyes to know how much he had been through. Putting David back into his bed, he looked over and saw she was crying again. So getting into bed, he put his arms around her, stroking her hair. No more need for tears, my love. I'm back and am never going to leave you again. Moving her head, she looked up at him. I know you won't. It's just that you have been hurt. Your back is all cut and burnt. The burns aren't that bad. They and the cuts will heal in time. She wrapped her arms around him. She was never going to let him out of her sight ever again. I love you so much, she said, giving him a kiss that was so passionate she could feel his member getting hard. Make love to me, she whispered, putting her hand down his briefs. It's too soon, he said, but was cut off when she kissed him again. The way her hand was moving up and down his hard shaft, and the way she was kissing him drove him crazy with desire. He knew he shouldn't make love to her, but when she pulled down her panties, he forgot everything except how much he wanted her. With great care he entered her. She felt so wet, so tight. Feeling her arms around him, the way she raised her hips to take more of him, and he kissed her as he gently moved inside her, his thrusts becoming faster but not too hard. Her moans echoed in his ears, or perhaps it was him making all the noise. He soon released inside her, knowing she had an orgasm when her screams were muffled from his mouth going back over hers. He kissed down her neck and over her breasts before rolling off her and onto his side, pulling her in as he wrapped his arms around her. Romero, that was amazing, so tender and sweet, she said, running her fingers over his chest. It was amazing, but we shouldn't have done that. It was too soon. No, it wasn't. I know my own body and I needed this. I think you did too. She looked up at him, worried. Do you regret making love to me? Oh God, no. I'm just worried about you, that I might have hurt you. Making love to you has been something I've been wanting to do for so long now. He gave her another passionate kiss, loving how her lips felt against his. I've been dreaming of the day I would get to feel your body underneath me. Let's get some sleep. I'm so tired. When she woke up and Romero wasn't laying next to her, she sat up. Touching her lips with the tips of her finger, she felt where his lips had been and wondered if him being here was just a dream. David was still asleep in his bed, though she could hear him making cute little baby noises in his sleep. Burying her head in her hands, she started crying, convinced it was all just a dream. Romero entered the room. Seeing her crying, he placed the tray on the table and ran to her side, taking her hands away from her face. "Sweetheart, what's wrong?" he asked. It broke his heart to see her crying. "It wasn't a dream. You're really here," she said, touching his face. "No, baby, I'm here." "I woke up and you weren't here," she said between sobs. He wiped her tears away. "I just went to get us something to eat. Please don't cry. From this day on, I will make sure you will never cry again. Let's eat, and then I'll take you and David up on deck. It's a beautiful day out." She kept looking at him while they ate, afraid that if she closed her eyes, he would disappear again. It was going to take some time for her to get over that fear. "Why do you keep staring at me? Is it because I'm so damn handsome?" he asked, chuckling. "That's part of it," she said in between bites. Later, they bundled David up in a blanket and went on deck, finding Dick and Janet there in each other's arms. "Well, it's about time you two got out of bed," Dick said, smiling at them. "We were just going back down. Let us take David with us. You two need some alone time," he said, reaching out his arms to take the baby. Once they were alone, he stood with his arms around her waist from behind as they looked out over the water. He kissed the side of her neck, loving her scent. "Tomorrow we'll be docking in Canada. We'll get a hotel and rest for a few days before deciding where to live. I don't care where we live as long as it's far away from Chicago and that horrible life." She turned around to face him, putting her arms around his neck. "You gave up everything for me. Your life as a mob boss, your home, everything. My life is with you and our baby, and I'd give it up again in a heartbeat for you. I promise I will give you a happy and safe life. Our son will grow up to be a good and decent man. If he's lucky, he'll find someone as warm and loving as his mother to love. I know you will, and I will be a good wife to you. You are the love of my life. I hope Dick and Janet remain in our lives. I couldn't have gotten through these past few days without them. I'm sure they will. I'll come up with a plan to make it happen. There are a lot of men out here, but I don't care. I'm going to kiss you hard and for a long time," he said. Placing his mouth over hers, he drew her closer against him. Chapter 33. Serena was the first one to wake up. She looked over at Romero. He looked so damn hot with the dark stubble of hair on his face. She reached over, putting her lips on his neck. She left soft, wet kisses down to his chest. Feeling him stirring and hearing his breathing getting heavy, she moved her hand down his body until she reached his cock. She smiled to herself when she felt him getting hard.
Well, good morning,
He said, waking up to her lips on him and her hand wrapped around his cock. "You better stop. We don't want this to go any further." Smiling, she looked back at him. "That's what I'm hoping will happen." Removing her hand from his shaft, he kissed her. "Sweetheart, I want more than you'll ever know, but we should wait."
Why, we made love yesterday, she said, pouting.
Grabbing her, he pushed her down onto her back, hovering above her. "Yes, and it was amazing, but we need to let you heal. You also tempted me and made it so I couldn't stop. Don't be sad, my love. Once the doctor gives us the green light, I'll be all over you every chance I get." "Can't we? Just one more time?" she said, looking at him with her big brown eyes, her hands moving sensually up and down his back. A wicked grin appeared on her face when she felt his shaft throbbing between her legs and knew he was about to give in. Just then David woke up and started crying. Romero smiled down at her. "You almost had me, you little vixen." "I'll get another chance," she answered, getting up to feed the baby. He rubbed his eyes, turning to look at her. "Sweetheart, I don't want to fight with you, but until you get checked out by a doctor and he gives the go-ahead, I will not be making love to you again." Walking up to him, she ran her hands down his chest, smiling up at him. "Well, just see how long you can hold out," she said, smirking. "Go get us something to eat while I feed David." "Cheeky little vixen," he muttered under his breath, putting on his shirt.
When they were done eating, the four of them got ready. They were almost at the docks and Romero had called and booked a couple of rooms at a hotel. Getting into the car he rented, they went straight to the hotel and checked into the Ritz-Carlton. Dick and Janet were in the suite across from them.
Going in, Serena looked around. She then went and checked out the bedroom. Putting the baby in his bassinet, she sat on the bed, leaning back on her hands. When Romero walked in, she smiled seductively at him, licking her lips. "Come check out this bed, it's so soft." He stood by the door, watching her as she hiked her dress up, and the way the tip of her tongue swiped ever so slowly over her lips. Damn, she was making him hard. "Nice try, my love, but I will pass." "Then you should tell that to your buddy," she said, looking at his crotch and seeing how turned on he was. "Just lay down and relax. I'm going to make some calls. You and David need to be checked out by a doctor," he said, leaving the room. He was horny as hell and knew he would be taking a cold shower. Finding a doctor that was willing to take on new patients, he made an appointment for 2 days from now. After trying out their bed, Dick and Janet went over to see if the others wanted to go down and have an early dinner. "She's asleep right now. Let's wait until she's awake," Romero said, pouring them all a drink, and he sat down across from them. "I've made a doctor's appointment for Serena and David. We'll wait till then to decide where we go from here." "I was thinking you and I could go into business together as partners," he said, looking at Dick. "I would go for that, but what did you have in mind?" "Well, if we stay here, we could start up a company. Maybe buying properties real cheap, fix them up, and sell them for a hefty profit." "That's going to take a lot of capital to start up," Dick answered, scratching his chin. "I have the money," Romero said, liking the idea the more he talked about it. "It so happens I have put away enough money to go halves."
"Where did you get that kind of money?"
Janet asked. It came as a shock to hear Dick was also wealthy in his own right. He smiled at her. "I made some wise investments." "Sounds great, but first I need to discuss it with Serena. She might want to live somewhere else, further away." Just then they heard the baby crying so new that she would be waking up too. Janet said she was going into the bedroom to see them, which gave Romero a chance to talk with Dick alone. "I need your advice. It's about SX." Dick chuckled. "I think you know what to do. After all, you do have a son." "No, it's not that. She just gave birth a couple of weeks ago, and already she wants SX. I keep telling her it's too soon, but she's really making it difficult for me to say no." "Well, I don't know much about all of that, but I have heard after having a C-section, you should wait at least 6 weeks up to a couple of months before having SX. She needs to heal down there, or there could be complications." "Complications, shit," he cursed, looking at Dick. "We had SX on the boat. I didn't want to, but one thing led to another, and she was quite determined to have her way with me." He smiled. "I didn't resist that much, though." "Hey, don't worry about it. The doctor will check her and make sure she's all right. I do suggest you refrain from SX for now." "Easier said than done," he said, smiling back at Dick. They enjoyed a lovely meal and later returned to their rooms. He was pleased when she didn't try to tempt him into having SX. That night, as she lay in his arms, he told her about the plan for him and Dick to go into business together. She was pleased with his decision. "I think that's wonderful. Now we'll have them both in our lives forever. If you want to live here, it's all right with me, but are we far enough away from Chicago?" Once all of Xiomara's men and associates know he's dead, and with most of his money sent to them and other charities, they probably won't be bothering with us. The D'Angelo and Kant family is now out of business. They will most likely form a new family. We will be safe as long as we don't go back there. I'll see to it that word gets out I'm gone, and have no interest in being boss. What about my father's will and Xiomara's? I don't want anything from him. Do you want what your father left you? He asked, even though he knew the answer. No, I want nothing but to be left alone to live in peace with you and David. I'm tired, let's talk tomorrow, she said, cuddling into him as she closed her eyes. 2 days later, he took them for their doctor's appointment. David was looked at first and given a clean bill of health. He was healthy, growing and putting on weight. He held his son while Serena went in for her checkup. When she came back into the doctor's office, they waited for him to come in. She appeared nervous.
What's wrong?
He asked, worried that the doctor found something wrong with her. Now don't be mad at me, but he asked me if we had SX, and I told him yes. He wasn't very happy and said that I shouldn't have let you. You did tell him that you gave me no choice.
Well, no, not really.
Serena, he said just as the man walked in and sat down across from them. He sat there while the doctor lectured him on how just giving birth a woman needed time for her body to heal, and how having SX too soon could have caused her some medical issues, and how there was a chance she could have gotten pregnant right away. Now, Mr. D'Angelo, I'm happy to say no damage was done, but I trust you'll refrain from relations for another 6 to 8 weeks. Yes, sir. I'll do anything to make sure she's all right. After they left the office and were seated in the car, he turned to her, a scowl on his face. Thanks a lot. For what? She asked, knowing he was angry. For throwing me under the bus, letting him think having SX was my idea. She moved closer to him, putting her arms around him, and smiled sweetly. Please don't be mad at me. I was embarrassed talking to him about what we did. I'll make it up to you, she said, putting her lips on his neck, started kissing him. He closed his eyes, loving what she was doing. How could he be mad at her, he thought to himself when she kissed him, her tongue darting inside his mouth. When the kiss ended, he cupped her face in his hands. All right, I forgive you, but we will not make love for the time he mentioned. Don't you dare give me that look, he said when he saw her smirking. If you try to seduce me, I will sleep in the other room. You wouldn't, she said, pouting. Do you really want to put it to the test?
Oh, all right,
She said, crossing her arms, went and sat on her own side of the car. She knew he would do as he said and didn't want them to sleep in separate beds. But I'm not waiting 8 weeks, 6 tops. Over the next couple of weeks, he and Dick checked into some properties that were run down and selling for a cheap price. Serena and Janet spent their days by the pool and going shopping. They also checked listings for houses upon the guy's suggestion. Serena became worried when David wouldn't feed. She had Romero take them to the hospital. It turned out she didn't have enough milk to feed him and was told he would have to go on formula. Romero had to console her, saying that it happens and it wasn't her fault. It has to be my fault, but I am always drinking milk, she said, sobbing as he held her in his arms. Sweetheart, you've had 2 months of feeding him. Some women can't do that even from birth. Think of it this way. When David wakes up through the night, I can give you a break and be able to give him his bottle. I was kind of jealous that you were the only one who could feed him. Now I get to feed my son. He kissed her forehead. Now no more tears, and once he's used to the bottle, Dick and Janet will be able to babysit once in a while. It will give us a chance to go out, just the 2 of us. I guess you're right, she said, wiping away her tears. In the next month, the guys put a bid on an old apartment building and was waiting to see if they got it. Not having found a house to buy, they stayed in the hotel suite, but they did keep looking for a place that the women wanted. Romero and Dick were watching the baby while the women went shopping when he received a call from his father's lawyer. Hanging up, he turned to Dick. That was Xiomara's lawyer. He's in town and wants to see me. He says it's important. Damn, what do you think he wants? I don't know, but I told him I'd meet him tomorrow, down in the dining room, so I want you and Janet to stay here with Serena and the baby. Do you think there is going to be any trouble? Should I try and hire some muscle, just in case there's trouble? I guess it wouldn't hurt, he said, pacing back and forth. Damn, can we not get away from that life? We should have left here and gone somewhere else where we couldn't be found. I don't want you saying anything to Serena until I find out what he wants. It could just be about your father's will. But I gave away all of his money. What about his mansion? That place is worth a fortune. Maybe he left it to you in his will. Then there is Serena's father. She might have something coming to her. Romero nodded his head. Let's hope you're right, and that's all it is. If not, then we'll have to flee from here in a hurry. Chapter 34. After finishing his shower, he dried off. Going into the bedroom, he dropped his towel and got into bed next to Serena. He had decided earlier not to tell her about the meeting he had with Xiomara's lawyer until tomorrow. There was no reason for having her worry. This way she could at least get a good night's sleep. She sat up, looking down at him. He smelled so good, so she leaned over to give him a kiss. There was no way she could wait for another few days to feel his touch as he caressed her body. Pulling away, she lifted her gown up over her head and threw it onto the floor and straddled him. Serena, what do you think you're doing? He asked, feeling her bare pussy rubbing against his now hardened member. Well, if you can't figure it out, then it's been way too long since you made love. We still have to wait for a few more days, he said, knowing there was no way he was going to stop. I don't give a damn. I'm ready now, and I know you are too, she said when she felt his hard cock pressing against her. She could feel how wet she was. Her core was throbbing and her body was on fire with desire. Shifting into a better position, she was able to reach down, grabbed a hold of him, and slowly eased him inside her. The sound of his mons and the way he moved his hands down her lower back felt so good. It had been too long since he had touched her this way. Moving up and down on him, she closed her eyes and tilted her head back. It felt so good having him inside her. She squealed and opened her eyes wide when his hands went on her butt cheeks, and he flipped her over onto her back without pulling out, so that now he was the one on top.
Yep.
The moment she started kissing him, he knew he was a goner. There would be no stopping tonight. Her skin felt like silk. Her lips tasted so sweet, and being inside her was the best feeling in the world. He sucked lightly on her neck as he started thrusting deeper and faster inside her. His cock was hot and hard as he kept pumping deep inside her heat. He had missed hearing her mons, and the way she would scream his name when she had an orgasm. The way her body would convulse and shake as she wrapped her legs around his waist, running her nails down his back. I love you so much, he said when he rolled off her and onto his side, putting his arm around her. I love you too, she said, resting her head on his chest. I've waited so long for this, and it was amazing. Yes, it was, and I'm surprised I held out this long. He moved his fingers along her back, kissing her head. I mean what I said a while back. What was that? When I said that once you were better, I'd be on you every chance I get. So be prepared to be jumped when the mood strikes, and just to be warned, that will be all the time. You're so beautiful. I'll be ready and willing, she answered, smiling back at him. Dick and Janet showed up, and Romero still hadn't told her he was going out. He was hoping to just slip out without her knowledge while she was changing David. But when it came to her, he couldn't get anything past her. As he was sitting with the other two, putting the clip in his gun, she walked in and saw what he was doing. Her eyes grew wide, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood up. Romero, what is going on? She asked, walking over to him. I thought we were through with guns. Why are you loading it? He glanced over at the others before taking her arm and steering her towards the bedroom, closing the door behind them. I need to tell you something, and I don't want you freaking out, he said, pulling her down onto the bed. Xiomara's lawyer is here. He's waiting downstairs in the dining room, says he needs to talk to me. How did he find us? I don't like this, not one little bit. You're not going, are you? Yes, I am. I need to find out what he wants. Romero, it's too dangerous. I thought I lost you once. I'm not going to lose you again. I have to go. Dick and Janet are going to stay here with you. You'll be safe. Then I'm going with you, she said, getting to her feet. Like hell you are. You'll stay here. Yes, I am. Keep your voice down, or you will wake up David. Seeing the determined look on her face, he knew there was no going without her. All right, but you stay close to me and don't say anything. Let me do all the talking. Going out into the other room, he asked Dick and Janet to stay with David. I have 2 men positioned in the dining room. They will keep an eye on you and make sure nothing happens, Dick said, knowing that in a crowded restaurant they should be safe. Romero took Serena's hand. Okay, let's go and get this over with. They walked into the dining room still holding hands, and when he spotted the lawyer, they went over to his table. Mr. Ross, Romero said as they both sat down, making a point of letting the lawyer see the gun hidden inside his jacket. I know you're probably wondering why I'm here. It's about your father's will, so there will be no need for weapons. Though Serena was told not to speak, she did anyways. How did you find us? Mr. Ross looked at her, smiling. It was actually quite easy. I had a private investigator track you down. It helped that you didn't change your names, and he found out the information on some of the properties that your husband was bidding on. I didn't see the need to hide. With me out of the States, and having given the family all of Xiomara's money, I saw no reason why the mob would come after us, Romero answered. Yes, that is true, and they have no reason to come after you. In fact, they are glad you got rid of Xiomara. After receiving the information about how he cheated and ripped them off, they were going to put a hit on him, but you beat them to it. All they ask is you keep your mouth shut about their organization and never come back to the States. Romero stared at him, taking a sip of his coffee. Tell them as far as they are concerned, we all are dead, and never come near me or my family ever. I will. Now back to the reason as to why I'm really here. Though all of your father's money is gone, there is still the mansion which now belongs to you. What do you wish to do with it? Sell it and everything inside it, Romero said, thinking he could use the money so that he could buy a home for him and Serena, and give Dick some so that he and Janet could also buy a home. Wire me the money when it gets sold. Mr. Ross looked over at her. Mrs. A. D'Angelo, there is your father's will. Since your stepmother is also dead, everything has been left to you. Mr. Ross, I don't want anything. Sell everything and give it all to the men who worked for him, including the staff that ran his home. I have to ask you something. What about the police? Do they know what happened, and will they be looking for us to question? The police suspected it was foul play by Xiomara's enemies, but can't prove who did it. As for wanting to question you both, well, it was told to them that you were both out of the country when it happened. Who told them that? Romero asked, confused. Seems like you have some friends in the organization, ones who knew you were responsible for taking him down. They feel they owe you. You have nothing to worry about. Live your life in peace and start a new one with your family. It's that simple? Serena asked the lawyer. Yes, Mrs. D'Angelo, it's that simple. Now I really must go now. I will send you both papers to sign and get the ball rolling. As soon as the sale is final, I will send you the money. He got up and shook Romero's hand. Take care, and for the record, I'm glad your father is dead. He was the evilest man I have ever had the misfortune to know. Is it really over? She asked Romero when the lawyer left. Putting his arm over her shoulder, he smiled, relieved. Yes, baby, we're free, so now we can start planning our future. I say this calls for a celebration. I'll have a bottle of champagne sent to our room, and we'll tell Dick the good news. He leaned in, kissing her passionately. Back upstairs, he explained everything to the other two, and when the champagne arrived, they toasted to their future. We have another reason to celebrate, Dick said, smiling as he put his arm around Janet's waist, pulling her close. I asked Janet to marry me, and she said yes. I know it's quick, But like Romero once said, when you meet the right one, you will know it. Serena jumped up, squealing, giving them both a big hug and gushing over the ring. I'm so happy for you both. Now we will always be a family. We are going to wait 1 year before we tie the knot. We still have a lot to learn about each other, Janet said, beaming from ear to ear. Though in her heart she knew he was the one for her, the one she was meant to be with. The next few months flew by. Romero and Dick's business took off, making them a bundle. The money from his father's mansion came, so they bought a house. He gave the other two enough money to buy their own home, which was only 2 miles apart from each other. With the long weekend approaching, the men decided to have a barbecue at Romero's place. It would be the first time they tried their hand at barbecuing. The women were inside making salads and getting things ready. David was now 1 year old and playing with his toys and his playpen. So, just 2 more months until the big day, Serena said, smiling at Janet. They had become so close, more like sisters than friends. I know, I can't wait to be Mrs. Rafferty. Serena, I have a secret and have to tell someone before I burst. Serena stopped what she was doing to look at her. Judging from the smile on your face, I'd say it's a good secret. Janet took a deep breath. It is, and I haven't told Dick yet. I'm pregnant, she said. Hugging Serena, they jumped up and down. How far along are you? She asked, pulling away. Close to 3 weeks. When she saw her friend smiling and the funny look on her face, she was curious as to why. You're looking at me weird, why? I have a secret too. I'm also 3 weeks pregnant. I haven't told Romero yet. I only just took a test before you got here. Again they hugged, jumping up and down. This is so awesome. Our kids are going to grow up together and David will have a little brother or sister, Janet said, squealing with excitement. We should tell the guys together. You tell Romero first. I want to see Dick's face when you tell him. We'll tell them during dinner. Can you take out the salads while I get David? She had to smile thinking about how Romero would react when he found out she was pregnant. They had been trying for months now to get pregnant, and boy did he ever give it his best shot every night. The guys were busy flipping the steaks and drinking beer when the women came out. The food is just about done, Dick said, giving Janet a wink. He was so in love with her and was counting the days until he would make her his wife. Romero went and took David from Serena. Hey buddy, when you get older I will teach you how to barbecue just like your old man, he said, proud of himself for not burning the food. Putting him in his high chair, he put his arms around Serena and whispered in her ear, and later we'll cook up a storm in our bedroom. I'll light your fire. I'll be looking forward to it, she answered, giving him a kiss. Halfway through the meal, Romero and Dick noticed how the women were looking at each other, smiling, and wondered what they were up to. Okay, ladies, you both are acting strange. Mind telling us what you're up to? Dick asked. His eyes moved over and saw Romero nodding his head in agreement. Chapter 35. Serena got up and went over to Romero and sat on his lap, putting her arms around his neck. We're pregnant. We're having a baby. A smile crossed his face. Reaching up, he placed the palm of his hand on her cheek. He had been wishing for this for months now. I love you so much. You have just made me the happiest man alive, he said, giving her a tender kiss. He looked over at Dick. Am I the man or what? I'm so happy for you both, and maybe a little jealous too, Dick said, glancing over at Janet. She smiled back at him. You have no reason to be jealous. I'm also pregnant. She gasped when he came over to her, pulled her up and wrapped his arms around her, lifting her off her feet, swung her around before planting a big kiss on her. He put her down and grinned at Romero. Looks like I'm also the man. The two women laughed at the way the guys were carrying on, the way they were chest bumping each other. Even David started laughing. It was even funnier when they found out both their wives were 3 weeks pregnant, meaning their children would probably be born at the same time. Later that night, after everybody was gone and they were in bed, Romero climbed on top of her, Looking down at her, he smiled. Have I told you lately how much I love you? Yes, you did, about 10 minutes ago. But why don't you show me instead? I mean, since you are in the right position to. He did more than just show her. He gave her a night of passionate lovemaking. His mouth and hands left not an inch of her body untouched. The day of the wedding was here. Serena this time around was having an easy pregnancy. Janet was not as lucky. She was having morning sickness and was worried that she would be sick on her wedding day, but was determined not to let it ruin her day. It wasn't going to be a big wedding and was going to be held at Romero and Serena's place in the backyard. During their time in Toronto, they made several friends and business associates who were invited to the wedding. Janet was standing in front of her mirror, making sure that she looked all right. She was so grateful for Serena's help. So, how do I look?
Oh, Janet, you look absolutely gorgeous. Dick is going to have a heart attack when he sees you.
I really love him. He's so strong, handsome, and I feel so safe with him. I was scared at first after what I went through with my ex, but I know he'll never hurt me.
No, he won't.
Now we better get downstairs. The wedding is about to start. Before the wedding started, and the two men were having a drink, and Romero straightened Dick's tie. I want to wish you all the best of luck and happiness with Janet. She's a wonderful woman. I just hope we can be as happy as you and Serena. You will be. Just treat her like a princess and let her know you love her every day you're together. Now we better get down there. It's time to get you married. Serena joined Romero at the altar, along with Dick, who was looking very nervous, which was unlike him, as nothing ever fazed him. Dick had tears in his eyes when he saw the woman he loved with all of his heart walking down the aisle. He loved that she had let her blonde hair grow. It was now past her shoulders. To him, she looked like an angel, his angel. After the vows were said, and they were pronounced man and wife, he pulled her into his arms. His mouth came crashing down on hers in a hot and passionate kiss, causing everyone to hoot and howl. Serena had taken care of most of the wedding plans. Since neither Dick nor Janet had parents, both having grown up as orphans, she took care of everything. She had the backyard decorated and a beautiful cake made. It was her way of thanking them both for all they had done for her and Romero. After dinner was served and the dancing started, Romero took her into his arms and held her tight. I wanted to tell you again how beautiful you look in this dress, but maybe it was a mistake wearing it. She looked up at him, feeling a little bit hurt. She had chosen a long red dress. It was his favorite color, and she thought she looked amazing in it. Why, what's wrong with it? Nothing's wrong with it, sweetheart. It's just that you look so damn beautiful that you are outshining the bride. Her eyes glistened with tears. Her heart swelled with love for him. He had kept his promise to keep her happy and safe, and he never stopped telling her how much he loved her. I love you so much. You have made me the happiest woman in the world. You have given me the life I have always dreamed of. Thank you. Stroking her cheek with the back of his hand, he stared deeply into her eyes. It is you who has given me an amazing life, and I will always love and cherish you, he said, leaning down, kissed her passionately. When the night ended, the couple took off for a 3-week honeymoon in Jamaica. David was spending the night at a friend's place, so they had the rest of the night to themselves. When they were in their bedroom, she turned around and asked him if he would unzip her dress. She closed her eyes. Her breath hitched in her throat when she felt his lips on her neck, and he slowly pulled the zipper down, sliding her dress down and letting it fall to the floor. She stood there in only her matching panties as his hands began caressing her breasts, and moving down, he placed his hand inside her panties and began rubbing over her pussy, which was wet and throbbing. Oh God, baby, you're so wet for me. I can't wait, I want you now, he said. Turning her around to face him, his lips came down hard on hers in a rough and dominating kiss. When he finally broke the kiss, she started tearing off his clothes. He was so turned on by the way she was being so aggressive. Now that they were both naked, he picked her up and laying her on the bed started kissing her, moving down her body to between her legs. He felt her squirming as he licked and sucked between her feminine folds, his tongue darting in and out of her until she orgasmed. "Oh my God, Romero!" She screamed his name when she came. She pulled his head up. Drawing him close, she kissed him. "I want you inside me. I want to feel all of you." He had no problems with that. Entering her, he let out a grunt when he felt how warm she was wrapped around his manhood. The way she scraped her fingernails down his back, and the way she moved her leg up and down his leg, got him so excited he started thrusting faster inside her. They both collapsed from exhaustion. It had to have been the best sex ever, and the orgasm they experienced was mind-blowing. She laid in his arms, both breathing heavily. "Wow, making love to you keeps getting better every time," he said, moving his hand up and down her back. "We'll have to get a lot of it in before the baby's born. With 2 little ones to look after, we might have to slow down a little." He chuckled. "Oh, believe me, we are never going to slow down. I will make sure we find the time and the place to do it." 3 weeks later, Serena had a special dinner made for the newlyweds when they returned. They had brought gifts back for David and told Romero and Serena all about their trip. The 4 of them spent a lot of time together, especially now that they were both pregnant at the same time, which made it hard at times for the guys. What with the mood swings and the strange cravings they both had, the guys kept busy running around, getting them whatever they wanted. They all decided to keep the sex of the baby a surprise until delivery day. Janet was due a week after Serena, but as it turned out, they both went into labor at the same time. Romero called Dick the night she went into labor, but found out that he was already on the way to the hospital with Janet. Hanging up the phone, he called his housekeeper and asked if she could come over and watch David. They all arrived at the hospital around the same time, and when the women were taken into the room to get prepared, Romero and Dick had a chance to talk. "Can you believe that both of our wives are about to deliver the babies at the same time?" Dick asked, pacing back and forth. "I don't know how you did this the first time, and here you are so calm and collected while I'm freaking out." "Oh, believe me, man, I'm freaking out too. But it's going to be so worth it, especially when you hold your baby in your arms for the first time." That was the end of their discussion when the nurse came in and told them it was time for them to go into the delivery room. Shaking each other's hands, they went to where their wives were. Romero went over to Serena. Taking her hand in his, he kissed it. "This is it, sweetheart. We are about to be parents again. I don't care if it's a boy or girl as long as it's healthy." He was so glad that this pregnancy was an easy one for her. This time around, there was no problem with her blood pressure, and she was able to have a natural birth. "Romero," she said, squeezing his hand when she started to push. "As much as I like giving birth naturally, I didn't know it was going to be so painful." "It's okay, sweetheart. It'll be over soon. I love you so much," he said, giving her a gentle kiss on the lips. Meanwhile, Dick was with Janet, and he was getting an earful from her. "I'm never letting you touch me again," she told him, beads of sweat dripping down her forehead. He was a little shocked at the way she was talking. He had never heard her swear before, and now she was cursing like a truck driver. But he still had to smile, knowing that sometimes women do this when they're in labor. At the stroke of midnight, Sarah Rafferty, 6 pounds and 6 ounces, entered the world. 10 minutes later, Carrie D'Angelo, 6 pounds, 1 ounce, was born. When the women were being cleaned up and the babies getting checked out, Romero and Dick got together and congratulated each other. "Can you believe we both had girls? We are 2 of the luckiest men alive," Dick said as he shuffled from foot to foot. "Yes, we are, and we're going to have to keep an eye on them when they grow up and keep the boys away from them." After a short time, they were allowed to go to the room where their wives were. Romero walked into the room just as the nurse was placing the baby into her arms. He went over and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at them with love and pride. "Look at her, Romero. Isn't she the most beautiful little girl ever?" "She's perfect," he answered. Janet had her baby 10 minutes before Carrie was born. Oh wow, what did she have? A little girl. They named her Sarah. Dick is so excited that he can't stand still. You did real good, sweetheart, bringing this precious angel into the world. I love you so much. I can't wait to see Janet and Sarah, she said, looking down at her daughter. You will soon, but for now you need to get some rest. It was a long delivery, and you must be exhausted. The next day, Serena and Janet got together with their babies, both so happy their babies were born so close together. They were all excited to take the babies home. It was a new chapter in their lives, and David adored his baby sister, even though he was so young. Chapter 36. Epilogue. 5 years later, Carrie was now 5 years old, David almost 7. It was their 7th-year anniversary. The kids were staying overnight at a friend's and Dick and Janet were throwing them an anniversary party. His eyes lit up with desire and admiration when he saw her wearing a dark red strapless dress, one where you couldn't wear a bra. You look stunning. After having 2 kids, you haven't changed one bit. She walked slowly towards him, swaying her hips seductively. Reaching him, she fixes his tie. You're so sweet, and may I say that you are getting more handsome every year. You still get me all hot and bothered whenever you are near. I can feel my panties getting damp right now, she said, putting her arms around his neck. I can take care of that for you, he said, moving his mouth over her neck as he let his hand move down her curves. She let out a soft moan. Romero, please don't get me so worked up, or we'll be late for the party. She was actually looking forward to going, but when he started to go up under her dress and between her legs, she wished now that they didn't have to go. She hoped he would be the strong one and stop, because she knew she wouldn't be able to stop once they got started. Lifting his head, he smiled to see her eyes were closed and her face was flushed. He would have loved to make love to her right now, but he also knew how much she was looking forward to the party. Are you ready to go? He asked, seeing the look of disappointment on her face. Or would you rather stay home? I could always call them and say we can't make it. As much as I would love to continue, we can't. Janet has gone to so much trouble throwing us this party. I don't want to disappoint her. They were a little late arriving at Dick and Janet's place for the party, and were handed a glass of champagne as soon as they walked in. During the night, he would every now and then look over to where Serena was. He was happy to see that she had made friends. To see her happy and smiling warmed his heart. He was also a little turned on seeing how her dress hugged her SXY curves. Walking over to her, he drew her away from the crowd surrounding her.
Where are you taking me?
She asked when he led her out of the main room and down the hall. Stopping at the door that led to Dick's private den, he pulled her inside, shutting the door behind them. Putting his hands on her shoulders, he smiled at her, pulling her close. I've been dying to kiss you for over 2 hours now, but you were always with a group of people, he said. Kissing her, he moved forward, backing her towards the sofa. Reaching it, he lowered her down, their lips still locked. Romero, she said softly when they stopped kissing. We should get back to the party before they come looking for us. Soon, my love, but now that I finally got you alone, I want to keep kissing you, he said, his hand going between her legs. But when he heard the door opening, he quickly withdrew his hand, pulling her dress back down. So this is where you two got off to, Dick said, laughing when Romero jumped off her and helped her up. You can wait to do whatever it was you were planning on until later. It's time for speeches and to cut the cake. Serena's face turned red. She thought Romero would have locked the door. It was embarrassing being caught by the host doing the deed in his home, even if they were close friends. They went out, and after saying a few words, Romero saying how much he loved Serena and how she made him a better man, they cut the cake. More drinks were served, and Dick had hired a band to play. It was set up outside. Romero couldn't help being jealous when he saw her dancing with other men, but he trusted Serena, so he didn't make a scene. It was late by the time they went back home, and up in their bedroom, she turned her back to him. Unzip me, please, she said, feeling his breath on the back of her neck. I'll unzip you if you return the favor, he said, kissing the side of her neck as he slowly pulled the zipper on her dress down. Happy anniversary, my love, he said, pushing her dress all the way down where it landed by her feet. Picking her up, he carried her over to the bed where she started removing his clothes. After making love to her for the third time, he gets out of bed. Pulling on his pants, he hands her his shirt. Put this on and come with me. Sitting on the bed, she takes the shirt and puts it on. I'm not sure I can walk. You were an animal tonight, but I'm not complaining. Where are we going? She asked, getting up and taking his hand when he held it out. You'll see. When they got to the garage, he covered her eyes with his hands. Now don't open your eyes until I tell you to. He kissed her cheek. I love you, he said. Removing his hands, he told her she could now look.
Her eyes lit up when she saw the red sports car and turned to him. You bought a sports car, why?
I bought it for you. Happy anniversary. Don't you like it?
I love it, but I have the family van. The kids won't fit in this, she said as she went over and looked inside. It is amazing, though. He went up and put his arms around her waist. I know the kids won't fit in it. I wanted you to have something for you, for when you go shopping or wherever you want to go when the kids are with the babysitter. She turned around to face him, putting her arms around his neck. Thank you, I love it, but you are always spoiling me. She looked at the car and back to him. A wicked smile crossed her face. The kids are away. We're alone, so do you think we can do it in there? She asked, pointing to her new sports car. Only one way to find out, he said. Picking her up, they got inside. A little later. Pulling up his pants, he smiled at her, watching as she did the buttons up on the shirt she had on. Well, now we know it's possible, a little cramped but doable. But then you are very flexible, he said, grinning. A year later, Janet announced she was expecting twins. Dick was beside himself with joy, and 8 months later, she gave birth to 2 boys, James and Thomas. Though Serena and Romero tried for more, she never did get pregnant again. But they knew they were already blessed with a son and daughter. To sum things up, Romero's and Dick's business grew, making them even more wealthy. They remained friends, as did their kids. Romero and Serena kept the love and passion alive. Yes, they had their fights, but she never changed. She remained feisty and spoke her mind, even when Romero asked her not to.
If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book.